Adjust accordingly, brother.
Testing 1 2, mic check. Testing, testing.
1 2 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
All right.
And good afternoon, everyone. We are live here at the University of Houston Alumni Invitational over at Tom Tellis Field off of Scott Street. Beautiful weather here today, 77 degrees here on Max Sports TV. I'm joined by Darian Vals and Gentre Williams. Darian, you've been covering the University of Houston all year long. Man, we have a full day of events today. What are you looking for today?
I'm looking for the sun to go down a little more, man. It's been beaming up on the top of my head for a while. But, yeah, man, it's just another great event here that we're going to enjoy. We've been here since the first, I believe, the Carl Lewis Invitational.
Right.
And it just continues here, man. Right now we got the field events going on. We got the Javelin on one end. On the other end, we got the pole vault. So, yeah, man, just join the sights and join this lovely weather here in Houston, Texas.
Beautiful sights and sounds as we are currently broadcasting the Javelin over down by the south end of the field. We have some great athletes and some great schools here competing today. You had the University of Houston, Sam Houston State, Prairie View, so many schools in the surrounding Houston area.
Of course, she's number one in the American Conference. Katie Walden being unattached. Mylan Perkins of Texas Southern, currently number one in the sled. We are scheduled to see the all-conference.
Can you hear me now?
Filipano of Houston. Layla Wright of Texas Southern.
Yeah, you said a mouthful, man. I mean, you go with the introductions. I just kind of follow your lead right now.
Oh, man. We're just getting ready for the upcoming events as the sun is definitely starting to shine here. It's getting
Yeah, man, we're getting baked out here, man. Right now we came in for track and field, but looks like we're getting barbecued at a cook-off. We got the people next to us, the announcers and the timekeepers and all that stuff right next to us. Sitting comfortably in the canopy. That's fine, though. That's all right.
so many stars that's going to be taking the field today. Some of the athletes we're going to take a look out for is Sean Maswani. He's a 2022 American Indoor 60-meter champion. He also won an Indoor Most Valuable Performer and Freshman of the Year. He competed in the South Africa in 2020 Olympics in Tokyo. So Sean Maswani, man, he's looking to have a great performance here today.
Well, yeah, man. It's and it just goes to show you about the University of Houston and its great track pedigree. Maswani, who's a great international star from the lovely country of South Africa, represented his country very well in the Tokyo Olympics, and now is here at the University of Houston, representing his school well and continuing this great tradition of the program at this university.
And another athlete to look out for is Priscilla Adadrokon. She's ranked number 13 in the nation in the hammer throw, her career best in the hammer throw at the Houston Spring Break Invitational. She set a new field house record at the Howie Ryan Invitational in the shot put, won all 4 American Women's Field Athletes of the Week awards. She was nominated in the one she did not compete in. So Priscilla, another dominant athlete here tonight.
Absolutely, man. Once again, hammer throw, powerful event. Takes a lot out of you. And I lost my notes, so I'm just kind of winging it right now.
And also we got Covell Jordan. He's ranked number 5 in the nation in the 400-meter hurdles. He was also a 2020 ITF champion in the 4x400 meter relay.
Well, yeah, and like you said, Trey, like I said previously, like you said and I said, but it kind of goes to show you the level of athletes, the world-class talent that the University of Houston is harboring here. And not just University of Houston, all these schools that are being represented here today, which makes these events so fun to cover because you have such world-class talent competing and being so competitive, and it makes for an entertaining day. It's kind of takes away from the sun beating down on me. I don't know if I'll complain about that more than once or twice, but I'm going to let it go after this.
And speaking of some of the University of Houston alumni, since we're at the Alumni Invitational, let's start off with Carl Lewis. Carl Lewis was one of the more famous Olympians back in the day. He's won several gold medals. So just what some of your moments and memories you have of Carl Lewis coming up?
Well, my first memory of Carl Lewis was the infamous video of him trying to sing the national anthem. That I believe it was the Bulls game. I think it was like 1990.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'll say this: he's an amazing athlete.
Right.
He's an amazing athlete. Singer, but he's an amazing athlete. But Carl Lewis, just kidding. If he hears this, please don't knock the hell out of me. But Carl Lewis, one of the greatest Olympians we've ever had in American track history. U of H alum, proud U of H alum, has come back here and taken on the reins as track head coach and is imparting wisdom on this next generation of runners. And having his experience is just so valuable. And a lot of others that we've talked to in the past who have Olympic experience, gold medal winning experience.
Right.
So, having a guy like Carl Lewis in your alumni ranks, and not only in your alumni ranks, but coming back and imparting wisdom and coaching the next generation is just another added nuance to what's already a great program here at the University of Houston.
Yeah, definitely. University of Houston is on the upcoming. Pretty soon they're going to be moving into the Big 12, and it's, we get to see them here compete against schools like I said, Rice, Sam Houston State, Prairie View. Mm-hmm. They're getting ready to make that big jump in the next couple of years. They're already one of the more dominant track programs in the nation. Mm-hmm. What does the Big 12 for Houston does?
I mean, visibility.
Right.
The visibility. I think the Big 12 and the U of H is a hand-in-fit glove because, for the longest, as everybody knows, with UT Austin leaving as well as University of Oklahoma, bringing in a University of Houston that has the Houston market,
right,
of the fourth largest city in the country, one of the top 10 TV markets in the country, that's a pretty good consolation prize for losing those programs. So visibility can only help University of Houston. It's going to help the Big 12 to maintain its pretty high standing within the ranks of college athletics. So I think it's an absolutely perfect marriage, and I can't wait to see how it really helps the University of Houston moving forward.
Definitely it's gonna help a lot of schools for the University of Houston moving into the Big 12. Some of the rivalries that they're gonna be competing against. It's gonna help them in football, basketball, but especially this track program. It's been very dominant. They compete on a national level every single year, and it's just a joy to watch them compete here today at the Houston Alumni Invitational.
Most definitely, man. We this is our first time being here together on the outside of the track.
Yeah.
We've been in the inside, which is a lot more cooler, but that's all right. We're going to brave the elements here. And we're getting this outside air, this fresh air. Once the sun goes down a little bit, enjoy some of the running events we got scheduled a little later. It's going to be a great day all around. Can't wait to call it, man.
Definitely, as we have a couple of javelin throws here. Just going to get the white flag after that one. Now, throwing a javelin, Darian, that scene, we seen them warming up, taking a couple of throws here and there, throwing about 5-10 yards. Just getting their arms loose for this event. What is something that you think is the biggest difference in the javelin throw? Like what determines how far it goes? What's some of the great techniques?
Well, yeah, I think it goes towards technique. I mean, ad nauseum, I've mentioned about how all these field events are so. It's about muscle memory and it's about being precise. And I think javelin is no different from the rest. You have to be very meticulous in your preparation, your technique. It's very important to get everything down to get that perfect throw, as we see right here.
That was beautiful.
Most definitely. And it's like you see some of the – we're sitting a little high up, but when you see some of the jubilation of some of these athletes – because they work so hard,
Right.
We're only here and seeing the meets and seeing the competition, but there's so much that goes in. Exactly. There's so much preparation and being methodical in your approach before you actually get to the show. So when you see these athletes have a performance that's to their liking, it's real fulfilling to watch because they put a lot of hard work and blood, sweat, and tears into what they're doing to perfect their craft.
Definitely, especially once you get to this level, it's all about hard work. Because everyone at this level is talented. It's just how much work you put in and take you to that next level.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I mean, and we've seen it. These are college athletes at a pretty high level college athletes who were most likely dominant in high school.
Right.
And getting to a next level and trying to adapt and rise above towards the college ranks so that they're, competing more towards the worldwide level, Olympic levels, as a lot of the competitors have already achieved.
Yeah, definitely trying to get to the Olympics is always the ultimate goal for a lot of these track athletes. Mm-hmm. And like I said, we are here live on Max Sports TV. Be sure to download the Max Sports TV on any device you might have, Xbox, PlayStation, iPhone, Android. We are available on any device. And then one of the things I love about Max Sports is that it has a new feature. You can watch any event. You could go back and watch some of our events from last year. You can watch this event, and you can watch the camera you want. It's a beautiful, beautiful experience over on Max Sports TV. Go ahead, download the app, and catch up on all the latest news in sports. And also follow the Twitter page on Max Sports TV. Breaking news, anything that's happening in sports, Max Sports is on it. We're on top of it.
Absolutely, man. Just up-to-date news source, at least to the best of that person's ability. You know, sometimes that person has to sleep, but you get good sources of news, and then also keeping everybody updated on the next events that we have scheduled for our platforms. So most definitely, once again, we'd like to thank everybody who's watching here now and has to suffer through our voices. We apologize. Please feel free to use your mute button if necessary.
Even tomorrow from Madison, Alex from Houston will be up next.
They have a couple of athletes warming up. We're starting to see some of the runners starting to warm up on a track, getting loose. We was here early on. We seen all the field event athletes warming up, and they're starting to compete. And we will bring you those results as soon as we have them, and we'll keep you guys updated as possible.
Yeah, we're just kind of enjoying the sights, enjoying the show right now. We got a full view sitting up pretty high up here on the is this the west end zone or the east end zone? Well, we're sitting on one of the end zones. Whichever side has the bleachers. We're on that side. That's what we're sitting. Yeah, hopefully we get some good weather out here, man.
Yeah.
Last track meet, we enjoyed our last track meet, but near the end of the running events, kind of inclement weather kind of came and reared its ugly head. You know, he's living beautiful and nice places. Houston still is a tropical climate, so
yeah,
you're going to get your rainfall.
Well, as from the weather report, we only have 2% chance of rain all the way up to 9 p.m. So
that's what I like to hear. So I like to hear. I just like to see it. You know, Houston.
Yeah, you never know. And again, we're at the University of Houston Alumni Invitational. And I know you were talking about Carl Lewis performing at the 1990s.
All right, bro. Don't get me in trouble. I had to mention one time because I've had it on my head for a while. From numerous times we've mentioned Mr. Carl Lewis, but I don't know how he feels about it. I've never asked him, so I don't want if it's a sore subject for him or if he just has fun with it. But I remember growing up and seeing that clip. I don't know if there was a show that used to play on Fox Sports. Mm-hmm. It was called I can't remember the name of it. Oh, the Best Damn Sports Show, period.
Yeah.
John Sally and a couple other guys.
Yeah,
I can't remember who was on there. And every countdown, they have like a countdown, and it'd be like funniest moments in sports. And then the Carl Lewis national anthem thing. Because it just breaks into the, oh.
oh, man. Poor
But,
Carl.
you know, hey, he's one of the greatest Olympic athletes of our generation. He's a hero to many, a sports icon, Olympic icon.
Right.
So, that's just a little funny cliff note in what's already a storied career and an amazing legacy he's left for the University of Houston and track and field as a whole. So.
And he does a great job coaching up these athletes.
Absolutely.
Sometimes those athletes got to poke fun at them.
I would hope not. Well, I don't even know if they remember because, we're a little older, and that was before our time.
That's true.
So maybe they just don't know. I think he's past the point where anybody remembers that anyway.
And, since we're at the Alumni Invitational, Darren, just who are some of your favorite University of Houston alumni just off the top of your head that you could think of right now?
University of Houston alumni, wow.
Obviously
Hakeem Olajuwon.
Hakeem Olajuwon.
Well, excuse me, he was Akeem Olajuwon.
That's right.
Anybody know he added the H to his name? I think that had something to do with his religious faith. I'm not 100% sure. I don't want to delve out misinformation here, but obviously Akeem Olajuwon, Mr. Houston Rocket, Houston Cougars legend. Clyde the Glide, obviously as well, is right along with him. I think you go to Mr. Andre Ware, University of Houston's first and to this date only Heisman Trophy winner. Great player, put up incredible numbers here at the U of H back when they were playing in the Astrodome.
Yeah.
And they had that high-powered run-and-shoot offense for the old Southwest Conference. I think they had one game when they beat SMU 95-21. Yeah, like they just ran the score up on them.
Man.
Now, granted, that was the very first SMU team after they had came off those sanctions from the death penalty. So they had that team. I showed you the video, the movie Pony Excess, where they had fielded basically a team of misfits. I mean, they were undersized guys, and I don't know what they did. I don't know what they did to U of H, but they ran the clock.
Oh man, that had to be a rivalry thing that.
Yeah, it's still to this day. Yeah, I mean Houston and Dallas. So.
Yeah, that's
because they had a classic game this year, this past year.
Yes,
an overtime game that was absolutely down to the wire. I can't think. Didn't they score on a game-winning kick return or something like that? U of H.
I think U of H did went off on a game-winning kick return.
Yeah.
Ulysses Bentley, the SMU running back, he had a pretty good game. He's from the Houston area, so it's always kind of weird rooting for him on it.
But that's what makes rivalries, though. Yeah. It's like because I don't want to say it's on the same level, but like a Miami and Florida State, when you got guys from the same areas.
Yep.
And you got those two schools battling over guys in those same areas and stuff like that. Because SMU, some of their greatest players, we talked about, the death penalty, the sanctions. Those great SMU teams from the early 80s, they had recruited two great running backs. They were both from the Houston area. Yep. Craig Pony James, who went to Stafford. Yep. And Eric Dickerson, who went to Sealand nearby, just west of here. So, it's a great rivalry that this program has with SMU. And SMU is also a school, university athletically that's on the rise as well, starting to make headway from those dark days from the death penalty.
It's good to see SMU coming back, back strong. That's a big time program, and rivalries helps build programs. As you've seen from the Auburn Alabama rivalry, what's has grown from each of those programs.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, it's Auburn, Alabama, one of the most hilarious rivalries I've ever seen. I'm not going to cast aspersions to their fans. Being an LSU fan, got to deal with both of these people every year. But, I mean, it's what makes the sport enjoyable. It's what gets people engaged, gets people, have something to invest in every year, for good or for bad, because there's a healthy and a toxic way to enjoy the, sports. We've seen that with the way people act. But on a whole, rivalry is great for sport. It's great for the fans. As long as you keep it healthy.
That's right. That's right.
Don't be vandalizing and stealing and burglarizing and poisoning trees and all that. I don't condone any of that crazy stuff.
Another school that's rivaling right now is HBU. HBU will be here as well. This is more so of a Houston type track meet here. You got a lot of the schools from the Houston surrounding areas. Right. And I always like these type of track meets because a lot of these kids, they've been running against each other since probably middle school. Yeah. So, there's no nerves coming up. You've seen this guy run or seen this lady run plenty of times. So this is a lot of familiarity in his matchups.
Yeah, you hit the nail right on the head, man. It's, and we talked about it. These were some of the top high school athletes at these programs. And when the top high school athletes, as we've seen here, they've had high school invitationals here. Yes. Some of the best high schools. A lot of those kids that we saw a couple months back, they're going to be here representing these collegiate programs. But, yeah, there's a lot of familiarity because a lot of these kids competed with each other at other high school meets in the past. Probably know each other, maybe be neighbors, something, you never know. Right. So, once again, that just adds to rivalry and just makes everything more fun and more enjoyable and good-spirited competition. That's what we're all about here on Max Sports TV. Not dirty craziness, but don't get it twisted. We will get it on video camera. we still got to entertain them. So. As we look at Taco Bell in the background, I said, no, we don't have endorsements from them. If anybody if a Taco Bell executive is watching, we'd love to. Yes. I'll tell you how delicious Taco Bell is. Even if I'm lying, I'll lie for the fee is good enough. It's no problem. Of course, we're not lying, it's.
Hey, Taco Bell, they do have some of the best.
This broadcast is off the rails. Talking about chalupas. Taco Bell is good, man.
I'm trying to stay away from talking about the whole Oscars and Will Smith. That
now you're trying to get us pulled off the air. Once again, we at Max Sports TV do not condone violence of any kind.
That's right.
We talked about hopefully we send our good wishes to the people overseas, not just not just the conflict going out in between Russia and Ukraine, but all conflicts going on. It's a crazy world we live in, and hopefully we can one day reach point of world peace. It seems so unattainable at this point in time, but you still got to hold hope alive for that, because I think we're very blessed as American citizens that we never really had those types of conflicts and wars. Don't get me wrong, we deal with plenty of strife here in this country. But dealing with war is a totally different monster, and it's definitely leaves some horrific ramifications on the people who have to see it and be involved in it. So we give our best to everyone who's going through global conflicts all over the planet, man. And
thoughts and prayers over Ukraine and all those nations and those.
Absolutely. We know obviously Ukraine is and Russia. That conflict is so much in the news, but there's so many other things, because every country has innocent women and children and men, and because we all at the end of the day want to live prosperous, happy lives.
That's right.
No matter what your culture, what your background, or your religion is. But we're not trying to bring everything down.
Yeah, that was a very uplifting, man, and that was a golden nugget you just dropped here on the broadcast.
Don't remind me of golden nugget. I'm thinking Tillman Fertitta. then it's gonna get real mean spirited on me.
I got to stay out that golden nugget, man. You take all your money up there.
So gambling. If you have a gambling problem, please get some help. There's plenty of hotlines available to you for gambling addiction. Man, I'm on Twitter a lot, man, and I see that like these dudes, these parlays are absolutely breaking people and putting them in poverty houses, man.
I tell her Cavalry.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Hey, man.
Sometimes you are really awful, man. I'm just gonna tell you right now.
Oh man, I mean, there's so many other ways he could have went about doing that, but a lot of people do go deep into gambling, and like you said, there's a lot of help out there for people that need it, man. It's tough.
Yeah, man. Somebody watching, hopefully they're not gambling on these. I mean, hey, listen, if you can do it responsibly and with moderation, just like drinking.
Right.
You can do it responsibly and moderation. Hey, more power to you. It's a free country.
That's right.
What you want to do, live your life the way you see fit. If it's enjoyable, not hurting anybody, by all means. But, we know people got those issues, and hopefully those people get help, at nearest chance possible. Well, we said we had to find some filler, man. We ain't failed since then.
Definitely, we're doing a pretty good job thus far. And right now, we're still keeping an eye on the field events. We still have the pole vault, the javelin, and also the shot put going on. So we are having a multi-stream. So whichever camera you feel comfortable watching, switch to that camera.
Yeah, once again, we're sitting pretty high up. My eyesight ain't as good as it used to be, so calling action as well as we can. It's easy to call it javelin because we actually see a damn javelin flying in the air. 1 + 1 = 2 in that's in there. Not hard to figure out what's going on there.
Track meets are so I like to see that it's like a free spirit type feel to it. Like basketball, football, or any other sport, team sport. Everyone comes together as a unit and you warm up, then you guys perform as a team. Here, it's more individual. It's on you to get prepared.
Not just that, but sometimes you're competing against your own teammates.
That's right.
So there's a team aspect, but there's a certain individuality when it comes to track and field events, because at the end of the day, your biggest competition is sometimes yourself. And to better yourself and improve, because you ask a lot of these track athletes, that's what they want to do, is create the best version of themselves and then compete with the rest of the field. Which is a good mantra for life, man. Self-improvement.
Self-improvement is always a good mantra.
Absolutely. So in a way, track is life. But
will follow the conclusion of the women's javelin.
as we listen in on the PA announcer,
Start time to the men and women's long jump. Great action in our field events at the 2022 Houston Alumni Invitational. Our track time 2:15.
shout out to the PA announcer here in the building. He's giving us great information. I don't know why I still haven't caught his name. I don't talk to him several occasions of interacting with him.
At 5:25 with the women's 4x100 meter relay.
As we'll be right back after this. And we're back here live on Max Sports TV here at the University of Houston Alumni Invitational over at Tom Tellis Field. Darian, there's so many star power in this field event. I know there was a guy that you was on the lookout for.
Oh, there is. Yeah. Well, thank you, Trey. I appreciate your transition there. Yes, sir. Mr. Christian Sampe out there on the pole vault end over there. Christian now is ranked number 3 in the nation in the pole vault. So, like we said, world-class talent there. He broke the school record and won the Texas relays in the pole vault. And he's also a 2-time second-team All-American in both the outdoor and indoor pole vault. So, dude's really versatile, whether he's got a roof over his head or not. And he also competed, I think, in the indoor NCAA championship, where he finished like 13th overall. So, and also has a second-place finish in the indoor American Conference championships. And he was also part of the American Conference championship team who won 7 straight. So, this is a dude who has been a part of somewhat of a pole vaulting dynasty.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Christian Sampe, he's definitely somebody to keep an eye out on over there.
Yeah, we'll keep
definitely somebody who could be someone we watch down the road in next Olympic cycle, or just the U.S. World Championship cycle.
That's right. Christian Sampe will definitely get you guys prepared for when he's up in pole vault. He's one of the more dominant pole vaulters in the country.
7 feet and 9 inches. Brian Orlando from Sam Houston.
University of Houston track has been pretty dominant over the past couple of years, and they continue to show their dominance here today as we're starting off over the javelin and the shot put. What are some of your expectations here today from each school?
Well, once again, first and foremost, let's make sure everybody is safe.
Right.
Everybody comes out healthy as they were when they got in. Once again, we've looked through the several past indoor and outdoor track meets. We're looking for world record performances. As we've seen world record, nationwide record performances, and I think we're going to get more of the same here today. Because, like we've highlighted, some of these athletes, these these world-renowned athletes, these high-class athletes. Not just them, but the guys competing. Because when you have a guy who's number 2 in the world or number 3 in the nation, or so on and so forth. If you're a competitor in any of those fields, you kind of get that extra motivation. You kind of get that extra hitch in your giddy up where you want to compete at the highest level. And it kind of ups your game. It kind of ups your competitive spirit. So with that comes an amazing performance. So I'm looking to see a lot more great times, great links, or whatever it is in anybody's event, because we're seeing so many people rise to the occasion and compete at a level with some of the best in the world. That was a very long-winded answer. I apologize. I had to take a couple breaths. Sometimes when I get a thought, man, I just got to let it out. You know what I mean?
There's nothing wrong with that at all, man. That was wonderful. As they are continuing on over at the Javelin station, some of these throws are getting like longer and longer. This one seems about 27 yards. I'm using football distance. I'm not too sure if they use feet. Or
you totally on yard lines, man. You on that gridiron thinking.
27. What times that by 3?
27 times 3 would be
71.
Yeah, 71. Wait, what?
81.
81. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Math's a little.
I'd have you the one with a tablet, man. I should have took my phone out and used my calculator.
So 81, throw of over 81 feet there. Very impressive. Here's another toss, and
It looked like the wind might have caught it that.
yeah, the wind's starting to pick up here a little bit. A little breeze in the stadium.
Yeah, it's kind of going in and out a little bit, and I think that kind of adds towards the javelin throws, because you have to time it in terms of how it goes in the distance and the wind. You want to get it at the right time. But when you got wind gusts that are kind of like infrequent, on and off, kind of makes everything a little more trickier.
Right. And Darren, you've covered the indoor track events, and now you're covering outdoor track events.
Mm-hmm.
What's some of the biggest difference you've seen just from covering each?
Rain. Rain, first and foremost. I remember being in the indoors and not getting wet as all hell.
Yeah.
And outdoor track, if anybody had viewed our last meet out here, it got pretty wet and soapy, and I was absolutely drenched. Caught a mild case of pneumonia, but I was all right. I didn't really catch pneumonia.
I was about to.
But on the serious note, I mean, we just talked about it. When you're competing outdoors, particularly like a javelin throw or any event, you have to plan accordingly. You have to adjust accordingly to the outside conditions and stuff like that. That's why you have different differentiations of time on outdoor events in terms of winded and not winded. So it's definitely could be a benefiting factor, but it also could be somewhat of a detriment.
Right. As the athletes are still competing over on the pole vault. Down on the pole vault end, we'll get you guys updated there. Get a camera. There we go.
Right. Or if you was already watching it, I hope you enjoy watching the pole vault now.
Right. And she almost clears it, just couldn't get up and over. It gets the red flag from the side judge.
Yeah, man, it's that little hesitation, man.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, I made an attempt at the pole vault, but once again was stalled due to my ever in fear of heights. So, but one thing I do remember when you're warming up and then you kind of put it in that planting the stick within the pit zone.
Right.
You have that one fleeting moment when you're up top and you got to get that pull up. But then sometimes if you think a little too much and you hesitate a little too far with it, then you kind of throw yourself off and you throw yourself off kilter. So that's why I think pole vault is one of the more important events in terms of precision.
Right.
Precision and muscle memory, because everything has to be working all in unison.
Right.
If not, then you won't get the results that you're looking for on those events.
And also, I never competed in a pole vault myself, but just
No, I wouldn't recommend you do it.
no.
Yeah. I love you, man, but you're just a little too clumsy on the lower limbs.
Yeah, that was my downfall there. But, you got to have a pretty strong core,
Right.
from the looks of it. Because to be able to control yourself, 10, 12, 13 feet in the air,
Right.
just a stick that's probably like not even a pound.
Yeah, it's pretty light.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah, it does differentiate in size, the size of the person and stuff like that. Obviously, you can have a 400-pounder with a stick that's meant for a 100-pounder. But yeah, core strength is definitely upper body strength. Those are definitely vital parts of being successful in a pole vault. Because I remember when we were competing in high school, one of the main workouts we did before that was pull-ups. Because that's one of the main components in terms of being successful in a pole vault. You got to pull yourself up. But it also gets tricky whenever you're doing a pull up because not only are you pulling up, but you're pulling up at a very odd angle. So it's definitely something unique you have to get used to and adjust to whenever you're doing a pole vault event.
In the men's and women's long jump, please check in.
Sorry, Dad. Helping out the producer. And
Yeah, I was just saying, man, just pulling yourself up on the pole vault, that's the most important thing. Having that upper body strength. We continue to watch him. Still the javelin throws. Still in the midst of the field events. I believe we're in the finals in the javelin.
yeah. And like we said, we'll get you guys updated with all the final standards as soon as we're updated. And we'll get you guys updated on once the track events and everything and the run events will start.
Harper, PPU.
Just watching some of the track guys warm up. Look like they're putting tape. I see the ladies doing it as well. They're gonna probably have their takeoffs.
I would have to say yes. I mean, it obviously holds some type of significance.
Right.
As we see a lot with it, particularly the sprinters. It's very important to get good starts, get your technique down. So I believe they're kind of just marking.
Yeah, it's all about technique. I was, I know this is a little bit different sport, but I was watching the draft combine, and the guys, the main thing they were saying about the 40-yard dash is the takeoff.
Right.
And just, I remember, I forgot, I want to say it was Gary Wilson. He was just talking about how he wanted to lean as much forward as he can to get the proper takeoff for the 40 to get the fastest time.
Oh yeah, man. Because listen, that it's a large contract difference between 4.5 and 4.2.
Yeah.
So yeah, you better believe that you're gonna get those start times down. And go ahead, bro.
Now, I was gonna say again, I know this is a different sport, but just the 40 times this year at the combine were phenomenal.
Blazing, absolutely.
The speed of the athlete today is just incredible, and who knows, some of these guys or gals might try their hand at football because right now speed was taking demand in the NFL.
Well, yeah, I mean speed. We've seen abundance of that, particularly the incredible wide receiver talent that we've seen. That's coming into the draft, at least the projected, because you never know.
Right.
But yeah, speed kills, man. Speed is the difference maker. Everybody's looking for that home run hitter, in the game of football who can, take to the house on just one bubble screen or a slant pattern. That's why Tyreek Hill makes so much money right now. Those are really valuable commodities. And I mean, this is Speed City, man.
Right.
So you're definitely going to get plenty of speed if you're looking for it today.
Plenty of speed will be on display, and if you guys want to keep up to date with some of the NFL news, NBA news, all around sports, me and Darian, we also we have a podcast called The Event, and we'll keep you guys updated for when the event will be held in the next coming weeks, and we'll give you our opinions on free agency, NBA finals talk, playoffs talk, here even the University of Houston track. Be sure to keep up with the event as, when we do have the podcast.
Yeah, man, I got to remember not to be falling asleep from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. That's one of my biggest ones. I apologize, everybody. It's my poor sleeping habits. That's why the show's been held up. I'd like to apologize, take full responsibility. But yeah, man, so much happening right now. We're just in the midst of, the NFL offseason and the draft's coming up. And obviously the NBA is heating up. The playoff race is pretty much almost cemented. So it's definitely going to be a fun next couple of weeks and months.
Yeah. I was watching the Milwaukee Bucks against the Brooklyn Nets. I want to say it was Thursday night or Wednesday night.
Oh, great game.
That was a heck of a game. Yeah, you could sign me up there for a 7-game series. That's, just saying KD and Giannis compete.
He might get in the first round.
Yeah, that's the way it looks.
He might get it in the first round, man. I mean,
Milwaukee, Giannis is really, really
special. And I say this as someone who was not a Giannis hater, but I was somewhat still of a skeptic because some of his deficiencies. But I think we've have to stop and really appreciate the level of talent that we are watching and the dominance. Somebody said it, and as much as it pains me to say, we talk about some of the greatest internationally born players in NBA history. I mean, to me right now, it's still Hakeem Olajuwon. This is the greatest non-American born player. Right. Now, when I say non-American born, I mean wasn't born on American soil and raised on American soil.
Right.
Some people say Dirk Nowitzki. I don't understand that.
No.
Please refrain from no disrespect, but all disrespect. But yeah, Hakeem Olajuwon has been the standard. But you look at Giannis, who already has a championship, already has multiple MVPs, defensive MVPs. If he gets that, I mean, it's hard to argue with that resume because. We've never seen a player at that level, on an international level, accomplish so much in such a short time. So much credit deserves to be given to Giannis, and I'll give him the utmost credit.
Yeah, he's been dominant, and it seems like throughout this entire year, he's kind of taken his foot off the gas. But in those big primetime games, whether it's the 76ers or the Lakers or even like this week, the Nets, he turns up the dial another notch. It's like he feels like he still has something to prove.
Absolutely.
He passed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar the other day, all-time leading Bucks scorer, and he still has this mentality of he still has something to prove. And that's a scary thought for for the NBA, man. If that guy still have that much hunger, that's crazy.
Yeah, he doesn't rest on his laurels.
Right.
And why should he? He's still very, very incredibly young. I mean, he's like, what is he, like 27? 27? I mean, he's still barely entering his prime. So it's definitely a scary thought. And like you said, it's not just his talent, but his attitude, his approach, his motivation, his confidence.
Yeah.
I think all those right now have coagulated into this amazing player that we're watching right now. And it's definitely I'm appreciating what we're watching. I think he's just getting started. It's definitely going to be it's going to be trouble for the league for the next couple of years. As long as he has a great team and a great system around him, because the Bucks are a great team as well. Let's not make a mistake. They were an absolutely spectacular team. That's why they're the reigning NBA champions, and they're going to be contenders again this season. But as long as those things are still in place, then you can't count the Bucks out. They're going to be in the mix.
They're definitely going to be in the mix. And this NBA playoffs, I know we're at the University of Houston track meet, and but
we're getting filler, man.
But this year's NBA playoffs, the Eastern Conference playoffs, is going to be a joy to watch from the first round, even the play-in games. I've been talking so much mess about the play-in games, but with Brooklyn down there hovering around the bottom, I might have to watch it.
I mean, sure, we'll watch it. Me personally, I'm not a fan of the play-in games.
Yeah,
but,
me neither.
It's basketball, and hey, you're going to have some big names in there.
Yeah.
Potentially. I mean, we're going to have KD probably. You're looking at, I would say LeBron and AD, but the way they played last night, oh, man.
I don't know if
tough loss. Tough loss in New Orleans last night.
Yeah, the AD, I don't want to say he's disappointing, but, injuries are injuries. But I remember Shaq and D-Wade had a conversation a few weeks ago, and they asked who's more talented out of Giannis and AD. And everyone say AD. But who's putting in that work? Giannis.
Right.
So it's one thing to have talent, but hard work always going to overcome talent. Absolutely. And I'm not saying Anthony Davis don't work hard or he's not, training his butt off. But, that many injuries and you being that young, you're not doing something right now offseason. Let's just say it like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it goes without saying because we talked about with Giannis, a lot of it has to do with attitude as well.
Right.
I think there's somebody that posted a quote from Anthony Davis, and honestly, I don't want to say it to use it against him because things could get taken out of context so easily.
Right.
But I think the quote was something along the lines of, after winning the championship, he didn't feel like he had anything to prove. And, I mean, I'm not a professional athlete, never been a professional athlete, but, to me, I would think that saying you have nothing to prove means it's done. Everything's pretty much over. But when you're looking at, you're just going into the zenith of your career, you have an opportunity to ascend even greater. That first championship was a stepping stone, and it's the opportunity to really elevate yourself amongst all-time ranks. And you would think that a lot of players want that in terms of building a legacy and creating one that's almost unattainable for everybody else. But, I mean, some people just don't think that way. Some people, they enjoy the money they make. They enjoy playing the sport that they love. And, he got to the mountaintop. He was able to, after those years in New Orleans, not really doing much, and then going up to L.A. with LeBron and having that championship, maybe he's like, okay, I'm content. I don't think he's going to throw in the towel on his career, obviously, because he's coming back every time to play. And he's shown that he wants to play, and he shows he wants to get out there. But, sometimes that Giannis mentality is not going to be with everybody.
That's right.
It's just not. As we deal with some stage destruction here. Barely escape with our lives. You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, it looked like the metal piece kind of. Like I said, we got the wind gust here. It's kind of pushing everything forward and backwards.
It's just a wind. I was one of those rails.
Yeah, man, if that was about 5 feet to the left, I'd have did this broadcast all by myself. Got you some medical attention.
Yeah. And, like you said with AD, winning the championship with the Lakers, also, won a national title at Kentucky. So, he's won at two very big brands, and he's probably content with his basketball career, his Olympic gold medal. He's won at every level.
Exactly.
So for him, it's, what's that next step? What's that next motivation? And it's going to be up to him to find that.
Exactly. I mean, and that's all up to him.
Right.
I mean, obviously, he's still in a greater position than most athletes will ever be in.
Yeah.
In terms of, playing in a great market like L.A., being a star here, many of opportunities outside the realm of basketball.
Definitely.
But, being on a team like the Lakers comes a lot of expectations, comes a lot of things that I asked of you. So we'll see what happens with AD moving forward. But it's not taking anything away. Anthony Davis is a superb generational talent on both ends of the floor. He's one of my favorite players to watch back when he's in New Orleans in terms of him locking down the paint and then coming on the other side and being a great offensive weapon on the inside and outside and an amazing ball handler. So he's always been fun for me to watch. And hopefully, he kind of whatever funk he's in or whatever mindset he's in, he gets out of it and kind of grows and gets back to that hunger. Because I think when he's hungry, he's definitely going to be one of the top – he can easily be top 2-3 players in the world.
Definitely. And just keep it here on basketball since we're at a college event. Coach K, Duke, they're in the Final Four. Mm-hmm. They're going to be playing University of North Carolina for the 100th time. They say it's the 100th game between, for Coach K. Mm-hmm. They're 50 and 49 against North Carolina.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I had no idea it was that close. That's crazy.
That's a rivalry.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
This is going to, either he's always going to have at least a head up, a leg up on North Carolina. He's either going to have 2 games or it's going to be a tie. And it's, I just have this feeling Coach K is going to go out on top.
I said that.
Kind of like Peyton Manning.
Yeah, kind of like Peyton Manning. Well, I mean,
kind of.
Yeah, they had to drag Peyton Manning to the top, but he got there. But Coach K. I mean, 40 years, man. That's an amazing career. One of the greatest, definitely the greatest of our time. I mean, the greatest college coach most people would say is Adolph Rupp or John Wooden.
John Wooden
of UCLA, his amazing dynasty and players. And with Coach K, he's kind of been there for us in terms of our gen. Yeah, Dean. Oh my goodness, Dean Smith, right there with Coach K. But yeah, it's pretty special seeing one of the greats go out. Still having them here for these last couple of games.
It's crazy, man.
And I did say, like I said, I think Duke might take it. It's going to be – it's a tough field. I made the point about St. Peter's University, and he had a great, amazing Cinderella run. And I do enjoy the Cinderella stories.
Right.
But sometimes I like every once in a while. Sometimes the big dogs got to be in the top. You know what I mean? I like watching it. Like, I think that 1 year, like 08, where all the number 1 seeds made the Final Four.
Oh.
I kind of like that once in a while. I don't mind the Cinderella story, but give me the big dogs because that makes me feel like, okay, these are the best 4 teams right here.
Right.
But shout out to St. Peter's University. They were
Yeah, they were
they put on
phenomenal.
a great performance.
Also, let's give credit University of Houston
Oh yeah. Oh
making
wow.
it
Yeah.
to the what?
But I don't see it as Cinderella. I mean,
Yeah, U of
we've
H
talked
is
about it. U of
dominant.
H is it's a legit basketball program right
Right.
now, and Coach Kelvin Sampson has done an amazing job.
He won Coach of the Year.
Well deserved.
Yeah.
Well, he's the men's. You know who won the women's? Kim Mulkey.
Kim Mulkey.
Yeah, for LSU. Yeah, she was the Baylor coach for many years.
Oh,
When they
wow.
won the championship, then she just got to LSU for the first year. And because LSU ladies basketball has always men's, they've had their moments, but the ladies basketball has always been a proud jewel for LSU in terms of basketball. But yeah, going back to Coach Kelvin Sampson here, he's done a fabulous job here resurrecting the program in a sense at the University of Houston, and it's just going to get bigger and greater because I think people are taking notice and.
The mentality, the tough.
Yeah, exactly. Just this great gritty defensive style they play with.
Yeah.
It's not the cup of tea for everybody.
Right.
But you can appreciate it because it's so fundamentally sound, and he has them well coached. He has a system in place, and they worked it to a T. So
They fit the culture of Houston.
yes,
That,
exactly.
that the way they play, it represents Houston to the fullest, man.
Yes, sir.
Hard-nosed, gritty, giving everything they got on the floor, even on the defensive end, offensive end. And I just love what Kelvin Sampson has done for the University of Houston basketball program, and it's
And we'll
great-
continue to do.
and continue to do.
Yeah.
Let's keep them here as long as possible.
Yeah, if you go, I mean, and I love Steven Silas, but if you got to get rid of him, why
Yeah.
leave the city for a coach? Because keep in mind, Kevin Sampson was an assistant for
Yeah.
Rocks for many seasons.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's University of Houston basketball is definitely on that up and up.
As we still have athletes right now. We have a couple more athletes out here warming up. The running events are not too far away.
Yes, I think we got the long jump and triple jump scheduled. So we got them warming up.
As we'll be right back after these quick messages. And we're back here live on Max Sports TV. Gentry Williams and Darian Valson. As we have gotten we got a roster now.
Yeah. I want to go steal it off the announcer's desk as he went go get a refreshment. But yeah, we got a full slate of running today, man. We're gonna have both the men's and women's 3,000 meter run. We got that scheduled today, as well as the 4x100 meter relays, the finals for both the men's and women's. We got the 1,500 meter run for men's and women's. The 100 meter hurdles, that will be today. So if you're a hurdle fan, be sure to stick around because we got that lined up for you, both the 100 and 110 meter. And the 1,500 meter runs, 400 meter dash, men's and women's. It's a full smorgasbord, man.
Full smorgasbord?
Yeah, don't ask me how to spell that word. I know what it means, but I can't spell it. But yeah, we got a full buffet. 400 meter hurdles, 800 meter runs, 200 meter dash. I mean, it's full on running action here today at the Alumni Invitational. It's a lot of running going on. Yeah, if you look back up, that's the field events going on. You got the women's long jump, women's pole vault. Both the long jump and triple jump will happen soon. Right now, they're getting warmed up. The bottom of the screen.
So many events coming up for you guys today. We'll probably be here to around 9. I want to say 9:30 p.m.
Absolutely.
A full day of events here at the University of Houston Alumni Invitational. And like you said, the athletes are still warming up. The runners are starting to file in. I just went inside to check on some of the athletes, and man, you could tell a lot of these guys, a lot of them are focused, man. This is a very important meet for a lot of them.
Yeah, man. I mean, all these meets are very important for these guys. We talked about it earlier. When you put so much preparation into these meets, so much work, practice that we don't see. We just see the warm-ups and the events. But there's so much work. And keep in mind, let's not lose sight of the fact that these are collegiate athletes. So on top of trying to perfect their craft and getting better, they're studying.
Right.
They have their studies. They're students after all. So, with that understanding, it makes you appreciate what they do even more because they have to find that balance. And that's one of the bigger challenges being a collegiate athlete, finding that balance between your academic and your athletic aspirations.
Man, that's always a challenge, trying to find a balance. And, some of these, especially when you go to a school like University of Houston or if you go to Rice, definitely, that's one of the more, academically challenging schools in the area. So shout out to these athletes able to do both and to be a true student athlete and out here performing at a high level.
Yeah, exactly, man. It's still to be studious and yet be a world record holder, a world-class athlete.
Let's see a couple of javelins as we have now the fellas starting to warm up over on the javelin side and down over on the shot put. They're still competing as well. I'm trying to get the camera. You guys can see the shot put.
Yeah, I'm kind of squinting a little bit. Sun's
Sun's
playing peekaboo with these clouds right now.
Yeah,
it comes in and then comes out, and then as soon as it pops back out, it lets you know because everything becomes bright and like 1,000.
I was a little worried about the rain on the way in, though, because it was super cloudy coming down 45, and I was like, oh, man, it might rain out.
Yeah.
But then we get here, now that sun is shining.
Yeah, you got to be careful what you ask for, man. You're going to get it. But, like you said, at the end, it's a clear day.
Yeah, clear day.
The weather won't be a factor unless, you have a propensity to be weakened by the sun's rays. But that's just us. We don't mind baking down here for the heat for you guys. We're here to call. Unless you, once again, you don't want to hear it. That's fine as well. Don't want to ruin your enjoyment of this broadcast here.
And just do a little filler here. We're going to switch over to a little it's been the NFL offseason, Darian, and there's been some crazy, crazy moves. I feel like, the NFL is kind of taking a page out of the NBA, as far as a lot of trades, a lot of player movement. There for a while, the NFL, a guy get drafted by a team, he's going to be there, for the great vast majority of his career. Nowadays, we're seeing guys being moved in their primes. We're seeing quarterbacks being moved. What is the biggest move of the offseason that you've seen thus far? What is the biggest changing move?
Oh man, I don't know, man, because I feel like if I name something, I'm just gonna have something else slip my mind, and I'll remember it later. But I mean, I don't think there's any doubt that the acquisition of Deshaun Watson to the Cleveland Browns, I thought that was a huge move. We've talked about Deshaun Watson many times on our program. You know, a great talent, incredible player, young player, has so much gifts at such a young age at the quarterback position, so much natural ability, and is a franchise cornerstone type player. Now, you know, obviously the controversy around, you know, his off the field exploits that are continuing to develop, how people feel about that, you know, that's their business. But just speaking on the football standpoint, you know, I think that was a pretty seismic move for the Cleveland Browns. And,
Yeah.
you know, they paid him like that. I mean, that's the record-breaking contract. So, yeah, I would go with Deshaun Watson. I thought that was a huge move, obviously. The trade, I never thought that. Well, you know, it's kind of funny because obviously Deshaun Watson is an amazing talent to add to the Cleveland Browns and make them a contender.
Right.
But not only was his move big for the Browns, but it had a rippling effect across the league because, you know, obviously a lot of people know that the big the big bidding war between the Saints and the Falcons kind of led to some bad feelings, and more so towards the Falcons and Matt Ryan as he moved on and end up being requested or granted a trade to the Indianapolis Colts. So as they had moved on from Carson Wentz. So, I mean, it's just a lot of high-power moves. You got Tyreek Hill leaving Kansas City. Didn't think that would happen, but like we talked about, him being such a huge commodity with his speed led to the Miami Dolphins, who have been very aggressive during this whole because they got Teron Armstead, our left tackle.
Yeah.
And they're definitely going to do everything they can to surround Tua with the type of support that he's going to need.
They're trying to give him that Alabama feel he had. And
everybody's just better than everybody else.
Yeah.
Well, that helps.
That helps.
If you can't see in that, you'll never succeed, man.
Yep. And I wish the best for Tua, but he's in a tough. I think he's under the most pressure of any quarterback. Him and Deshaun. I can't leave Deshaun out of that. But I think Deshaun's in a good spot. He has good weapons, great weapons. They also got Amari Cooper as well, the Cleveland Browns.
Oh yeah, so
they're going to be, of course, a formidable team. I had to go in agreement with you. The Deshaun Watson move is such a seismic move. You know, of course, I'm a Houston Texans fan. I watched pretty much every Deshaun Watson snap. I still, to this day, feel like he is right now the best quarterback in the NFL. Last 2 minutes of any game, there's no other quarterback I would take over Deshaun Watson. He would get the job done. He would get you. He would get points on the board. In Cleveland, if they can't get it done with Deshaun and the team that they have now, the Browns would just never win a championship. That franchise is just destined to fail.
Well, I mean, you also got to keep in mind that it's great to acquire a guy like that because the AFC North as a division right now is a dogfight in itself.
Yeah.
Because he's got to compete with Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson in that division. So it's definitely you definitely need a guy of his talent caliber to kind of give you a fighting chance in just simply the division, not just the AFC conference, because the AFC in itself is loaded. Because we talked about the AFC North, but the AFC West, in terms of their acquisitions, bringing in Russell Wilson, which is probably the second biggest quarterback move. Him going to the Denver Broncos, I didn't think the Broncos would get him. I thought they were in the mix for Aaron Rodgers, but seemingly the Aaron Rodgers re-signing with the Packers kind of nixed that idea. But that's a pretty good consolation prize for Denver because Russell Wilson always been now for well over a decade one of the top QBs in this game. And he's definitely going to make a difference for Denver, who's been searching for that franchise-style quarterback to go with the rest of the amazing talent they have on both sides of the ball.
Definitely. And one more thing about the Deshaun Watson trade, he's completely changed the quarterback market with that.
Oh, yeah.
Every single dime being guaranteed.
Come on. Yeah.
If you're, Lamar Jackson's coming up for talks, Kyler Murray is going to be in talks. Of course, they set a different precedent about everything being guaranteed, but you can now go to the table like, hey, if he could get 230 guaranteed or fully guaranteed, I'm not asking for fully guaranteed, maybe 80% guaranteed, 90% guaranteed. Quarterbacks are going to start asking for fully guaranteed contracts just by that precedent that Cleveland set alone.
Well, yeah, it's definitely a tough cut. At the very least, if quarterbacks aren't going to get that, they're going to be negotiating it pretty well. Going to be negotiating close to it.
Right.
But as we said, Deshaun Watson is an amazing talent. So not everybody's going to be on that tier. Now there are some players, some QBs right now who many would consider at their tier,
Right.
but not everybody's going to get that kind of money. So as long as those 3 or 4 guys, whoever you think they are, it's up to your opinion. But yeah, they're definitely going to be fighting for that money.
And we just have another University of Houston athlete clear the pole vault down over on the south end. I want to say is that 14 feet? It's hard to see from here.
Yeah, that sun.
Yeah, that sun is just
Sun is beaming in our eyes.
Number 1 in the American Conference with that clearance and streaming up the national list. She'll move up to number 36 in the nation. Great action in the women's pole vault. Once again, the bar at 4.05 meters, 13 feet 3.5 inches. On the infield, you see our competitors warming up.
We concluded the women's javelin throw. Got the men's javelin throw warming up right now.
Yeah.
Still going strong on the auxiliary field with the women's hammer.
And the women's hammer, as he says, still going on. Try to get you guys a couple of views from over on that field. I know we haven't showed it as much.
Yeah, when you're dealing with track and field, it's
Several events
Yes.
going on at one time.
exactly it's a wide array of things going on. We even got a softball game going on right now.
Yeah.
If anybody familiar with the layout of the campus, the softball field is directly across from where we're sitting. And I believe the Lady Cougars are in the midst of a rousing game.
University of Houston, there's just so much talent every year in every sport. Swimming, we also covered the
Right.
swimming. The swimming team actually won.
Yeah.
I want to say Conference USA Championship, right?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they won it, I believe, for the 7th year in a row as well. American Conference. I mean, it just seems like U of H has dominated these other sports ever since they stepped foot in the American Conference.
Yeah.
It's been amazing.
So that's where I'm like very excited for, like you said earlier, university going into the Big 12. Like this is, I use it like an analogy. They say if like you plant an oak tree in like a 2-foot drawer, it can only grow so much. But if you plant an oak tree in like where it's supposed to be planted,
Right in the middle of the damn woods.
it will prosper like it's supposed to.
Exactly.
And putting Houston in the Big 12, I think this program is gonna, be where it should be as far as like a top, 10 to 15 program in the country.
I don't doubt that one bit, man. I mean, we could talk about this till we're blue in the face or red in the face because that's Cougar colors, whatever. But yeah, man, it's only moving up from here, for lack of a better phrase.
Right. And we'll continue to keep you guys covered on all the events here as the athletes continue to warm up. Be sure to download the Max Sports TV app on any device that you may have so you can keep up with all the events. We'll be right back after this. And we're back here on Max Sports TV here at the University of Houston Alumni Invitational. Gentry Williams, Darian Valson on the call as we are about, I want to say, 35 to 40 minutes away from the running events.
Oh, we are?
So it's here they're scheduled for 4:05. Excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong time. So we're about
Maybe that's Eastern time.
so we're about 2 hours away from the running events. And we'll get you guys, like we said, as soon as we get the updating rankings on the latest Javelin as they are done for the day, as soon as we get the final standings and rankings, we'll bring that to you guys.
Yeah, still a lot to go.
It look like they're starting the triple jump
Yeah.
down here on the south end.
That's the south end? Hey, you just guessing geographically like me. We need to bring a compass here.
Yeah, I need
that north-south ready. Only makes sense.
Yeah, I was trying to look for the Houston skyline, but that's not the
We're in the middle of it, kind of.
Yeah, that's the easy way for me to tell.
Yeah, so, okay, it's over there. The main downtown, midtown, the main, it's over here.
So, yeah, this is the south end. That's the south end.
So this would be the south.
Right. This is the north end, east and west.
Hey, man, I'll take your word for it, bro.
And right now we are showcasing the hammer throw as we're going to move on to some other events as they are still competing over on the pole vault event. They're right now at 4.10 meters. That is equivalent to 13 feet, almost 13 and a half feet.
I got to get my measurement conversion chart out.
We're getting closer to the start of competition for the men's javelin on the infield.
Men's javelin about to kick off soon. They've been warming up for quite some time now.
Yeah, they've been warming up for a minute. I was watching them warm up, and they was easily throwing it around, I want to say maybe 31 to 32 yards from the looks of up here.
Hey, man, you're a true measurement aficionado, man. I just say a couple 3, 4, 5 steps. I'm just going to keep it simple for myself.
Plenty of athletes getting ready over in that triple jump pit, long jump pit. And Darren, we was talking before we went to break about some of the biggest, NFL free agency moves. You was talking about Deshaun Watson headed to Cleveland. Another very, I don't want to say under the radar move, but I think a big time move was for the Rams picking up Allen Robinson and Bobby Wagner.
Well, the Rams just absolutely aggressive in every sense of the word, man.
Right.
How I feel about the Rams is irrelevant because at the end of the day, you got to show a respect because they have a front office who is not resting on the fact that they won the Super Bowl and they're the reigning Super Bowl champs. They're going for it again and making the necessary moves because we talked about it off air. You lose a Von Miller and then you replace him with a Bobby Wagner. It's not much you can say there as the Rams are probably putting themselves in the best position to be in the mix again next year.
Right.
They still have a lot of the potent offensive firepower in place. The defense is still there. Aaron Donald is going to be back, the greatest defensive player of this generation.
Right.
Not much to be said there. I mean, the Rams are still going to be one of those top teams in the division and the conference and the rest of the league.
I kind of feel like they're trying to win that L.A. market over as much as they possibly can, them being one of the newer teams in L.A., because you still got to compete with the Lakers, USC, and all that stuff going on in L.A.
And the Raiders. You ask –
Chargers, I think.
Well, no, the Chargers don't have anything.
Yeah.
I'm saying if you ask most L.A. fans back in 2015 before both of those teams made the move to L.A., what team would you want to relocate to L.A. the most?
The Raiders.
it would have been the Raiders without a shadow of a doubt. The Raiders still have a strong fan base in the LA area, even though they weren't there that long. But they were very successful. They were a Super Bowl winning team. They gave the city its first Super Bowl. So, if you're the Rams, the Rams at least have some history.
Wow, she just cleared it down there. Sorry to cut you off there, but she just cleared it over on the south end, over in a pole vault. And a little jubilation going on there from the University of Houston. That was phenomenal.
That was a pretty good performance. I didn't get a look at it. I had my eyes off. I was trying to make a ridiculous point. It had nothing to do with it. But that's Sarah Howe.
Wow.
Sarah Howe. How did she do it? That's how. So congrats to her. What a great, I want to say performance. I mean, it's a great performance altogether.
Yeah,
but,
she cleared it. That was phenomenal.
Yeah, you see the jubilation, man. It's what it's all about because
Right.
talk about how much work these athletes put in, and when they come out here for these events, competing against some of the best in the world, and they set out to do what they've set out to do.
Right.
And you see that jubilation and that satisfaction on them. It's very wonderful to look at. So congrats to Miss Sarah Howe for the University of Houston, the senior.
Definitely congratulations. Senior experience paying a dividend here. And we'll be right back after these quick messages here on Max Sports. And we're back here live over on Max Sports TV. Gentre Williams, Darian Vowson, as we now have a camera over on the
yes, we're in the middle of earthquake, man. Good. Take for cover.
Yeah, a little shakish there on the camera. We're gonna see if we get switched over.
Yeah, let's switch it over, man. We won't give anybody no motion sickness.
But we're going to try to keep you guys updated over on the triple jump and the long jump field down over on the south end of this field. And, man, there's still more and more runners, more and more athletes starting to file in here, Darren. You could feel the running event starting to come along, and guys and ladies are starting to get prepared for that. Yeah,
I feel the sun right now because it just left the clouds again. We got to make a compilation of how many times I've mentioned the sun kicking my ass. But, yeah, man, more and more we're seeing the runners file in. We're seeing more teams. It's like right down at the bottom of the bleachers right now, the University of Tulane, hailing from the great city of New Orleans, or I don't, depending on how you say it. I'm a native of Louisiana, but not that part. But, yeah, we've got more schools that are being represented here. They've made their way. They're filing in. And as we get closer and closer to those running events that we talked about.
Yeah, Tulane is. I remember Tulane competing over in the swimming events. Mm-hmm. They used to hold up very well against the University of Houston.
Absolutely. They held their own pretty well. Tulane, another school that's on the rise right now. A relatively newcomer to the American Conference.
That's a program that could be a dark horse in a few years. They're like a sleeping giant. They're right there in where they're I want to say per capita, just speaking on football purposes, Louisiana has the most NFL players still. Is it still like that?
Per capita? I believe so, yeah, capita. Per capita now, folks, based on the population.
Right.
Not saying they have the most Louisiana players in the league.
So they're right there in the heart of a lot of recruiting talent. Mm-hmm. So, if they could keep some guys at home, that could be huge for that program.
Well, you've seen for the last decade, 2 decades, LSU and this influx of talent on the football end and the great, rich talent they brought to the pro ranks. All those guys, Louisiana, well, not all of them, but the good majority have been from the New Orleans area and just Louisiana guys. So, yeah, it's true. Tulane can only benefit from that as well because they are right in the heart of New Orleans and have bringing a lot of that talent as well.
Rocking the baby blue with the green. That is probably the weirdest.
I like that. It's weird, but I think it works.
Color combination I've seen.
Because think about it, you're the green wave. The green wave. You're a wave. Like the mascot is a wave. The logo is like a wave, like a water wave.
That's pretty nice.
So you gotta have the blue and then green wave. You gotta have the green. So it's like he's trying to cover all the bases here, man.
Not like the school we went to where they still have a Wildcat.
Let's not talk about that again.
On the outside of.
Who thought of that?
I don't know.
If anybody who's unaware, and you probably are because you probably don't care. But, me and Trey have been friends since we were kids. So growing up together, we went to Sea King High School, home of the Fighting Panthers. Those of you from the Houston area, maybe are familiar, the East Houston area, not too far from North Shore and Channelview. Sea King High School, the Panthers, but for some strange reason, our logos, I don't know who decided, but instead of actual Panther logo, or just the script K. I thought the script K was fine.
Yeah, I thought the K was nice.
Yeah, that was just a nice touch. But for some odd, strange reason, somebody thought that it'd be a good idea to use the damn Kansas State Wildcat logo for a Panther. Now, I'm not no, what's
Panthers are bold.
No, I'm not a Panther, but just like, what do you call it, entomologist?
I don't know.
Zookeeper? A zoo entomologist, economic
we gonna biologist. We gonna go with that.
I don't have the verbiage, but whatever it is, I know I'm not an expert on that, but I'm pretty damn sure that a panther does not have woolly-faced whiskers.
No,
they're pretty sleek.
Yeah.
And what I'm trying to figure out is, well, most teams, and I don't know if you've seen the video, like why a lot of like high schools they steal a lot of supposedly trademark logos from NFL teams and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Most of the time, the reason is with all the teams doing it, with so many high schools doing it, the league doesn't want the hassle. It costs too much to sue schools for it, so they just let them get away with it anyway.
Right.
So, with that being said, why the hell did you not think that, Panther, we got the Carolina Panther logo right there.
Right.
Hello?
Well, And it's
Kansas State Wildcats, and they still have it.
and no, it's broadcasted on a brand new.
Yeah, we
Top-
just built a brand new football stadium out on Beltway 8. Well, a brand new campus, a brand new school.
Yeah.
And we built a beautiful, absolutely beautiful Taj Mahal type stadium. It's a fortress. And yeah, it's like a glass panel, a big beautiful glass panel, and it has the logo of a damn Wildcat. So if anybody here from the, well, we're probably not going to. Did we ruin our chance to get their games?
Nah, we're good.
Hey, we'd still love to get the games.
Yeah.
Listen, I could pretend it's a Panther for me. That's fine. I don't mind.
Hey, we pretend like it was.
Yeah, I just close my eyes and just visualize something else. It's a cat. They're all the same. You know what I mean? But
Oh man, it's.
I'm just saying the Panthers logo is right there.
Yeah, it's right there, and I always looked at that, and it was always a head scratcher for me.
Yeah, I guess because we sports. I mean, because we've been around sports so long, it's like that. We're not the Wildcats. I don't even think Humble used that. Humble Wildcats.
Yeah.
They didn't use that.
Yeah,
I think they used the one from Kentucky,
yeah.
like with the cat just looked like it's pouncing on you.
Coming out, yeah. That's
Yeah. No, not us.
there for a while. We had like a Panther pouncing out on like behind a K there for a little while on the helmets.
He ain't pouncing no more. Apparently, he's
It's a Wildcat.
Yeah, he's a Wildcat. He thinks he's okay. I'll leave that alone. I was gonna take this apart. See, this is why I do this. This is why I try to push my boundaries. That lets me know I still have them. Because I was about to go somewhere I shouldn't have gone.
Hey, at least like I said,
I'll tell you off air. Don't worry about it.
okay. At least you didn't, lose your boundaries like
Hey,
our buddy Will did, man.
Who?
Will.
Oh, nice segue there, sir.
Yeah, he just.
Slappy McSlapperson.
Oh man, I know people are probably tired of hearing about it, but that was.
Yeah.
And you were talking about it off air, man, and that's.
I mean, the reason why it's so talked about is because so much discourse has branched from the incident itself.
Yeah.
Because it comes, whether you're a person who is arguing about decorum at certain award events or just human decency, violence, the propensity of violence, egos, or the protections of a man towards his wife and the honor of his wife. I mean,
so much layers.
Yeah, so many layered conversations and dialogue that's had from this situation that's why it hasn't gone away and so many people have weighed in. Now, like I said, me personally, I have no problem with somebody saying, hey, I didn't find that joke suitable. I didn't appreciate the joke. And then coming up to a person and letting them know, hey, this is how I feel about the joke. And I felt like Chris Rock and Will Smith seemingly didn't knowing each other for so long. I felt like Will Smith could have came up to Chris Rock and vocalized his concerns. And I don't think it would have been out of the realm of possibility for Chris Rock to get some time to come back out and apologize to Jada personally if she felt that what he said was inappropriate and, in terms of her dealing with her hair loss. But, to go up there and just smack the dog-loving crap out of somebody right there on national TV, I just didn't think it just wasn't necessary to me.
It wasn't necessary, but provided some of the best memes, man.
Well, yeah, I mean, but that's the internet. That's the age we live in, man. I mean, we live for jokes. We make jokes out of everything now. I mean, there's literally nothing too serious that we can't make jokes out of. But so obviously it was a bad situation, but it wasn't like the end of the world as we know it. I mean, I seen a couple of stories about some complaints they made from the FCC. People calling in said they were traumatized, couldn't bring their kids to sleep. I'm like,
oh my! No.
Hey, if your propensity of violence is that sensitive, hey, that's your prerogative. It's just not mine. I mean, I've seen worse. Trust me.
Yeah, way worse.
Just walking down the street. So, but I mean, it's definitely so many different layers towards that story, man, and I think it's going to go along for a long time because people love dramatic events, especially ones that happen on national TV between two A-list celebrities on probably the biggest award show in American history. So,
this is just a thought. I mean, it could have been the real deal, but me just knowing that both of those guys are
you think it's staged?
Tremendous actors. We're talking about the best of the best actors.
But my question is what? Because to me, it seemed like they had more to lose than to gain in that moment.
Everybody's talking about the Oscars.
Yeah, everybody's talking about it. But, I mean, you think about Will Smith. I mean, there's a lot of people who came out against him. You know, it's
Right.
like Will Smith's image, you know, for better or worse, whether you agree or not, I mean, that's just the facts. Will Smith's image is going to be forever somewhat stained.
Yeah, it is.
So in a lot of people's eyes who looked at him with because he's always been carried himself regally. He has a regal aura about himself. A very articulate, very smart individual, and someone who's not propense to violence. Even though he came from, you know, as he mentions, the rough streets of Philly, West Philadelphia, but that was never his nature. Even,
Right.
you know, talk about when his music career, he never cussed. He never felt like he had to curse.
Right.
But, you know, that image that people had of him is going to be forever changed because of that one moment. And I'm just thinking, you know, if I'm Will Smith and I have that image, I have so much built up things I've had from the past 25, 30 years of my career, you know, I'm not going to stage an event that could tarnish that, you know. You know, granted, there's still people that's going to support Will Smith. That's fine. I still support Will Smith. I still love Will Smith. He's a great actor, great musician. I mean, he's done it all. He's had the ideal Hollywood career of somebody who's made moves in different genres, whether it's music, TV, or movies.
Yeah, Will Smith, he's had a tremendous run. You know, before that actually happened, I recently watched a Will Smith. I was watching with my kid and my wife, Hancock. You know, and then like, maybe a day later, that news broke out. So it was like, man,
Yeah, man, I was listening to Getting Jiggy with it while I was cleaning my kitchen one day, man.
was it?
Yeah, it's like, you know, hey, no, I'm kidding. No, it wasn't Get Jiggy with it. It's I have this thing with my brother.
Desmond.
Like, we had this debate about what is Will Smith's best song. Now, when we say like what is his best song, I actually differentiate Will Smith from the Fresh Prince. Because Fresh Prince before he did the show and then the movies and then came back and did Will Smith. When he's Fresh Prince, see that's a different Will Smith.
Right.
That his best song, that Fresh Prince is probably best. Parents don't understand. Parents just don't understand. Excuse me. But my favorite Will Smith song is Wild Wild West.
Wow, yeah.
That's my song. The one he made with Cisco.
Yeah,
I was listening to that the other day. And then the very next day that happens. Because I was listening, I was like, man, why does Will just? Will's the man, but
Yeah.
you know, it's you hate to see any, you know, like I said, I see that there's a lot of people supporting him, and that's good. But you hate to see that people have kind of like, you know, I don't want to say turn their back, but like have been disappointed in him because you don't want to hear people talk like that, but Will Smith. But I think he understands it was regrettable action.
I like what he said in his interview. He said something along the lines of, "In your highest moments, that's when
the devil comes.
That's when the devil comes for you." And that, man, that cut me deep because I felt that, you know. So that's you know, that's something I took from that, and he still put out a positive message, you know, to uplift everyone in that situation. And I just wish everyone in that situation the best. And I know it's a stain now, but hopefully 5 years from now, I know we're laughing at it, but hopefully Will Smith and Chris Rock, they can have a drink and they can laugh at it.
Absolutely. Well. Now, if we want to say maybe for a reason to stay down, Chris Rock is selling shows out the buttload now.
Right.
People want to hear his side of the story. We talked about it. He had a show not too long ago. He's had 2 shows out in Brooklyn since the incident, and somebody had a recording of his intro, and he basically said, "I'm not ready to talk about it yet, but I will soon." So that only means he's just writing the jokes up. So as we move up here, as we get some production things straightened together.
Yeah, I was on that wire. Tell you what, I gotta get one of them little seat cushions, man.
Yeah, man, my well, never mind. Not trying to get kicked off there. Can we get kicked off there? I mean, it's the internet. I mean, you know.
You can't get kicked off the internet.
I can say it's like satellite radio. I can say cuss words. I'm just not encouraged to. As we get a photo op here from our producer.
Once again, we are getting ready for a loaded men's pole vault.
Yeah, I got to move back up here, man. Yeah. As you were making a astute observation about our rear ends being
it's not comfortable, man.
Yeah, we got to get some seat cushions, man.
I got to get some seat cushions, man. These bleachers.
Get some. Yeah, it's another Max Sports TV if they could get any 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 endorsement from some seat cushion people?
Hey, look,
Well,
I
most
endorsed the
appreciated.
heck out those seat cushions. Wow. Hey, you want to feel comfortable?
Hey, listen, man, I'm just saying, man. My buns have been just taking a pounding, man. They have, man. It's been abuse. Well, you look at. Well, I'll just get kicked out. That's fine, man.
You're not gonna get kicked.
And these are still seats. We've been sitting here for a couple hours now.
I just.
But
Oh.
don't get me wrong. I'm happy to be here, man. I'm
Right.
just, I let the cheeks breathe a little bit. You know what I mean?
Oh man, I'm definitely in agreement with you there.
Yeah, you can't argue this point.
I can't argue with you.
Hey, it's a body part, man.
Yeah.
Nothing lewd about what we're saying. It's a part of your body.
Oh man, and as you know, you see the triple jump and the pole vault. All the events going on at one time. Again, this is a multi-stream. Feel free to switch any camera you feel comfortable to, whichever one that your loved one is participating in. You could take and switch it to the camera you feel like watching.
And once again, if you're enjoying the visual, please continue to enjoy the visual. And if you feel anything we've said has been something you deem offensive, feel free to mute and go about your viewing experience.
Again, this is the University of Houston Alumni Invitational. Plenty of All-Americans, plenty of top future Olympians are competing here at this event.
So they get a clapping going.
Yeah, I love it, man. Getting the crowd involved and
ladies and gentlemen, in the men's
oh, nice one there.
number 3 in the nation. He is the University of Houston school record holder in 5 meters 55, 18.
And Darren, since we're here in Houston, University of Houston, I want to talk a little bit about some of the local sports going on. The Houston Rockets, man, they've been playing pretty decent basketball. We're doing a good job of tanking.
Are we? Yeah, we just blew a 19-point lead last night to Sacramento Kings. You ain't loud about that, buddy.
If one thing's for sure, I watched a little bit of the tournament. Well, I actually watched a lot of the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
That kid from Duke, I struggle with his name.
Banchero.
Yeah. He is growing on me by the dribble.
Yeah, I didn't even know he's that big guy. 6'10",
yeah.
like 250. Yeah, pretty solid build, man. I don't know, man. There's so many options right now because the Rockets are probably going to end up with a top 5 pick.
Right.
Hopefully top 3, top 2. Number 1 would be nice.
That would be nice.
Yeah, it'd be definitely nice. But, there's a lot of options because the Rockets are a young team. I think they have, I was watching the game last night with my stepfather, Ray, and he was talking about, what do you think they need? What do you think the Rockets are missing? And I said, I think the Rockets aren't necessarily – I don't necessarily think they're missing anything. I just think they're just too young. They're too wet behind the ears. 19 and 20-year-olds, they're learning.
Right.
They sat Eric Gordon down, the one veteran that we had, who we should have traded months ago, but I'm not going to say anything. But, let these guys get some run. Let these kids get their feet wet and let them kind of find their way. And, once again, they had a tough one. But Jalen Green, him and Kevin Porter, they had great games. Sengun is absolutely phenomenal. I love his game. I think he's definitely got a future. The pieces are definitely in place. It's all about letting them grow and mature further, and then building a supporting cast as we go along as towards what fits best towards them being a contender again.
As I don't want to steal the slogan from Philly, but, pretty much trust the process. Just be patient.
Hey, you ain't stealing, man. They didn't even make that up. They stole it from somebody else.
Right. Just, if you're in the Rockets, man, just trust the process right now.
But I like to say this. That whole process thing, I do have a problem with because that was blatant. He was legitimately trying to solve it. Now, getting your young guys in and letting them play and just putting their feet to the fire and then whatever happens, I think that's tasteful tanking.
Yeah.
Listen, there's levels to this. It's levels and layers.
That's right.
It's tasteful tanking where, okay, we're not going to sabotage, where, we get the young guys, give them some run. We're not going to be good, but we have some of our best young talent, and we're going to give them some minutes and get them experience.
Right.
Let them get themselves comfortable in the NBA game. And then there's sabotage tanking where let's trade this guy. He looks like he's not a superstar, but he's pretty good. But let's trade him because we're trying to get the number 1 pick still. So until we stack up on top 2, top 3 picks, You know, anybody else who might be just marginal, let's just get them the hell out of Dodge. Let's pick up a bunch of riffraff, and then let's do that there. That right there, that's blatant.
Yeah, and no,
and should be punishable by federal crime law.
And no
prison time. I'm advocating that. Prison.
Because you're robbing your fans really in the city of a great basketball and your season ticket holders. And Philly, I was saying trust the process, but all that tanking, and no disrespect to Joel Embiid, but you come away with Joel Embiid and James Harden. Maybe I know that.
I mean, that's pretty much. But even then, it's just Joel Embiid.
So it's like they traded.
And he wasn't even number one pick.
Yeah, you traded a lot of your assets to get James Harden, and there's other ways you could have went about doing that. You probably lost some fans.
No, well, let me just excuse me. Let me just create a caveat here for Mr. Sam Hinkie.
Mm-hmm.
Now he didn't stick around long enough to see the ending of the process.
Yeah.
He wasn't there the whole time. Somebody kind of else took it. I believe once they got rid of him, it went to Elton Brand, and he kind of had some very questionable moves. Then he was assumedly, escorted out of the premises.
The Markelle Fultz pick.
Yeah. So that wasn't all his. Who knows what other moves he did, but the trajectory he was going on, I thought it was very. How I'm trying to say, lacked integrity.
Good point.
Because there's a certain integrity within doing it. Like I said, if you can tastefully get your young guys that you drafted, the young guys that give them that experience, give them that run.
Kind of like Phoenix.
Yeah, exactly. It could be tastefully done, man. It could be tastefully done.
And then eventually, be tough to get a Chris Paul again, but then find that veteran leader to
It'll be about 50 next time we get. No, I'm kidding.
Like if Chris Paul's still playing in his 40s, man, that dude.
Yeah, they had a rough game, man. I don't know what's going on with Memphis, man. Memphis is running through everybody.
Yeah.
They sat one starter and still beat the Phoenix Suns at full strength last night.
Memphis
and convincingly.
Memphis is the real deal.
Yeah, man. Now, those young guys, they're not too much older than the Rockets play.
Right.
Those guys, I mean, they have had a progression that's been incredible, and I think a big part of that is the growth of Ja Morant and his. I don't know what it is. Maybe his confidence, or maybe it's kind of reverberated throughout the rest of the roster, and they're playing some great ball, man.
His energy, his I hate using this word.
Enthusiasm, yes.
Swag and enthusiasm. That's a good one. His energy, what he's brought to that Memphis organization, it's completely changed the whole dynamic. Because I thought after Zach Randolph and Marc Gasol left, it was going to be a while for that program. It was going to be wild for that program to change things around, but getting Ja Morant and just building a roster and a team full of guys that had that same type of mentality as him. And, a lot of NBA players have said it, man. You go into Memphis, those some rough riders.
Absolutely.
Those guys are ready to hoop.
But you know what? Credit to Memphis, because Memphis has always been that way.
Yeah,
even back in the grind city, Memphis, their greatest teams always had that identity.
Right.
And I think that's one of the most smartest things I've ever heard about in sports was from Joe Dumars in the Detroit Pistons Bad Boys documentary by ESPN. And he said the greatest teams, if you ever look at them, they all have an identity.
That's right.
There's something, we have this common mentality. We all have this common psyche coming in, this psychological thing, and we're all in unison. We all understand and we gel and we believe in each other. And when you think about that quote, when I think about that quote, I see that when I'm looking at a young Memphis team. So, I'm not going to say that they're going to make a finals run because I think at the end of the day, especially in the playoffs, I think the Spirits wins out. But, man, it's been fun to watch, and we'll see how they manage the rest of this roster moving forward in the next coming years. Obviously, Ja is going to be the star.
Yeah.
He's the main cornerstone, but
Jaren Jackson,
Dylan Brooks. I mean, there's plenty of young, upcoming, ascending talent on this team that's made them formidable. And I think it's only going to get better from here for Memphis in the next coming years, man.
Yeah, this is a very exciting time in the NBA. Teams like the Memphis Grizzlies, who else having some success? Cleveland right now is having some success. I'm glad to see some of these not normal teams, like the usual suspects, the Lakers and the Celtics. I'm glad to see a lot of these new blood franchises having some success. You know, I just got tired of seeing the Lakers on TV every time on TNT.
Well, you better. It looks like we're still gonna get him, man.
Yeah, it's you know, I'm glad we were able to see like Ja Morant and some of these new up and coming stars taking over and taking these franchises to the next level and showing it really don't matter where you go.
Right.
You know, the way social media is now, you don't have to be in LA. Of course, there's plenty of opportunities in LA and Chicago that you don't have in Memphis, but you can still have a very successful, great career in some of these smaller cities.
I agree, man. And people say they kind of started with the Milwaukee Bucks winning the championship. I think it might have been a decade before that when you talk about that OKC team.
Oh, yeah.
You know, talk about small market teams. So, yeah, man, you can see great talent anywhere in the league.
15 feet 5 and a quarter inches. She is now number 30 in the nation and number 1 in the American Conference.
As Miss Sarah Howe at the University of Houston, we talked about a great performance she put up in the poll vote. So number 30th in the nation now.
Wow.
Once again, congratulations to Miss Howe. She has the know-how.
That's been a wonderful feeling just to be nationally ranked at the collegiate level.
Absolutely.
You know, like we said, track is, you know, more so on it. It's a team sport, but it's more, you know, still individual is on you. And for you to individually have your name in that ranking, I know that's a special feeling that you will remember for the rest of your life, man. Great accomplishment there by Ms. Howe.
Oh, most definitely, man. It's once again, we say it a million times. We'll probably say it a million times more afterwards. But the preparation and the hard work that these athletes do, so much goes into it. And then keeping that balance with academics, because we have to remember that these are collegiate athletes. They're students as well as athletes. And you're just further impressed by the ones who are able to keep that balance and be very successful and keep continuing that success on to the next levels in terms of Olympic trials and national trials. So
That's why still watching some of these athletes warm up, getting their legs loose, you know, stretching. You know, it's fun to see some of the different exercises and techniques they use. Some of the stretches I've never seen before, and I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, man, I have to try that.
yeah, well, you know, your early onset arthritis is already kicking in, so might want to get a leg up on there, Buckaroo. You know what I mean? So, but no, yeah, and a lot of things that people don't talk about in terms of these athletes and you know, the different aspects. We talked about, you know, the ones who study, you know, balance the life between school and athletics. But also when you're an athlete, you have to have an understanding of not just your craft, but of your body itself.
Right.
Your muscles, what muscles tick best, the best way to stretch, what's the best dietary plans. I mean, if you sat down with one of these athletes and you did a rundown of their daily routines and their daily diets, their habits, a lot of them you'd be surprised, I'm sure,
right,
how some of them are so meticulous with the way that they approach each and every day, because you know, they have to be mindful of the way they keep their bodies, what they put in their bodies, and stretching, you know,
right,
what muscles to work on, pinpoint that, you know, mind-muscle cohesion.
And I remember I was watching a podcast not too long ago. What's his name? Chad Johnson or Ocho Cinco. He made a joke. He was like, man, y'all, you know, how great the human body is. He says, you know, he eats McDonald's breakfast every day, and you know, everybody was talking messes on him, like, man, you can't do that, you can't do that. But if you know, if you work out, you know, everybody's body is different. You know what I mean? Whatever works for you, works for you.
Right.
I remember watching Marshawn Lynch on the sideline after running for 100 yards, eating a bag of Skittles. You know, still out there performing at a high level.
Well, that's an outlier. You know, Marshawn Lynch is an alien. Man. You know, for most athletes, you know,
right,
it's like I wouldn't. If somebody asked me, you know, what's the dietary plan, I wouldn't tell them, you know, eating Skittles all doggone day, man. Well, I don't know. Did you hear about DK Metcalf? Yeah, he said he eats like 3 bags of candy. I'm like, well, it may not mess up your body, man, but watch for your damn teeth. Yeah, I'd have to brush my teeth every time I finish a damn bag, man.
Cavities be bad.
Yeah, them cavities ain't no joke, brother. You better stay on top of that.
Yeah, but, you know, like, everybody's body different. Some people got to eat salads. Some people got to eat a lot of protein. Some people, you know, shakes, whatever works for you. But I'm pretty sure here, a lot of these athletes, you know, just, you know, judging by the way they're all in nice, great shape,
yeah,
they do a great job of taking care of their bodies and, you know, be sure of what goes into their body.
Yeah, I eat a lot of chicken, man.
I know.
What do you mean you know? What was that? What was that? Sliding remark? Oh, come on, man. They just hurting my feelings. But
the road trip we had, Oh, back in Vegas, it was
yeah. I mean, that was all I was eating. Well, you know, I've always been chicken. I kind of left the pork alone, you know.
Yeah.
And no disrespect to anybody here, but, you know, my lips would never down on the swine. You know, if there's different strokes for different folks. If you're a pork connoisseur, I wish you nothing but the best. But I just felt like for the best of me, it was
a lot of people are pulling off of pork, man. A lot. It's crazy. A lot less people are eating it, and man, the prices of food. A lot more people might be going back to eating pork.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's the other white meat, as they say. It's not the white meat I'm trying to enjoy. Well, no. Oh boy, I'm going. I backed myself into a corner, didn't I?
No, you talk about chicken and pork.
I'm talking about chicken, people. Let's keep your minds out the gutter because mine wasn't in it. But yeah, it's and that's people's certain prerogatives.
Right.
I enjoy chicken because it's good high in protein and stuff like that.
Yeah, it brings a lot of nutrients for you.
Exactly. And you know, I've also indulged in turkey. You know, because
Yes.
I love me some bacon. You know, I had to give up pork, but turkey bacon is absolutely delicious.
Yes.
Yeah, it's we got like 2-3 packs of it. I went through that about in a week and a half. Probably got slapped upside my head because I been a little too greedy. So I'm gonna have to eat my turkey bacon in moderation next time.
You still drink all the cran grape in the house?
Oh no! I got the cran grape. I got the cran strawberry.
Cran strawberry.
Yeah, the white cran. Hey man, listen, white cran strawberry. It will change your life.
I haven't tried that one yet.
Oh my goodness, man! Because I don't get it as much because it's always gone. Because apparently somebody else has figured the secret out. So, but yeah, my cran grapes is. I mean, I can't go wrong with my cran grape. Yeah, I got the jugs. I got the, the little individual little bottles that come in the 6-packs. So I always got to keep that on me, without a shadow of a doubt. And of course the water.
Yeah.
Got to stay hydrated with the pure water. You can't go wrong with that. Never a bad choice.
They went up on water. I went to go buy some bottles of water, and I was just scratching my head. Like, how do y'all keep charging people for the most commodity on this planet?
I don't know, but we keep paying for it.
We keep paying for it. Like, I don't like. There's more water than anything, but yet we're paying for it. Maybe I'm missing something.
We really have this conversation on the track meet. We really,
hey, these athletes, they want to.
They're not worried about us.
They got to stay hydrated. And,
you're right.
No disrespect to all the water companies make your money, but geez Louise, people, at some point we gotta, act.
Hey man, I'm right along with you, bro.
They might have us paying for air pretty soon.
But I will say there are some differences in different water companies. There are some water companies that we've had. I won't tell the names because they haven't given us any promotional endorsement money yet. But there are some water brands that like as soon as you hit that tongue, man, it's crisp and delicious.
Right.
Crisp and delicious. And and then again, there are some water companies. Once again, I won't say their names because we might get money from them. I'm not trying to break that up. But there are some water companies that you would probably be better off flushing down the toilet.
True. I think I know which one you're talking about. But
I won't say the names because in case they give us endorsement money and want to sponsor us, we're not going to mess that money up. Because listen, I'm not going to be the one to mess the money up. Money train is not going to stop on my watch.
As we're still waiting for the athletes to start running here. He just cleared that. I'm gonna get you guys over on a pole vault. That's way higher than they had it earlier. I can't see the official marking, but
yeah, it makes me nauseous just thinking about it.
Yeah, that's crazy. He just cleared that with ease.
Mm-hmm.
But again, we'd like to say thank you for those joining us here on Max Sports TV or the University of Houston broadcast. We're here at the Houston Alumni Invitational over at Tom Tellis Field at the University of Houston. As we said, so many schools here competing today: HBU, U of H, Prairie View, Sam Houston State, Lamar, Tulane. We have a great day of events for everyone. And again, be sure to download Max Sports TV app wherever you may be, any device that you may have. You can keep up with all the latest news and sports. As we are about an hour away from the running events, and the field events are starting to wrap up. They still have the triple jump going on the south end, and the men's javelin, I think, is starting to get underway here very shortly.
Yeah, we've got getting down to the nitty-gritty here with the field events. I've already seen some great performances in the women's and men's pole vault.
Yeah.
Well, excuse me, the women's pole vault and the women's javelin. Had the hammer throw going on the adjacent field back there. It's right next to the softball field in the background. It's just been a great day so far, and it's just going to continue, man. When we get to nitty gritty, when we get to those running events, those track events, is we've got a lot of the runners have already got out of their sweats, and I mean you got to get out your sweats in this, man. This damn sun is cooking. You're going to be a popcorn, man. Get honey roasted here.
I was joking off air. I was like, I should have wore shorts.
Yeah, man. I tell you got your church slacks on, man. I dress a little bit comfortable, you know. I'm trying to be professional, but I kind of figure because we're going to be moving the equipment and stuff, and you know, being outside in the elements, braving the elements, kind of had to dress a little bit more relaxed. You know, hopefully that doesn't hinder with my professionalism.
Nah, I think you dress, to me, you look professional.
Well, I don't look ridiculous.
Yeah, you don't.
I mean, I black warm-up pants, black tennis shoes, black shirt, you know, black hat. I'm a man of mystery, you might say.
Yeah. I know you're hot for sure.
I'm very. I'm just rethinking life right now. They got us way up. We're cooking pretty well. We're gonna be well done. We talked about different chicken and pork, and I'm a medium rare steak soon. Another hour and a half.
Now you'll be a well done steak.
Ah.
The Olympian with a throw of 68.57 meters. When buried, that's 68.
We're getting the standings here.
Converts to 225 feet even. Congratulations, Glenn.
As we were saying earlier about the Max Sports TV, we have covered, Darian, so many events over the past year. And on the Max Sports TV app, you are able to go back and watch any of those events from our basketball events to our some of our old podcasts, Lights Out with Lou, Sports with Balls, the event, Huddle Up. Yeah, the Huddle Up. So many podcasts, so many, you know, anything that you want to go back and catch up on, you can find it on our Max Sports TV app. Hit the 24/7 button, watch any event, and we will also keep you updated on all the latest news and sports on the Max Sports Twitter page. What's the Twitter handle? I want to say Max Sports.
At Max Sports Inc. INC. Max Sports with 2 X's. Just like this showing on the logo that you are probably watching. Do we have the logo up here? I can't tell.
Currently.
No, we do not have the logo up here, so nobody knows what station we're watching. Okay, yeah, it should be on. Your logo should be on there now. So, yeah, just type in Max Sports at Max Sports Inc. in the search bar. Should pop up, and once again, you'll get about as updated as you can. I'm not going to say that it's completely up to date like SportsCenter ESPN, but we do it pretty well. You get a couple of daily historic factoids. Educate yourself on the world of sports. Just a little
very
more.
Educational.
That you can, exactly.
Educational outlet channel.
I think it's very important to study the history of sports, different realms of sport, commemorating certain days and events.
And also, there's a lot of, you know, it has a lot of great discussion starters. When trades go down or signings, you know, I love how the Twitter page always, you know, ends it with a question like, does this move, does X, Y, and Z? And it always creates a great discussion. And pretty soon we're going to have the Max Sports TV on the Twitter space, you know, so that way, you know, everyone be able to join the discussion. Yeah, I
don't know about everyone. Yeah, I don't think listen here, man. I'm just going to say, somebody who frequents social media,
right?
Not everybody should have a voice.
Facts.
But, I mean, you're welcome if you want. I'm just saying, you know, some people come with an energy that might not be too conducive to a productive conversation. If you catch my drift.
I catch. Definitely understand you on that one. And like we said, we're going to keep you guys updated on all the sports here. And we'll keep you updated as possible here at the University of Houston Alumni Invitational. And we'll have you guys continue to enjoy the track meet. And we'll be right back after this.
And we are back here at the Houston Alumni Invitational at the University of Houston campus. Here at Tom Tillis Track. Darian Valson here with my broadcasting partner, Jen Trey Williams. And Trey, man, you wanted me to start the conversation, and I told you're probably going to regret it. No, I'm kidding. But, yeah, man, we're getting closer now. At T-minus about 50-something minutes until we get the first running event started. We're finishing off the field events. The men's javelin has just concluded.
Yeah.
Right now, the men's pole vault is still getting warmed up, as well as the women's. I believe it's the women's long jump is already underway. So, what's some of the takeaways you've seen so far, man?
The take is these athletes are just phenomenal. I'm watching them clear well over 15 meters down over on the south end, over on the pole vault. And then you're looking at the javelin, just, their ability to toss it well over 30 feet. And it's just an amazing experience being out here at the University of Houston. They do a great job of putting on these events. We've been a part of several, from the swimming to the track. And, just shout out to University of Houston, man. They're a first-class organization, and they do a great job of hosting all types of events.
All types of events. That's the key here. All types of. One of the premier schools here in the state of Texas. The flagship school here in the fourth largest city in the United States of America.
Right.
But as we continue to sit and give another weather update for those of you not here. Right now it's really cloudy right now, so the sun is kind of went behind the clouds, and right now I'm feeling pretty good. Another probably not even another 2 minutes, I might be aggravated again, so just bear with me.
Yeah, that sun was beaming down on us for a second. We had to stop and get us a drink of water, man. It was it is hot out here. Summer is right around the corner.
Yeah, hydration is important, man. Hydration is very important. Anybody watching here, anything you do, be sure to hydrate. Get your water.
Hydration is key.
I got me some Gatorade for some strange Powerade for some strange reason, but that's all right.
Hey, you got to get your electrolytes back.
Exactly. Once again, Powerade is delicious, so if they want to endorse us as well, then feel free. Hey, man,
hey, we take it. Hey,
the work never stops, man.
That's right. Yeah, I was scrolling through Twitter, and they showed Nick Casario. He was over at the University of Houston Pro Day. As we were having some sound technical difficulties. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Can I be heard is the question. Okay, yeah, we're good. All right, we back.
All right.
Well, we outside, so some of the
when the wind,
it don't travel as well as when we're inside, and I can hear you on the headphones. You can hear me on,
It's just a little different. Yeah, outside. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a transition.
And it's good to see, Nick Casario. From all of the, things I'm reading about him, he's going to all the small schools, all the small school pro days. He hasn't been at the Ohio States or the Alabama pro days.
I'm assuming maybe he sent other people to them. I don't.
Maybe.
I mean, hey, you never know. We could find that diamond in the rough type of talent.
He's known for doing that at New England. I'm hoping he brings that here to the Texans. As right now, this is, the last 2 years probably, I'm hoping is the worst the Texans franchise will ever be. And, if that's as bad as it gets, I'm hoping, and things can just turn around after that.
Well, I'll keep you in my prayers, man. I know you've been suffering for a long time, and, it's not like I'm playing championship. My Saints are playing championship football, but.
I mean, you guys just. I feel like you guys kind of just came off of your peak, if you just say. You guys had a nice 8 to 10 year peak.
Yeah, it was that. Now you got to come back down the hill.
Yeah, so
it's a long road down, man.
I'm
gonna be optimistic, but
that's a lot. You still have a lot of talent. I wouldn't count, especially in that division. Now that Matt Ryan's gone, not like he made that big of a difference, but
no, we swept them with Taysom Hill.
Yeah, so it's that division is wide open. I know Tampa Bay is supposed to be the favorites, but
Well, we've kicked their ass for the past couple of times. So.
I just.
It's just everybody else I'm worried about.
How can I put this? I'm not going to go Max Kellerman and say Brady falls off a cliff, but I wouldn't be shocked if the Tampa Bay struggles. And I hate that for Todd Bowles. I'm rooting for Todd Bowles, but It has nothing to do with the coaching chain. I just think the league is
The bottom has to fall out eventually.
yes.
Eventually. Nobody stays on top forever. Even the mightiest dynasties in NFL history in years past have all fell. You know,
Right.
the 70s Steelers eventually ended. Well, because it kind of turned into the 80s and they got old. Same thing, 80s 49ers. You know, it turned 90s and they got old. 90s Cowboys. It was still the 90s, but Michael Irvin was still – never mind. I can't. But, I mean, you catch my drift.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it's even the greatest dynasty. We're not saying that the Pats are a dynasty.
Right.
Well, I mean, the Pats were a dynasty,
Yeah.
but they ended eventually too, you know?
Right.
So,
The official track and
I-
field time, 4:15 p.m.
The Saints, I can't count them out. They too much talent, way too much talent.
The runway, getting us ready.
As we are getting ready on the runway here,
5 p.m. We're still going strong, and it looks like the finals of the women's long jump.
and plenty of people starting to make their way into the stadium. You know, everyone, starting to show up for the running events. The field events are almost over, but whoa.
oh.
In the nation's best.
Yeah, you called it, man. You said it. I mean, we noticed that fans are really filing in right now, particularly when Tulane showed up. That's kind of – we see a lot of Tulane parents with their T-shirts and gear, hats, and here to show support for their family members participating here.
Yeah, I was watching.
Go ahead, bro.
No, I was watching the poll vote, and I thought he was gonna clear it, but
Yeah, it's pretty amazing,
yeah,
man.
I'm always amazed when they actually clear it. So I apologize if I just have a random outburst.
No, yeah. You should apologize, man. It's unprofessional.
I just like, man, they actually cleared it. That's
Yeah.
crazy. As they continue to warm up down on the south end, and seems as if the javelin is complete as well. And right now we just have the triple jump and the long jump. And down on the other field, they're still having a hammer throw. So plenty of field events to keep up with for you guys. And again, once we get the results, we will relay them right out there to you.
All right, I got that Powerade, Don.
And it shook you back, huh?
Well, not shook me back, but at least kept me from going any further into the abyss. So,
Sometimes you gotta hydrate, especially in conditions like this, and especially for these athletes that will be running and competing in multiple events.
exactly, yeah. I
You
mean,
gotta stay hydrated.
we're just sitting.
Yeah,
Now, granted, we're just both woefully out of shape, so we could start there.
yeah,
Still, it's human body. You have to stay hydrated, especially we love Houston, but this is a very humid city,
one of the more humid
and that
cities.
heat would definitely drain you if you stand in it too long or sitting in it too long. Sitting and talking in it too long.
That's right. As we're about, I want to say about 43 minutes away from the running event here. Plenty of athletes on the track warming up. And, during some of these running events, they are, just some of this, of course it's a, collegiate track event, but the speed is just mind-boggling at times. Watching the 60-meter or even 100-meter, and I always think to myself, these are, like, the fastest human beings on the planet, and just I never really got a chance to watch them up close. But when you watch them up close, it's a different animal.
Yeah, man. I think the late great Kobe Bryant said it. It's a difference when you're seeing a shark on National Geographic than when you swim right next to it. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
Well
I
put there.
mean, seeing it up close is definitely a powerful thing. I mean, like we said, it's world class athletes. These are some of the best, not just collegiate athletes, but world athletes, and future possible gold medalists, Olympics. What was Olympians? So, and not we talked about it earlier. When you have great Olympian coaching, mentorship, that's at the fray here at the University of Houston with Carl Lewis, Joe DeLoach. That was Coach DeLoach that I talked to some months back. Interviewed him when he had his invitational track meet a couple of months ago. So shout out to Coach DeLoach. But those are gold medal winning Olympic track athletes. So getting mentorship and guidance and coaching from those people only makes what are already talented track athletes even better, because not only you physically pushing yourself, but you're mentally pushing yourself because you're mentally dissecting and soaking in knowledge from iconic Olympic participants, guys who've done it before, guys who've reached the highest of highs in their craft. So it's just amazing to watch all the results of some of that come out on display here at this meet.
Definitely, man. It's always a pleasure to watch. And that interview you had with Coach DeLoach was, I was going to tell you, man, a shout out. You did very well conducting your interview. And I want to ask you, what's your, you've covered maybe like pretty much all the University of Houston events, track events. What's your favorite moment thus far?
What's my favorite moment thus far? I mean, I don't know if I have a favorite moment per se. I always enjoy the relay races. They're always so competitive, and it's the one team thing that you see that's that's team participation. So it makes everything, the crowd and everybody really gets into it and stuff like that.
Right.
And that's always been my MO in any track meet I've been to. I've always been a big fan of the relay teams. But you know what? I will say my favorite moment is not necessarily was track. Not necessarily track. It is track, but it was actually not the collegiate meets. It's what we do in the high school.
The high school one.
And Summer Creek High School. Summer Creek, once again, being East Houston people, Summer Creek is not too far from us. Right, matter of fact, it's right down the Beltway.
Yep.
And so we're familiar with the school. It's a relatively new school. I think the school opened maybe 2010, 2011.
Yeah.
But their dominance there and how they were able to perform. I mean, we're going to see a lot of those guys here or possibly on the Olympics someday. Because
Yes.
Summer Creek, excuse me.
It was
Summerwood
dominant.
and Fall Creek. That's actually how they
Yeah.
got the name. It's Summerwood and Fall Creek subdivisions come together in Summer Creek High School.
Oh, okay.
But,
I did not know that. That's
Yeah,
pretty dope.
that's why they call it that. They have I think not the elementary school. No, it is elementary school. The elementary school is called Fallwood. I shit you not. But
I like how they did that.
yeah. But seeing Summer Creek and how dominant they were in the high school meets that we did a couple months ago was definitely something. And it kind of goes to what I was saying. You see it in the future.
Right.
The future playing out in front of your eyes, the past, present, and future, all kind of bridging together in these events. And that's what makes sports in general special.
Definitely. I remember being a part of that event briefly.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, you were there. Yeah.
and Summer Creek, they was dominating, and there was some nationally ranked schools there. I want to say that was running unattached.
Absolutely.
And Summer Creek was still, coming out ahead, and sky's the limit for that program. They are very dominant over there in the east side, and also the football program as well.
Yeah.
Man, it's a powerhouse.
Yeah, just incredible athletes just in that Atascocita area. That's where Atascocita, Humble area.
Currently number 25 in the nation, number 2 in the WAC. Davion Thomas of Sam Houston comes in number 1 in the Western Athletic Conference and number 19 in the nation.
It's a PA now, so giving a shout out over to PA. There's so many ranked participants here at the University of Houston Alumni Invitational.
He's currently number 7 in the American Conference.
Yeah, I mean, it's
We're also scheduled to see the outstanding
listening in on the PA announcer.
Houston Baptist, currently number 16.
I had a thought, but I had to let him finish talking.
Same thing happened to me earlier. I was going to say something, but I was like, nah, I'm going to let him.
Luke of Sam Houston, number 4 in the WAC, currently number 100 in the nation. Once again, we are scheduled to see Miles Marhopper, the all-conference tour for the University of Houston, and Michael of Prairie. He comes in ranked number 11 in the SWAC. Just a few names highlighted. There's also outstanding multi-athletes that are competing in the men's discus, including Tanner Day of Sam Houston. So once again, the men's discus taking place on the auxiliary field.
So he was saying the men's discus is And we're back here live on Max Sports TV, and as we going to give you a rundown on a couple of the athletes competing in some of the upcoming events.
Well, yeah. We right now we have in the midst of the men's pole vault that's coming up soon. I think we might be underway if you're watching our current broadcast right now. The men's pole vault. And it's my notes seem to escape me. Okay, here we go. We got it. We're good. It's going to be 18 competitors scheduled today, and it's going to be the finals of the men's pole vault. And the participants are as follows. We have Patrick Kuna. He's a junior for North Texas in Dallas. Hunter Kirk, senior who's competing unattached. Zachary Mosley, a junior for Prairie View A&M. Tyler Stafford, a junior for the University of Houston. Javier Alatorre, freshman for Rice University. Rylan Olguin, junior for Sam Houston State University. Deaudric Robinson, junior for Prairie View A&M. Dylan Truss, freshman for Sam Houston State University. Ladorian Havard, sophomore for Prairie View A&M University. Sebastian Garcia, sophomore for Sam Houston State University. Natan Rivera, junior for Rice University. Scott Boone, senior for Houston Baptist University. Antonio Ruiz, senior for University of Houston. Julian Claiborne, junior for Prairie View A&M. Ben Percival, senior for the University of Houston. Alexander Slinkman, sophomore for Rice University. Clayton Frisch, senior for Sam Houston State. And Christian Sampe, sophomore for University of Houston.
Plenty of familiar names on that one.
Yeah, we talked about we had highlighted earlier Christian Sampe.
Yep.
The All-American. And, of course, a couple of other University of Houston guys like Antonio Ruiz and Tyler Stafford, all competing here.
As we have the results from the long jump.
St. Thomas, the outstanding Division III jumper. He was 7 at 6 meters 84, 22 feet.
All right, now
5 inches.
looks like we have the women's high jump over there getting warmed up.
His leap, 6 meters 96, 22 feet 10 inches. The outstanding multi-athlete Scott Boone of Houston Baptist was 5th, 7 meters 10, 23 feet 3.5 inches. In 4th, Sean Maswani of Houston, 7 meters 18, 23 feet 6
The women's high jump right now is we actually have 10 scheduled competitors for the women's high jump. And the competitors are as follows. We have Lindsey Sims, a sophomore for Rice University. Macy Guy, the junior for Prairie View A&M University. Aliyah Beecham, junior for Prairie View A&M. Jordan Hubert, freshman for Prairie View A&M. Shardon Mucker, senior for Prairie View A&M University. Noah Grachowski, junior for Houston Baptist. Caitlin Smith, senior for Houston Baptist. Rebecca Pecora, freshman for Houston Baptist. Morgan Jonda, junior for Sam Houston State University. And Josie Taylor, freshman for Rice University. And that is the women's high jump competitors.
And we just got the notification that Benjamin out of University of Houston, ranked number 17 in the nation, won the long jump with 7 meters, 24 feet, and a quarter of an inch.
Yeah.
From Sam Houston. Our second jumper is going to be Savoya Anderson from Prairie View. Our third jumper is going to be Rebecca Pecora.
So the jumpers getting ready here for the triple jump of the ladies.
From Rice. Our fifth jumper is Noah Gorkowski from Houston Baptist. Sixth jumper is Micah Vanderdome. She's from Houston Baptist. Our seventh jumper is Ying Ren, the junior for Tulane. Our eighth jumper is Houston's own Alexis Tilford Rutherford. Our ninth jumper is Caitlin Smith from Houston Baptist. 10th jumper is Justice Henderson, competing unattached today. 11th jumper is Margaret Glover, competing unattached. Our 12th jumper is Samaya Samuels. And our 13th jumper is going to be Michelle Holcomb. Third jump.
And we are back here live at the University of Houston Alumni Invitational over at Tom Tillis Track. As we are a few moments away from the women's relay, a couple of announcements to make. During the women's long jump, they have announced the winner was Samaya Samuels with a long jump of 6.26 out the University of Houston. Coming in second is Michelle Folcom also. And as we are a few moments away from the relay races getting to start here in a few moments, Darian Valls and Gentry Williams on a call. Darian, this is the best, our favorite part of the meet is the running.
Yeah, man, I'm trying to enjoy these damn bugs up here. I'm just swatting the hell out of them. It's what we've been waiting for. We had a good time having a talk while the field events concluded. Looks like the field events have came to the end of it, and now we're moving on to the running portion. And we're gonna get to the women's 4x1 relay. So relay races, which is my favorite part. So I already excited for the beginning here.
We got the.
I guess I'm gonna go give a quick rundown. It's gonna be one heat, women's 4x1 meter relay, and trying to look through here. Trying to find everybody here. Oh, they're on the hand. Yeah, we got St. Thomas, Prairie View A&M, two teams of Prairie View A&M, two teams of U of H, and Texas Southern, Lamar, and Sam Houston. Once again, it'll be
And we will have that covered for you guys. Plenty of great action here in the women's 4x1 relay. Plenty of speed out there on the track. And we're just a few moments away from action.
Yeah, man, this is what we've been waiting for, man. The real exciting and dramatic 4x1 relay race. I mean, it's pretty amazing. We're going to start kicking off with the action right from the get-go, man.
Yeah. Usually they like to start off normally like the 3,000 or the
the distance runs kind of like a little warm-up, like a little warm-up session for everybody, get the competitive running going. Then we get the speed running going with the hurdles and things like that. But no, we jumping right into the nitty-gritty. Right into the nitty-gritty.
As mentioned, we have St. Thomas, Prairie View, University of Houston, and Texas Southern all competing here in the 4x1 relay.
Absolutely.
Sam Houston will be in the orange and blue. Of course, University of Houston in the red and white. And Prairie View will be in the purple and gold.
There's multiple teams, man. It's like, two Houston teams, two Prairie View teams. And TSU and St. Thomas getting involved. Somebody lose their papers.
Yeah, that wind is blowing. It's starting to pick up.
Yeah, they can't be too safe now, is it?
That means we are ready to run.
As we get to.
They are all yours. Mr. Scott. The clap. That's for the triple jump.
As back to the championship, a former world champion is getting ready to jump here very shortly. So he takes off. A nice jump there. And we're going to switch right back to the 4x1 as they continue to get the track clear here for upcoming action.
Still some people warming up out there.
Yeah.
Can't have no accidents going, any tragedy going on. Anybody getting hurt. It's all about safety, first and foremost.
Safety's always first. We're going to be seeing definitely some different times here on the outdoor track compared to the indoor. The indoor track, we've seen some blazing times, but here on the outdoor, due to the elements.
Absolutely, I agree, man. It's a different monster. You have to acclimate yourself better. The last track meet that we had. It was a torrential downpour.
Right.
And I said torrential. I meant torrential, excuse me. Then again, that might be wrong, too. But, you know, they had to deal with the wind and the rain. And not so much the case here, just a little bit of wind. But like we talked about many times before, the relay races, you know, speed matters, start matters, but the most important aspect is those handoffs. Those are the most important. You got to get those down because that could be the difference between winning and losing.
Definitely could be the difference. As the University of Houston fans that was enjoying some softball, they could enjoy a little action here on the track field.
Yeah,
on the following on
kind of a
opposite end of
2-for-1
the
there.
field.
Yeah, I guess that's the point of the complex. You know, just everybody enjoying everything. Don't know if I would did that. I would make sure they paid admission to see this too.
Flag for the start. The gun is up.
The guns in the air. And we're off here at the 4x1 relay.
Hard to tell who starts it here, but
Making their way around the track. And University of Houston already starting to separate themselves.
good.
That was a good handoff there.
Damn good handoff.
And it's going to be University of Houston.
So here comes the final leg.
Final leg right here, the final push.
It's like University of Houston right here. And without a shadow of a doubt.
Wow. It's out of PVU and Sam Houston here for second, but coming up closing distance. And that's going to be University of Houston coming in with first place and a very close tie there for second.
Yeah, man, 44-54 is official time for the University of Houston. Sam Houston stayed right behind them. But U of H, they got a great start, got a great finish, great handoffs. Everything was perfectly timed, perfectly, methodically. Just methodical masterclass there by the University of Houston on that 4x1 relay.
True speed indeed. University of Houston showing why they're one of the nation's prominent track programs.
Yeah, man, otherwise they would have lost. No, I'm kidding. But great effort by all the schools involved. That's what you love about the 4x1 relay. So quick and all about cohesiveness.
Cohesiveness, timing. As we've seen there, the second handoff from U of H was really where they started to gain some separation.
Absolutely.
And, after that, it was all University of Houston to lose.
Because it's almost the same principle of, think of a wide receiver catching a pass, but you give them that perfect pass in stride, and they're running it to the point where they don't have to slow down, they don't have to make a leap. They just still running in the same stride, and the ball hits their hands so perfectly. And it's almost like they're going even faster.
Yes.
So it's kind of the same principle when you're talking about handoffs. And U of H did that to a T, and that's why they came away with the win.
I love that analogy. That was a great
analogy. You like that? I thought that was good too, man. Thank you. I appreciate when my work is appreciated.
Yes, sir. And we're getting ready for the next coming events here.
This will be men's 4x1. It'll be St. Thomas inside from inside outside. St. Thomas, Sam Houston State, Prairie View A&M, University of Houston, and Sam Houston State, Prairie View A&M, and Lamar University.
Oh, you're fine. Yes, ma'am. And again, this is the 4x1 relay.
We get everything set up here. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the next event might be the 3,000-meter run.
That 3,000-meter run is always.
Yeah, it's a beast.
You have to be a beast to complete it. If just for them finishing it is enough an accomplishment for me, like I'm proud of every single one of them.
Absolutely. But here we go. Finals of the men's 4x1 meter relay. 4x100 meter. I like saying 4x1 because it's just much quicker.
handoff here at the men's 4x1 relay.
Houston and Lamar.
It's like it's Lamar right now in the
Yeah,
lead.
Lamar is definitely leading. And there's that handoff he was talking about. Houston had to slow down just a tad bit to get the baton.
Here you go. That's
Here's a
good
third
handoff
leg.
there by U of H in that third leg, though. Coming close.
Coming around the corner. Lamar still out in front.
There we go.
And here's
it's
the
so close, man. There we go. We got PV and U of H. It's going to be close.
Oh, this is going to be a tight one. Photo finish, pushing.
Can he hold through?
Oh, and a prayer review. A&M.
Wow. Great heat, great heat.
What a heat there, man.
Yeah.
That was as close as it get. From the start, it looked like Lamar had it. Then around that corner, like U of H was going to catch it. But that final leg, Prairie View.
Yeah, Prairie View had a great handoff, and then they got great traction. They made on the final curve. They caught some ground and had a good enough handoff and was able to take that last little push for the lead. But U of H was hot on their tail as well, man. The U of H is still staying in these races because both of the men's and women's had great handoff technique. But Prairie View gentlemen, that was just their moment.
Yeah.
So congrats to them.
Speed on top of speed.
And Prairie View A&M coming down for 40, 64. My eyesight is absolutely terrible. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, if it's not that.
Yeah, 40.64. It's just the sun is right there over the
sun kind of.
It's hard to see.
If any of you have been here, you know that the bleachers and stands where we are total opposite side.
Where the sun sets.
So we're kind of squinting here. Squinting Tarantino.
Here we are in event 26. This is going to be the 1,500-meter run.
Mm-hmm. And a 1,500-meter run. This will be the women's final. Be one of two sections. We'll have two sections here. Section 1 will feature the following participants. We'll have Ellie Schweiker, freshman for Rice. Ashley Martinez, sophomore for St. Thomas University. Rachel Goebel, freshman for Houston. Ashley Messinillo, junior for Rice University. Kayla Shelke, freshman for Rice University. Caitlin Schmeltzer, freshman for Rice University. Javelin Ayala, sophomore for Lamar. Chauncey Ringo, a junior for St. Thomas University. Jordan Garnett, a freshman for Prairie View. Aaron Rivera, a freshman for University of Houston. Brianna Creeks, junior for Texas Southern University. And Natalie.
Hip 8, Chauncey Ringo from St. Thomas. Hip 9, Jordan Garrett from Prairie View. Hip number 10 is Aaron Rivera from the University of Houston. Hip number 11 is Brianna Creeks from Texas Southern. And hip number 12 is Natalie Bergeron from Lamar. Just a few names to highlight in section 1 of the women's 1,500 meters. Ashley Martinez, St. Thomas, currently number 17 on the SCAC.
And a 1,500-meter, Darren, this is each track, I want to say it's 400 meters around.
What's that?
The track is 400 meters.
This track, 400 meters around. So that would be approximately
3.75 laps?
Yeah, there you go, Mr. Math Wizard. You got it.
So, that's going to be a true testament of endurance and, training and, off season. You got to be in great, phenomenal shape to finish off a race like that.
Right. It's definitely one of the more difficult endurance races, as is the 3,000-meter run.
Yeah.
But the 1,500 meter is no cakewalk either. Make no mistake about it. Especially going back to our point about, the difference between indoor and outdoor tracks.
Yeah.
It's already difficult dealing with a 1,500-meter race, but also, you're outside in these elements here. It's a little humid. Heat, definitely a factor. So main thing, if you're one of these athletes, you got to maintain hydration.
All right.
Be sure that you're stretching.
Why would they build it the stands on this side of the stadium when the sun sets on the opposite.
So you're starting to complain just like me now.
I'm
now,
just
now
curious
I don't
about
feel
that.
bad.
I'm just curious about it. And we're off here in the 1,500 meter run here, and this is all about pace. You don't want to come out the gates, giving everything you got. You don't want to burn out too quick. It's all about endurance.
But these runners have been doing this for a long time, so
Yeah.
they know their bodies, they know their limits, they know what they got to do. They found their niche, they found their comfort zone in terms of pacing themselves.
As we here on the PA, we still got the men's and women's triple jump going on as well. And we'll try to keep you updated as possible when we get the results in. And again, be sure to download the Max Sports TV app wherever you may be. We are available on all devices, Android, iPhone, all gaming devices, all consoles. And you can watch today's event as many times as you want once we archive it. And if you have a loved one that competed here, you want to save it, for memories, you can go back and watch this as much time as you can on the Max Sports TV app.
Absolutely, man. It's we're very happy to bring this special event to you guys. We thank the University of Houston for their cooperation and partnership here with Max Sports TV. As we're going to continue to call this here until this concludes. What's approximately, I think, about 9 p.m., maybe 10 p.m. tonight.
Yep.
And whatever everybody's done. We're on a set time, but we're not on a set time.
Right. Usually in track, it just all depends on how fast they are.
Yes. I mean, listen, nobody's just going to turn the lights off if somebody's still finishing their heat. Whether they got to actually take a wheelchair and push it across the finish line, we're going to make sure everybody gets their times in.
Come on, we are too quiet. Talk to them.
Still right now, it looks like
out in front, I want to say that's TSU.
The University of Houston.
And University of Houston in second, followed up by third place is Lamar.
Of Lamar.
And for those of you wondering, the meet record is 4 minutes and 40 seconds. 4 minutes 40.9 seconds. Excuse me. 4 minutes 40.19 seconds.
Wow.
By Denise Branch. I keep changing the times every time I say it. You notice that, right? Even though it's right in front of me. 4 minutes 40.19 seconds by Denise Branch. She accomplished that feat on April the 8th of 2017.
Wow. Almost on a 5-year, I want to say, anniversary for that.
Yeah, close to it.
Pretty close. You think that record's going to hold for a long time, but, as I always say, records are always meant to be broken.
Yeah, meant to be broken, man. That's the great thing, because as another person breaks your record, people are then reminded of your legacy.
Exactly.
So, even though your record may not stand, people still give you your celebration and praise.
As
They
we
come
get
around for the final lap right now.
You hear the bell in the background.
It's TSU in the front. I believe that's Miss Brianna Creeks. Brianna Creeks right now. See if Brianna could hold on to that lead. She's held it for much of the race.
Yeah.
And this is where the suspense picks up. It's the last race.
That last lap is where.
The last lap. You know how it goes. So we got to kick everything out and just get it done.
You can just,
Running we're at about 4:18 now.
And you said the record was 4:40?
4:40.19 seconds. So she'll do pretty well, but she won't quite measure up to it yet.
Come on, let's bring them in.
Coming around the final stretch here.
Final stretch.
Final 100 meters. And it looks like TSU is going to come away in first place, followed by University of Houston. And
that's Brianna Creeks at 4:53.59 is the time. Finishing strong there.
And Rivera with a time of 4:56.38.
That's Aaron Rivera, the freshman at University of Houston, I might add. As we see the rest of the ladies finish their heat. And once again, doesn't matter the time. Finishing a race this grueling is still worth much praise.
Competitors still coming in. Oh, come on. We can do better than this.
What are these, love boats?
Yeah, it's about that time of year, man. That love
Okay,
bugs.
it's love boats. All right. Hey, man, I'm shell shocked. Something, I see a little flying thing. I think mosquito.
Results of his probe on the scoreboard. The Leroy Burrell scoreboard.
As we have Ayala coming in third.
Now we're going to get to Section 2 now. I run down the competitors for Section 2 here. That's going to be for Lamar University, Michaela Mims. Maddie Forbes, a junior for Rice University. Rebecca Gonzalez, senior for Sam Houston State. Shelby Devereaux, junior for Prairie View A&M. Victoria Robinson, a junior for Tulane. Sasha Elizondo, a junior for Sam Houston. Ashley Willis, a freshman for Lamar University. Arlette Concepcion, a freshman for Houston Baptist University. Macy Tacote, a freshman for Tulane University. Dina Murphy, a senior for Prairie View A&M. Sydney Devereaux, senior for Prairie View A&M. And Nia Clatworthy, freshman for Lamar University.
So this is more so of the upperclassmen with a few freshmen.
Quite a few freshmen, though.
Yeah.
You pointed at that's the men's meter hurdles.
Oh, that's
You're reading a totally different list. A totally different gender. We're still in the ladies. This will be the second heat of 2 here for the women's semifinal. Well, the women's final, excuse me. Now 4:59:53 was the time to beat by Brianna Creech. So this will be the final race, and if anybody could match her, unless they do, Brianna Creech will be the gold medal winner here at this meet.
So you got a triple dunk going on the south end, and we are off.
We get the women going here for the women's 1,500 meter.
Shelby Devereaux, Prairie View, number 15 in the SWAC, the all-conference distance runner. Victoria Robinson of Tulane, currently number 14 in the American Conference. Number 45 in the nation in the 800 meters, and she's number 3 in the American Conference. That's in the 800 meters for Robinson. Concepcion of HBU, number 20 in the Southland. Macy of Tulane, number 12 in the American Conference. Anna Murphy of Prairie View, number 2 in the SWAC. Sydney Devereaux of PV.
See the runners coming across the screen here. All, in a group together and just keeping their own pace. As Darian said, these athletes know their body better than anyone. And, they've been doing this for a while, so they understand what pace it takes to finish a race like the 1,500.
Absolutely, man. They know it better than we could ever know it. So we're seeing that right now. The ladies all still kind of running together in a group. So we'll see soon. A couple of them might separate from the pack. One more reminder, the time to beat is 4:59:53 by Brianna Creeks of Texas Southern University.
Right now they have like a 1.27 split.
Our throwing events taking place on the auxiliary field. Getting closer to the start of the men's high jump. Competitors should be checked in, ready to go. Come on, we are too quiet. Help them out.
It looks like as of right now, it looks like Tulane, both runners, Macy Turcotte and Victoria Robinson.
You believe that's Macy wearing grip number 9, Tulane?
Ahead of the pack. Macy Turcotte is kind of taking a little bit of a lead here.
Yeah.
But still plenty of race to go. We're at about 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Once again, this is heat number 2 of the women's 1,500 meter final.
229, 230, 231.
I never thought I'd ever need some shades till now.
Yeah, I don't think that far either.
I never like. I used to always wonder why people wear sunshades, and I used to be like, hey, it blocks out the sun a little bit, but
Well, I mean, we just got to remember. I thought I'd be safe with just the hat on the brim.
yeah, I didn't even get a hat. That sun is just on my eyelids.
Yeah, you pretty much taking the brunt, man. You're going to be a burnt Boston baked bean by the time. And it looks like right now it's Macy Turcotte as she comes around the last 100 stretch before she gets to the final lap. Let's see, can she hold that lead?
See, you can hear the encouragement from their teammates and their loved ones. You know, and sometimes that's what it takes to push you to that next level, just hearing everyone pushing you a little bit.
Yeah.
There's so much, there's really no noise inside your head. You're just looking ahead trying to finish, but just hearing those encouraging words could give you that extra boost that's needed.
Exactly. I mean, I think that Little goes 100 meters. See if she can finish. It looks like she will. Dina Murphy. She's going to threaten the record.
She's very close to the record.
Oh, she broke it.
And that's a record.
She broke it. Yeah, she broke it. No, she just missed it.
Oh, man, that's official.
By 0.10 seconds.
0.10 seconds.
0.10 seconds. Wow, Dina Murphy with a great performance, but coming up just short of the meet record by Denise Branch. We were talking about Miss Branch. The 5-year anniversary looks like it's going to stand for one more day, Miss Denise.
That was coming down to the wire. I thought she had it.
Yeah, it looked like it. She kind of lost a little bit of steam there and trying to dig it out. It's difficult, man. I mean, you see why these athletes are so lauded. It's so much work goes into it. But Dina Murphy is your winner. Missing the meet record by just a hair. Just a hair, man.
But she still performed very well. To get that close to the meet record
Absolutely.
is something that she's going to remember, and that, coming in next time or next year, that's going to probably be something.
She's senior.
She's a senior. Oh, well,
okay.
Probably the next time she's running at the University of Houston, that's going to be something she looks to achieve.
Well, yeah. And congrats to all these ladies that participated.
All of them are, running very well. Like I say, if you finish the 1,500, congratulations. That is
absolutely
a phenomenal achievement.
But now we're going to transition to the men's version of the 1,500-meter race. We got for the first section, there's two sections that will be competed today. First section will be Devin Fahey, a senior for University of Houston. Stephen Aguilar, senior for Houston Baptist University. Tyler Karanen, sophomore for the University of Houston. Nicholas Walls, a sophomore out of Dallas. Edwin Ruiz, freshman for UNT Dallas. Jarrell Reynolds, junior for Prairie View A&M. Jamie Polakov, junior for Tulane University. James Latour, freshman out of Dallas. Adam Alderhair, a freshman for Tulane University. Travis Jacobs, a senior for Houston Baptist University. Enoch Ramirez, senior for Houston Baptist University. Thomas Kreider, freshman for the University of Houston. Trey Grant, sophomore for the University of Houston. And Isaiah Price, junior for Houston Baptist. Oh, excuse me, and we have one more addition. It's Bo Badger. Bo Badger, running for Houston Baptist as well. It's written in here.
Number 20 in the American Conference. Travis HBU, he's wearing number 10. Number 13.
Plenty of HBU participants in this heat.
That's Houston Baptist, number 20.
5.
He's wearing number 11.
And just a quick rundown. The meet record here is 3 minutes, 59.08 seconds. It was accomplished on April 8th, 2017 by DeAndre Lewis. And the stadium record is 3 minutes, 46.82 seconds. That was accomplished a year later almost a year later, just about on April 7th, 2018 by Brian Barraza.
See if we gotten very close to the one record. We're gonna see if we can get close to another record here.
Yeah, I mean, hey man, like you said, records are made to be broken, so we can definitely see that here.
I see world champions, Olympians, gold medalists, national champions. Helping us out at the Houston Alumni Invitational. As they come around, let's
Well, they're coming around here now. It's U of H and PV right now battling out HBU. There's 2 runners. Those make up the top 4 right here.
So you can see on the screen they're starting to lay the hurdles out, as the hurdles event will be coming up here very shortly.
Exactly. We have the will be the women's. Well, once we conclude the two heat sections for this 1500 meter run, we'll have the women's 100 meter hurdles. That'll be 3 sections for the finals, and we'll jump right into that once we conclude the men's 1500 races.
As mentioned by the PA, that right now they're currently running at a 4:05 pace, which is not too far off from the from the stadium record. But as we've seen on that previous race, that last lap, there's an extra. If anyone has an extra gear, you never know what can happen.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I think that goes without saying, because we just saw with Dina Murphy when she came very close. She dragged it out, and at that point, with all your training, that's just my theory. I'm not a track expert, but I would think, hey, everything goes out the window.
Yeah.
Push.
Right.
Anything you got, leave it all out on the track,
right,
and see what happens. And we're definitely going to see that here with these men. We'll see if any of them could approach that world record. But they're moving at a great pace.
Definitely moving at a great pace. I've been very impressed of, the pace that they're moving in. And shout out to HBU. They have like 6 guys competing in this. This is a contest. You can imagine practice for those guys. This is something they all work on here. But right now, University of Houston starting to pull away.
It's kind of been a back and forth battle here.
Yeah.
Between HBU and University of Houston. Looks like you're right. U of H, they're coming around that final curve. We're at 3:44 right now. U of H coming around. See what happens here. Can he hold on to the lead?
He's pacing himself very well, but HBU is closing the gap.
And it looks like
have enough.
Stephen Aguilar.
Yep.
Well, excuse me. That's the.
Stephen Aguilar with a.
No. That's Houston Baptist. That's it.
That's Mr. Karanen.
Yeah, that's Tyler Kerrigan. Tyler Karanen, excuse me. Sorry, Tyler. I apologize, sir.
Tyler Karanen with a time of 4 minutes and 4 seconds, coming in first place. And in second, that was Aguilar of HBU.
There it goes. Aguilar is right behind him. I wasn't too far behind. Now we're going to move up to section number 2 of the men's 1500. The runners will be as follows. We have Devin Vallejo, junior for the University of Houston. Alan Elbana, sophomore for the University of Houston. Brandon Lantow, junior for Lamar University. Jamal Wolt, senior for Prairie View A&M. George Wheeler, a junior for Lamar University. Worthington Moore, a junior for Prairie View A&M University. Justice Artis, a sophomore for Houston Baptist University. Benjamin Drew, senior for Houston Baptist University. Christian Gilmore, junior for the University of Houston. Andrew Vasquez, senior for Sam Houston State. Christoph Tursky, a freshman for Houston Baptist University. Simone Shai, junior for Prairie View A&M University. Eli Ortiz, sophomore for Sam Houston State. And Joe Austin III, a senior for Sam Houston State University. So many names, man. So many names.
I think you do way better than I can ever imagine reading off those names.
Yeah, I just sounded out, but at a more advanced rate. I hyper sounded out. Hyper pronunciation. That's what I call it.
And we're off here at the 1,500 meter. As we have plenty of University of Houston represented in this second heat.
Yeah, well represented. Like I said, University of Houston has, as it stands, 4 runners here in this. Well, I apologize. That was the first heat. They have 3 runners participating here: Christian Gilmore, Alan Albana, and Devin Vallejo.
And shy of preview number 5 in the sled.
So we'll
That's
see.
Sam Houston State. Just looking from afar, the orange looks red.
Yeah, I think it's red here, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's
Come on, talk to him.
They're all bunched together, all trying to get inside position.
Yeah, it gets tricky when you're on the inside because it's just that one lane as opposed to
Right.
staying in your lanes on the sprinting events.
Of the University of Houston.
But this is Devin Vallejo, the junior for the University of Houston.
They're coming through at 101, 102, 103. Devin, Andrew, Travis, Jamal. Once again, all those competing in the 100-meter hurdles and the 110-meter hurdles should be checked in.
About 122 right here now for the men's 1500 second heat.
And they finished that first lap pretty quickly. It was like a minute 04, minute,
Oh, yeah.
minute 02. That was
Yeah, they're moving at a good pace right now, and everybody seems to be close in the pack. No one has really separated themselves, but we're coming down here on the straightaway right in front of us. Still, Devin Vallejo.
At 149, 150, 151.
seeing the screen, just everyone's, like Darian said, still in a group together. And it's usually around that third and final lap where you start to see a little bit more separation.
Absolutely, because whatever you got in you, take it out because you've been pacing.
Right.
But now it's this gets down to the nitty gritty, and you got to pull anything out that you got left and leave it on the track.
As we can see, it's starting to get a little bit more of a separation between all the participants right now.
58 is actually under the record here.
Yeah. They are closing in on that record. Good pace. You said it was 3:59?
Yeah. Well, 3:58 pace. The record is 3:59.08.
Okay.
So we're going to see what happens here. As Mr. DeAndre Lewis's record might be in a little bit of trouble. Right now, about 2:48. And we're coming down to the last lap here.
And
It's going to be close. If that record's going to be challenged, there's going to be a lot of guys challenging it. Because we've got a real competitive heat right now.
And, like we said, they think that, they're trying to block all the noise out. But if you're in that first or second, third place, you hear them.
You're going to hear it because you're right there next to the action, especially when you're by the infield runners because the infield are kind of give encouragement.
But you can hear the PA announcer saying their record is on display. So
Yeah.
that can be an extra push or extra motivation.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure it's for the person who originally set the record it was.
Right. As you can see, Sam Houston State starting to separate, except from HBU with the University of Houston in a third.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to this final stretch. He is very well on pace to breaking his record.
23 seconds left.
He might do this.
Let's see, he's got to finish strong. He can't run out of gas. 3:59 is the record. He will beat it.
Oh,
That's it.
That is a wow.
That is a new meet record. Right there. That is Andrew Vasquez, Sam Houston State University.
Congratulations to Mr. Vasquez.
So Mr. DeAndre Lewis, 5 years running, man. It's time to move over for Mr. Andrew Vasquez, Sam Houston State, the senior.
Wow, it's just DeAndre Lewis time of 3:59.
Yeah.
If he was a run today, he wouldn't have finished in the top 7.
I said that. I said that record was threatened, and there was a lot of guys going to threaten that record. That was a great pace from start to finish by that entire heat, the entire group. And, it turned out exactly how I thought it would.
That was crazy.
Yep. So
entire heat right there. We just witnessed hitting history.
Congrats to all the competitors here for both the men's and women's 1500. As we're now going to transition to the hurdles. Your favorite event, Trey?
Don't do
Your thing, my guy.
I got long legs, but like Darren always say, y'all would have been had them pulling them hurdles off me after that second or third one. Y'all needed an ambulance.
You would have had to take some of them home with you, man.
Yeah.
They would just been like, hey, you know what? We can't get that one. Just cut our losses, man. Just learn how to walk with it.
Yeah. I've been using things like crutches.
Oh, well, yeah, there you go. Or just a permanent seat.
You know what? I'd take a hurdle right now as a seat over these bleachers.
Yeah, well, once again, I'm not going to talk about the damage my rear end is taking right now. What? That wasn't suggestive. That wasn't suggestive.
I never said it.
See, man, your mind's in the gutter.
I'm talking about
Get
the
out of here,
hurdles,
man.
man.
Let's be mature here, brother.
Oh, man. The sun's doing a number on us all and so are these bleachers.
Ah,
Here we are. Up next is the 100-meter hurdles. And it's going to be, first off, it's going to be the ladies going first.
right.
And as we always say, this event right here is all about timing, precision, a lot of practice. And you don't want to mess up on that first hurdle. You want to try to get over that first couple of hurdles and get you a nice rhythm going.
And get your speed. You know,
Right.
it's a race after all. So, yeah, it's a lot that goes into it. It's a lot of practice, a lot of repetition. That first hurdle is so important that kind of establishes your rhythm, establishes your muscle memory. So, we'll see how the ladies do here. But the first heat in here will be Sophia Delgado, freshman for St. Thomas University. Madison Langlanese, sophomore for Houston Baptist. Noah Grochowski, junior for Houston Baptist. Rebecca Pecora, freshman for Houston Baptist. Bethany Kelly, a freshman for San Jose State. And Grace Perez, a junior for Houston Baptist University.
HBU, number 14 in the Southland. Rebecca, number 12 in the Southland. She's in lane 5. And plays HBU. He's in 7, number 18 in the Southland. And many of our competitors in the women's 100-meter hurdles, outstanding multi-athletes. High jump competition.
As we still have the triple jump, high jump, and the pole vault. Whoa, he just cleared that one. Trying to see the official distance.
Yeah,
Over down on a pole vault, and that was crazy.
Men's pole vault right now.
Says 5.4 meters. That is amazing.
Wow.
For the start, that is up.
Now we'll get to the women's 100-meter hurdle. Section 1 of 3 sections.
And this is the finals crew.
Mhm.
And we're off here.
Here we go.
Houston Baptist.
It's all Houston Baptist.
This is all Houston Baptist. I apologize, then. So Sam Houston St. Thomas runners on here. See who comes in first.
Come on, you're running against the clock.
And that's going to be Madison Langlanese, sophomore for Houston Baptist University.
University of Houston in the men's pole vault.
The top time.
Wait.
Working the times out for us. We can go ahead and get section 2 ready. Section 2, our scheduled competitors.
And now section 2 now.
In lane 1.
As Madison Langlanese for Houston Baptist wins her heat. So section 2 will be Lanaya Keys of Houston Baptist. Lane 2, Kia Tai from Tulane, the freshman. Lane 3, Kaylee Johnson, freshman for Lamar. Lane 4, Jasmine Gray from a junior for Prairie View. Lane 5, Margot Taminas, a junior for Tulane. Lane 6, Dominic Ellis, a senior for Prairie View. Lane 7, Erica Baez, a senior for Prairie View. And in lane 8, Kayla Jenkins, a sophomore for Texas Southern University.
11 in the Southland, Todd and 2, number 25 in the American Conference. Johnson in 3, number 13 in the WAC. 3 and 4, number 7 in the SWAC. Margot in lane 5, she's number 14 in the American Conference. Dominique Ellis of Prairie View, she's number 5 in the SWAC, she's in 6. Baez, Prairie View, number 13 in the SWAC. And Kayla, Texas Southern, she's number 9 in the SWAC.
Now we're going to move on to heat number 2 of 3.
As that the winning time was 14.35 from the last 100-meter hurdle. I was trying to wait for the official time to come on the board.
Yeah.
That showed like over a minute, and I was like, it didn't take him over a minute to run that race.
Yeah, I was just confused. I was like, well, all right, let's keep rolling.
Quiet for the start. The gun is up.
And we're off here.
Well, it's like Prairie View's in the lead here.
Oh my goodness.
Like
Been
Lane,
close.
I hear on the bottom of your screen, TSU. There's going to be a photo finish.
See what they're giving.
Flash results Texas will sort it out for us. And it looks like
Johnson, Lamar. That is, of course, Kaylee Johnson, the freshman. 14:29 is her time. 14:29 for Kaylee Johnson.
Wow, it's a phenomenal
Lamar,
time there. And also, second place, Miss Gray out of Prairie View A&M with a time of 14:36.
Yeah, so a nice little heat there, and then we're going to get on to the third and final heat. Lane 1, Destiny Smith, freshman for Houston. Lane 2, Tia Harris, sophomore for Sam Houston. Lane 3, Justice Kuti McCullum, junior, Rougher Rice. Lane 4, Caitlin Smith, senior for Houston Baptist. Lane 5, Naomi Taylor, senior for University of Houston. Lane 6, Paolo Vasquez for Metro. Kaya Lloyd, a senior for Tulane. Lane 8, Javelin Harris, a junior for Sam Houston State University.
in the American Conference, Harry in lane 2, Sam Houston, number 4 in the WAC. Justice in lane 3, she's number 7 in Conference USA. Caitlin Smith comes in ranked
Justice
number
in lane 3 is number 7 in Conference USA. That's very impressive. Conference USA has some athletes, some of the best athletes in the country. So being in the top 10, that's phenomenal.
Lloyd in 7, number 6 in the American Conference, and Harris, Sam Houston, number 5 in the WAC.
Another tremendous triple jump down over here by Rice. Rice is doing very well in the triple jump over on the ladies' side.
Absolutely. I said absolutely, but I'm really just taking your word for it.
I'm trying to keep up with all the events. It's,
Yeah, right,
it's like
right.
so much
It's
going on.
so much going on. Obviously, it's action-packed when you had a track meet here. But once again, we're going to get ready to start the next heat, third and final heat for the women's 100-meter hurdles. Then we will get to the gentlemen's 110-meter hurdles soon thereafter at the conclusion of this.
And we are off here.
Here we go.
Section, the University of Houston getting effort, my goodness, attacking the hurdles, attacking
See, on the inside lane, she
all the way through.
on that
This looks
third
like
hurdle.
Been the international sensation Vasquez.
That's when she started struggling, and it's hard to catch up after that.
Absolutely, but it looks like it's going to be Paola Vasquez
Yep.
running out of Metro. I believe she's from the international independent runner, if I'm not mistaken.
That's
It's with a time of
13-16. Wow.
13:16. You got it.
Wow.
Smith, the University of Houston at 13:45.
It's going in the women's 100-meter hurdles, and we're going to jump up to the men's 110 meters.
How about a little clap for our competitors in the women's 100-meter hurdles? And thank you, hurdle crew.
So great performance, and
Yeah.
congrats to all the ladies.
We are scheduled to have 2 sections for the men's 110-meter hurdles. And following the hurdles, we move to the 400 meters. Competitors in the 400, you need to be checked in. In the first of 2 sections in the men's 110-meter hurdles. Our scheduled competitors are in lane 3.
As we're getting ready for the 110-meter hurdles for the men, starting to make the adjustments on the hurdles right now, raising up
The senior from Houston
about
Baptist.
6 inches.
In lane 5, Javelin.
Yeah, it's got to be a little higher for the gentleman.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, from Sam Houston. And in lane 6, Braxton Pitts, the sophomore from University of North Texas, Dallas. The meet record
And right now we're going to
is 15.74.
transition here to the men's
Which was run at this
110-meter
5 years ago.
hurdles. And for the first heat, it's going to be 2 heats for the final. First heat will include Mr. Tanner Day in lane 3. He's a senior for Sam Houston State University. Lane 4, Scott Boone, senior for Houston Baptist University. Javelin Johnson, freshman for Sam Houston State University. And Mr. Braxton Pitts in lane 6, sophomore for UNT Dallas.
This will be standalone, number 4 in the nation, with the clearance. In outstanding multi-athletes, Tanner Day of Sam Houston, Scott Boone of Houston Baptist, two of the nation's best when it comes to the multi-events. Johnson in 5, Pitts will be in 6. Thank you, hurdle crew. Moving expeditiously, we see you. Again, our throwing event still taking place on the auxiliary field.
No, I know we couldn't do the men. Would you think you'd be able to do the women's height for the hurdles?
No.
No, okay. Same here. Same here. No difference.
No difference.
difference. No difference.
The men, no.
Yeah.
The women's, no. They would have been pulling them all off of me.
Yeah.
It would have been a bad business. They'd have made me play. They'd have probably had me be water boy or something after that.
No, water boy, you be bench boy.
Yeah, one of them. Yeah, I'd probably be out there just setting them up for people.
Yeah, because you're gonna be attached to a couple of them. Right?
Yeah. Shoot, they gonna have to hurdle me a couple times.
Oh, jeez. Well, I'll consider you bonus points if they jump over you.
Yeah. You get like half a second off your time.
Where is this joke going?
I don't know. I'm just going on with
We just riding this one until it goes into the ground.
Yeah, track meets. It's just it's so much going on. It's good to have fun, and again, I say thank you for those joining us here at the University of Houston Alumni Invitational here over at the University of Houston Track and Field, as we are a few moments away from the 110-meter hurdles, the first of 2 events by the men.
Sound like you about to say a few funky minutes.
I was.
Yeah.
I had to catch myself.
Yeah,
I had to catch myself a few times.
Yeah. That heat guy's feeling a little funky. This is the most unprofessional commentating team I've ever. I'm embarrassed right now.
I think that's what makes us though.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's definitely not our expertise. That's for damn sure.
If you come in here for expertise
Yeah,
and in-depth analysis,
You have found the wrong one, ladies and gentlemen. You are listening to some damn idiots. Congratulations.
oh man.
Number 7 in the world, ladies and gentlemen. Number 7 in the world. Let's give him a round of applause. The white flag, fair jump from Michelle Holcomb. A multiple All-American, formerly of Rice, now on the pro level. Again, we're getting ready now for section 1 of 2, men's 110-meter hurdles.
As you guys just enjoyed there, another 110-meter hurdle.
Yeah.
Someone had a nasty fall there at the end of that one.
Now, you see what that's what I call you jinxing. 'Cause you talking about how you would have be
Hey.
an absolute catastrophe.
The
And look
commentators,
what you did. You put all that bad juju, man. Gentry Williams, that's the main culprit. Blame him.
Oh, yeah.
I had nothing to do with this. I will not be
I'm gonna
subjugated.
just hope no one else pulls a Gentry on the
Yeah,
hurdles.
we don't need that anymore. You cause enough bad karma around here, buddy.
Oh man, I wish all these athletes the best of health and finishing this, because I just seen some crazy stuff happen on hurdles, but
Yeah.
they're pretty high up there. I want to say around what, 3 feet almost.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
and we talked about it, man. It's like when you have great athletes, even with so much preparation that they put into their events, it's still such a small margin of error. And that margin of error sometimes rears its ugly head, and we've seen that. And hopefully he's okay and everything's all right. Accidents happen.
Yeah.
It's definitely a disappointing performance on his part. But, this is the opportunity to make yourself better and come back stronger next time out.
As we get ready for the second heat here. And we're off for the second event. Already knocking over a couple hurdles.
Close.
Yeah, we got to be careful on this one.
There's a whole lot of – okay, maybe I jinxed him. All right, so it's going to be
But,
close.
hey, at least they're finishing strong. Obviously, they're going to be docked a couple of points there. A couple of hurdles got knocked over. Coming in first place was Aki.
University of Houston, that was going to be Nathan Crawford Wait. No, I apologize. That's DJ Akindele, excuse me, junior for the University of Houston. He got 34-9-8, yeah. So congrats to DJ Akindele. Another great performance. I mean, we've highlighted DJ Akindele a couple of times. But that I don't know what to say about that heat there. That was a lot of crashing on that end, but
Probably a little I don't want to say nervous. These guys been doing this for a while.
it might just be the heat,
Yeah.
Like we talked about, the
It's
heat
draining.
there, the humidity kind of drains you a little bit, so you don't have as much stretch and get up on those hurdles. And it, kind of throws your equilibrium off, and your timing is a little bit off kilter. It's a lot of factors that go into it.
Definitely.
It just goes back to my main point. Small margin of error, these are the things that's going to happen.
Especially competing at a high level like this. Something like that could be the difference between you finishing first place and third place.
Exactly.
Everyone's looking for that cutting edge corner. Everyone's looking to what's it going to take to separate them from their competition. And if something as small as just being off a tad bit or having the sun affect you just a tad bit, it just could totally change the entire dynamic of the race.
And it looks like that's kind of what we're seeing here.
Right. As we get ready for the 400 meter.
And third, a freshman from the University of Houston with a throw of 14.3.
All right, so it'll be 400 meter dash. It'll be 3 heats, finals. For the first heat, we'll have in lane 3 will be Jessica Areza, a sophomore for UNT Dallas. Carolyn Skinner, a freshman for St. Thomas. Evian Harris for UNT Dallas. Claudasia Williams, freshman for St. Thomas University, and Alyssa Taylor, a freshman for Tulane University.
A lot of freshmen on this one as well.
That's how you talk to him, Mr. TC. We are getting ready now for the women's 400 meters. We are scheduled to have 3 sections. Following the women, we'll have the men. And then we move to the 100 meters.
Once again, it's Areza, Skinner, Harris, Williams, and Taylor from the inside out. And the meet record for the women's the meet record for the women's 400 meter dash was accomplished by Miss Bianca Bookman on April the 6th, 2019. She had a time of 54.18 seconds.
That is, wow.
No, listen to this. The stadium record was achieved way back on March 31st of 2001.
Why you gotta make them people feel old? Why you had to say way back on it?
It is way back. What do you want me to say? Hey, man, don't start getting insecure about your age, man. You know, that's not my fault. But right back in March 31st, 2001, by Ronetta Smith, she had a time of 51.92 seconds. So, yeah, you see why it's been up since 2001.
That's crazy. That's phenomenal. I ain't gonna say, that is phenomenal.
Absolutely.
I couldn't even get 200 meters done in 51 seconds.
You'd still be running right now. See how we had that last heat for the hurdles? You still be running that right now, that 400. Still right now. So let it be waiting for you. And me too. I'd be trailing right behind. No, you know what? I'd be sitting in the infield. I'm done. I'm just done. I'm just going to tell you right now. I have, it's like, well, finish it, do everything. Listen, I have no pride.
Right.
I make no mistake about that. I will literally embarrass myself and sit on the infield. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Well, we almost had a heck of a performance there at the pole vault.
Man.
If you have your viewing towards the pole vault action, you saw what almost was an amazing.
It's ranked number 3 in the country.
Yeah. That was impressive. Even a miss. It's like it's like he missed. I mean, he missed it, but he's still impressive nonetheless.
Just look how high they're putting that up there, man. That's like,
yeah, it's unbelievable, man.
For him, that's amazing.
Most definitely.
I would like to see him to try it again. He was so close.
Now we're going to get started here for the women's 400-meter dash, heat number 1.
And we are off here for the 400-meter dash.
Reza Skinner, Harris, and Taylor from the inside out.
Ladies and gentlemen, they are working hard for us out there on that back straight. Let's give them some love and encouragement.
And just pulling off.
It's about 24 seconds right now. Say the 400-meter dash, not quite a long distance, obviously, but still a lot of endurance involved in this because you got to kick in a lot. That long 200, the long 400 meters you got to do with one lap. So once again, the stadium record, the meet record, 54.118 seconds. Right here, it's going to be tough. So for 4 seconds.
Nice pace there, finishing strong. Tulane in a close second. That was Ariza.
Jessica Ariza for UNT Dallas, a sophomore, finishing with a time of 58.16. 58.16. So as of right now, she's the leader for today's meet. And now we'll move on to section 2 here. It'll be Christina Knowles running unattached. Christina Stinson, freshman St. Thomas. Lane 5, Raya Wynn for Texas Southern, a freshman. Lane 6, Jalen Smith, sophomore for Prairie View. And lane 7, Victoria Robinson, a junior for Tulane.
Let's go, London!
And we are off here, the second heat of the 400-meter dash. And it's the time to beat is 58 seconds.
Well, do you want to win the meet or you want to beat the record? That's my question. He probably want to beat the record. I mean, it'd be nice to win the meet, but
Right. The top goal is to beat the record, but
exactly,
you know, the first goal is to try to win the track meet.
exactly.
Foul number 16 and the winner. Split number 25 in this one. And
It's gonna be close now. They're kind of jumbling up here on the back stretch.
Yeah, it's a little group in there.
Here we go. We're gonna see in this last 100 who can kick it out the most. And it looks like right here, Texas Southern Raya win.
So coming out of TSU and Tulane closing that gap.
Closing in because she can finish strong.
And TSU is going to come away at first place at a time of 56.58. 67, excuse me.
Yes. Once again, Raya win, the freshman for Texas Southern University.
It's been a story today again. A lot of freshmen.
Oh, yeah, the freshmen. Hey, listen, the rookies represent well in these things, man. You know, we don't see too much youth jitters in these events. We haven't seen them since we've been doing them. Rooks have come in and represented themselves in the schools well. And now we're going to move on to section number 3, third and final section of the women's 400-meter dash.
In lane 2, DeAndre Cope running unattached today. In 3,
And DeAndre Cope, lane 2, running unattached. Lane 3, Onikwe Guan for Tulane. Shelby Brooks, lane 4 for Texas Southern. Lane 5, Brianne Bethel, running unattached. Lane 6, Jabe Sabir, sophomore for Prairie View. Lane 7, Ashlonian John for Texas Southern. She's a senior. And in lane 8, Michaela Costa, senior for Texas Southern University.
in lane number 1.
So now this is the third and final heat of the women's 400-meter dash.
As I want to say, we're about an hour away from that sun getting behind that building.
Yeah, I can't wait.
It'll be so much easier to see everything once it gets behind that building.
Here we go. Keep an eye out for Jabe Sabir for Prairie View A&M. She's definitely a runner. And it looks like she's got already taking the lead here. Out on the back. It's a close race right now. We're at 25 seconds now. We're getting to the final curve.
She's done it all. Coming of the University of Houston, Brianne Bethel. She's competing unattached today.
Brianne Bethel here. Running unattached. She represents from the University of Houston. But it's a close race here. Final 100 meters. See who kicks it out the most. And it looks like it's going to be Brianne Bethel.
Finishing strong.
Challenging the lead. Oh, and she just misses the meet record of 54.18 seconds with a 54.
55.18. That was super close.
Oh, they gave her 55.18. Literally a whole second.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Wow.
A whole second off. Just that close. That close.
Shout out to all the ladies competed there in the 400 meters. That was some phenomenal running by all the participants.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's going to conclude. We're going to jump right to the gentlemen's portion. And that's going to be 4 sections for the finals here.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to put your left and right hands together and applaud this. We have a new meet record in the men's 110-meter hurdles. Houston's own DJ Akindelli.
And as PA announcer announcing that DJ Akindelli, University of Houston, broke the men's 110-meter hurdle record. So congratulations. He will be the new leader.
I know it's a special, like we said earlier, a great feeling to put your name in the history books.
Most definitely.
And be a record holder. You know, all your hard work you put in, and just to see your name at the top of any type of list has to be an incredible feat for anyone.
Most definitely. Great feeling. Great feeling. So congrats to DJ, and much continued success to him here. So now we'll get to the first heat of the men's 400-meter. Lane 3 will be Carlos Castillo, a freshman for the University of Houston. Lane 4, Andrew Law, freshman at St. Thomas University. Lane 5, Will Briscoe, freshman from St. Thomas University. Lane 6, Harlan Acker, sophomore out of Dallas. Lane 7, Rory Henry, a freshman out of Dallas. And out in lane 8 will be Jeremiah Wilson, sophomore out of University of Houston.
We're off here at the 400-meter dash here on the gentleman's side.
5, Briscoe, 6 after 7, Henry, and lane 8 is Wilson. These gentlemen are running against the clock in the
Coach right now.
sections of this men's
Well,
400 meters.
I want to say, is that Jeremiah Wilson for University of Houston?
Wilson from Houston out strong.
Yeah, it indeed is. Out in lane 8, Jeremiah Wilson is your leader right here. He's at 26. We're at 26 seconds as they get around for the final, towards the final 100 soon. See if he can hold on to that lead. 39 seconds. Can he challenge 45 seconds? Not quite, but still a great performance by Jeremiah Wilson.
Jeremiah Wilson.
And Carlos Castillo, the freshman, right too far behind him.
2 University of Houston runners
Most definitely.
finishing strong there in that competition.
Yes, sir. And just giving a quick rundown, the meet record is 45.96 seconds by Kamari Montgomery. He accomplished that feat in April 9th of 2019. However, the stadium record, 44.74 seconds. And that was accomplished on April the 1st. Now, you're really going to feel old. April 1st of 2000 by Brandon Coates.
Brandon Coates.
Yes. So wherever he's at, he's definitely older than us.
But shout out to Brandon Coates. He has a record that stood for, what, 22 years?
22 years, man.
Man.
So we'll move on to section number 2. Lane 2, Deshaun Merritt, freshman for Dallas. Lane 3, Cameron Treaton, freshman for Lamar University. Lane 4, Jordan Ellie, freshman running unattached. Lane 5, Arkell Collins, senior for Lamar University. Lane 6, Warren Barber, freshman for UNT Dallas. Lane 7, Robin Lane, a freshman for Lamar University. And then, of course, lane 8, Matthew Hicks, a freshman for St. Thomas University. So heat 2 of 4 heats.
And we're off here in the second heat. Out in front, running unattached.
We're at about 14 seconds right now with the backstretch. Once again, section 204 of the men's 400-meter dash. Last 200 meters here. Things are getting real close. We'll see who comes out and head of the pack for the last 100.
Coming around the stretch. It's going to come down to this.
There we go.
So it's like a fight between a Lamar.
Lamar's dominating this front.
You got to watch out. I think HBU.
It's going to be close.
And finishes lane 7.
And in lane 7, that's going to be Robin Lane. 50-28 is your winner. Out of Lamar, the freshman. Once again, another freshman representing well here.
Freshmen, they're coming in and dominating right out of high school.
Hey, man, they phenoms. That's why these big programs want them. That's why they need them out there, produce right away.
Yeah. One year you're celebrating, getting ready for prom, and next year you're setting records at the University of Houston.
That's a very interesting way to look at it, man. Pretty astute. I can't lie. But now we'll get to section number 3 here. It's going to be lane 2, Brandon McFadden, sophomore for Prairie View. Tristan Jones out of UNAT Sam Houston. Yeah, I'll get through the names a little later. Race is about to start. we go.
We are off. LeBour in lane 4, Jones in 5, Marshall in 6, Waller in lane 7 for St. Thomas. Number 10 on the NCAA.
Just watching the 400 meter so far today, it's one of those races where you can really put about 80% to 90% in around the track. But I see him try to push at that final 10 yards, but pushing it in that final 10 yards, I think they give everything they got in this end, and then whatever left in the tank it's not that much, but it's just enough to break records and things like that.
Exactly. Like I said, forget all inhibitions.
Yeah.
Ball. I can't use that term. Can I use that term? Balls to the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, balls to the wall. You got to push everything and give it everything you got. Leave it out on the track field. As right now, the winner of the heat.
So officially 48-80 for Marshall.
That's going to be Benjamin Marshall for Sam Houston State University. 48-80.
Man, that's 3 seconds off, 4 seconds off.
Exactly. It's tough, man. And now so we'll move on here. Section number 4. Camden Parsley in lane 2, sophomore out of Prairie View. Adam Chris, a junior out of Houston in lane 3. Lane 4, Damon Cobbs, junior out of Prairie View. Lane 5, Trey Johnson, junior out of the University of Houston. Timothy Demeritz, junior for Prairie View A&M University. Lane 7, Joshua White, sophomore out of University of Houston. Nazir Pate, lane 8, junior out of Prairie View A&M. And also running unattached will be Jermaine Holt. He should be in lane 1. There's a lot of runners on this heat here. Mm-hmm. It's the final heat for the men's 400-meter final.
As a reminder, following the 400 meters, we move to the 100 meters. Those competitors should be checked in and ready to go. The gun is done. And we are off.
Here we go.
Final section of the men's
Fourth and final section of the men's 400-meter.
All-American. Jermaine Holt.
Jermaine Holt, lane 1. Looks like he's your leader right now.
Chris House Johnson. Timothy Demerit of Prairie View, number 97 in the nation. Number 3 in the SWAC. White of the University.
See, now they're going around that back curve.
On the outside, number 5 in the SWAC.
We're at 30 seconds right now.
Let's bring them in.
Final 100.
Talk to them.
Looks like it's the University of Houston ahead, but it's going to be close. And this is going to be 46 seconds. Trey Johnson, the junior for the University of Houston, 46-27.
That was a very tight race there. The entire group, they kind of stayed together for the most part, but
Yeah, very competitive group on that one. Definitely.
Johnson and Holt, they just took it to another level down the stretch.
Yep. Kicked it in the high gear on that last 50 meters. It was a close one, but Trey Johnson was able to hold serve the lead. And now that's going to conclude the 400-meter dash for both the men's and the women's, and we'll move on to the 100-meter dash. Quick races. We're going to fly through these, Trey.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be quick, but we do have 4 sections of the the women's, that is the next. And soon will be 6 sections of the men's.
But the good thing about the 100-meter hurdle, I mean, all the events are phenomenal, but the 100-meter, to me, is a true testament of speed.
Exactly.
You know, like distance running, requires training, practice, leg strength, core strength, and all that, but that 100-meter dash,
It's raw.
It's raw speed.
Right. Exactly. So, I mean, obviously, technique is,
Right.
Getting a great start.
Finishing in third.
Getting,
Yeah, it was
Fly just flew in my face there.
Fly was trying to get you.
Almost catastrophic here. We
Hey,
at the top. I don't want to just fall on backwards. I won't be too bad. We're still like right here by the roof. So, no, I wasn't gonna break that gate, but
Nah,
that flying insect had it out for me though. It's all right. As the sun continues to go down,
yeah, it is about 40.
clear in our line of vision.
Yeah, right there now. I'm trying to say as much as I
Right.
can, but I can barely see which colors they're wearing. The sun is like big in my eye.
That's it. Get out here, Mr. TC. Work on those legs.
Yeah, I'm gonna wear my hat a little bit low on the brim.
I do know now. I'm gonna start wearing some shades at these track events. Lesson learned.
But so we'll get to the women's 100-meter dash, and we'll go to the first section. Lane 3 will be Noah Grochowski, the junior for Houston Baptist University. Lane 4, Michaela Tucker, a freshman for Lamar. Lane 5, Macy Morris, a freshman for Houston Baptist University. And in lane 6, Shelby Smith, a senior for Sam Houston State.
All right, we are getting ready for the women's 100 meters. We are scheduled to have 4 sections. The next event on the track, ladies and gentlemen, is our women's 100 meters. We have 4 sections. Section 1, our scheduled competitors are Noah Grochowski from Houston Baptist in lane 3. In lane 4, Michaela Tucker, freshman from Lamar. In lane 5 is Macy Morris, the freshman from Houston Baptist. And in lane 6, Shelby Smith, the senior from Sam Houston.
Okay.
Sorry, sir. So getting ready for the first heat of the 100-meter dash. And we're off.
Grochowski, Tucker, Morris, and Smith.
Whoo! Out in front and showing some blazing speed from Sam Houston State.
And looks like she's going to cross the line first.
Coming in first place is Smith with a time of 12:18. And in second, Gronkowski out of HBU with a time of 12:48. Phenomenal start to the 100-meter dash.
Yeah, I was absolutely flabbergasted about what I saw. It was one of
It's one of a lot of speed there. Start the 100-meter dash.
a good start. Good start. Now we'll get to heat number 2. Will be lane 1, Christina Hinton. Look, I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'm looking on the wrong. It's not, I'm just messing up. It's been a long day, you know this.
Yeah.
But section number 2 of the women's 100-meter dash, lane 1, Nasira Hinton, a freshman for St. Thomas. Lane 2, Chelsea Simmons, the freshman for Texas Southern. Lane 3, Talia Davis, freshman for Texas Southern. Lane 4, Raven Nunnery, freshman for University of Houston. Lane 5, Jolance Hubbard, senior for Houston Baptist. Lane 6, Malaysia Cartwright, junior for UNT Dallas. Lane 7, Kayla Sawyer is a freshman for St. Thomas University.
That's why we need it absolutely quiet at the start.
You can hear a pin drop almost.
Go ahead.
Start the race, they always have it like so quiet.
Yeah. Quiet before the storm, as they call it.
Mm-hmm.
Quiet for the start. The gun is up. And we are off.
Here we go.
Off swiftly. The
Heat
drive
number
begins.
2 or 4 here.
Get a word.
Wow.
Gonna be close.
It's going to come down to the photo finish.
Like the University of Houston.
Oh, look, just had it. Some, I think for Houston Baptist might have spilled there.
Pops right back up. I mean, you're going that fast. It's so hard to just you know,
Yeah.
pull off that speed. You know, things like that are going to happen.
Back up at the Houston Alumni Invitational. 12-14 for Cartwright.
But it looks like it's going to be
Davis at 12.
Raven Nunnery, the freshman for the University of Houston. She takes the heat.
Those being scored on the scoreboard as we get ready now.
So congrats to her. I believe the young lady who took the spill was Hubbard, the senior for Houston Baptist. Hopefully she's all right. Like you said, you know, it's moving so fast, sometimes you lose your foot, and accidents do happen,
Yeah.
even for well-trained athletes like these.
Going, you know, this is probably the fastest you'll ever run.
Yeah,
It's hard
gonna
to
happen.
control it, you know.
It's gonna happen. But out in section number 3 now, we got lane 1, Lily Burnett, senior for Texas Southern. Brianna Howard, lane 2, freshman for Lamar. Devin King, senior for Prairie View A&M. Adriana Dupree, a senior for Tulane. Lane 5, Kazai Roberts, senior for Prairie View. Lane 6, Zari Dumas, sophomore out of Houston. Lane 7, Paola Vasquez, running unopposed. Lane 8, Brianna Brand, a freshman for Houston Baptist University.
And here we go.
Here we go.
Third event, and a lot of speed in this event. Tulane and U of H out in front. Prairie View catching up. But down on the bottom of your screen, oh, man, it's so close. I could barely
I think
do
that
it.
might have been Vasquez got the time. Yeah, it's Paola Vasquez. Whoa.
Dupree?
No. It's actually going to go to Adriana Dupree for Tulane. 11:92,
And
I believe.
Dumas has a
And
coming
Doom-
second.
Yeah, but it's a .01 second right behind.
Wow. It was hard to tell from up here. That
Yeah.
it came down to a split
From our vantage point, it looked like everybody tied over there. Adriana Dupree wins her heat, and we'll move on to lane 4, the final section of the women's 100. Lane 1, Anivia Gilbert, a freshman for Sam Houston State. Lane 2, Zakira Cabarrus, sophomore out of Lamar. Lane 3, Tiana Randall, running UNAT Houston. Lane 4, Candace McGrone, running for All One Elite. Also running for All One Elite is Natasha Jackson. Running unattached is Verone Chambers. Roger Giroud, a freshman, running for Sam Houston State. And Darnisha Likes, a junior running for Prairie View A&M.
Chambers with 18 national championships to her name. She's competing unattached. She's in 6th. In lane 7.
So Verone Chambers, national champion, who's running unattached. So she's going to be the one to look out for here. And I know we haven't gone over the record times, but let's just go over. The meet record is 11:58, set on April the 6th, 2019 by Samaya Samuels. And the stadium record of 11 minutes, 11.17 seconds on May 6th of 2000. Mary Onyali.
Shout out to Miss Mary Anyali, another 22-year-old record, man.
Yeah, it's dang.
But who knows?
They've had this record before a lot of these competitors were born.
Yeah. Oh, man, great. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I just made you feel older, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
There you go. Looks like, yeah, it's going to be Verone Chambers.
She might 11-4-1?
11:41. We'll see. That would be the meet record.
The meet record.
Yeah,
11-4-4. That still beats it, right?
exactly.
What a meet record.
Looks like in second at 11:85, our top collegiate.
Well, no, that one ain't.
AW1 Elite at 11:86.
No, McGrone, Candace McGrone, 11:44. That actually does set the new meet record, so that she has a new meet record.
For the men's 100 meters, and following the 100, we have
So congrats to her.
We seen 4 records set today.
Yeah,
At this
4
track meet alone. That's
I mean, yeah, we called it before the meet started. This was going to be record-breaking performances here. You know, these athletes are pushing each other, being competitive, and you're going to get those type of performances. So it's no shock here.
and, just the athlete today is just like we mentioned earlier in the broadcast. You could different sports. Look at the NFL Combine 40 times now.
Exactly.
4.3, 4.2 used to be so rare. You see it once every 2 or 3 years. Now it's
You got a whole draft class for it.
whole draft class full of 4.2, 4.3s.
But now we're going to move on to the men's 100-meter dash. This will have six sections here in the finals. And section 1 will be Mark Nee, a freshman for Houston Baptist. Keyshawn Everly, junior for Prairie View A&M. Lane 4, Ryland Ogwin, junior for Sam Houston State. Lane 5, Jaquan Hoyt, senior for University of Houston. And Julian Claiborne, a junior for Prairie View A&M University. So I don't know if anybody heard over the loudspeaker, but the meet record for the men's 100-meter dash is a 10.35 seconds. 10.35 seconds. That was set on April 6th of 2019 by Nicholas Alexander. And the stadium record stands at 10.11 seconds, accomplished on May 13th, 2017 by Elijah Hall.
I can't even think that fast.
What does that mean? Oh, okay. You can't think for 10 seconds? They might need to get you checked out, man.
Yeah. Well, his son got me.
I know. I'm just kidding. I know you just speaking hyperbole.
Hyperbole.
Yeah, let's go with that. That too.
And we are off here in the third.
Here we go.
Oh,
U of H. It's close to your teammates right now.
jeez Louise.
Close.
Inside lane acceleration is crazy.
Absolutely.
Was it Ruiz? 10.54. That was amazing. His acceleration there between 40 to 60 meters was just another level. He's able to change gears and hit a speed that was just phenomenal.
So Antonio Ruiz for the University of Houston. 10.54. So now we'll move on to section 2 here. Phil Ashton in lane 1, senior out of Dallas. Matt Holloway. They're all Dallas.
Yeah.
So Matt Holloway, Caden DeSaro, Harlan Acker, TJ Williams, Aaron Pizzana, Jonathan Coxon, and Samuel McLeod.
This is the Dallas race.
Yeah, it's all Dallas. It's the whole Dallas party. Everybody from the north of I-45.
While we're waiting for the start, we'll come back in a second.
This will be section 2 of the men's 100-meter dash. we go.
Holloway, DeSaro, Hacker, Williams, Pisano, McClard. Dallas, all the way down the track.
And coming in first is Acker with a time of 12.26.
12:58, and DeSaro at 12:85. Section 3.
Well, we'll move on to Section 3 now.
Lane 1, Bryce Barbet. In 2, Tulsa Ababowan. In 3, Tanner Day. In 4, Ashton Bates. In 5, Jaden Smith. In lane 6, Josiah Akpan. In 7, Jaden
So,
Thompson.
lane
Lane 8,
lane
Carlos
1
Gonzalez.
will be Bryce Barbet, sophomore out of Sam Houston State University. Lane 2 will be Afosa F. Bomwan, sophomore out of Lamar University. Lane 3, Tanner Day, senior for Sam Houston State University. Ashton Bates in lane 4, senior running unattached. Lane 5, Jalen Smith, a junior for Prairie View A&M University. Lane 6, Josiah Akpan, freshman for St. Thomas University. Jaden Thompson for lane 7, a freshman for UNT Dallas. Lane 8, Carlos Cazares, freshman for St. Thomas University.
Shout out to Dallas, all those guys that competed in that race.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And we're off here.
Barbet, Day, Bates, Smith, Ashton, Thompson.
There we go.
Man,
See what happens.
These gentlemen are getting after it down the track.
We're at 11:04 is the time,
Get the official time.
and it looks like
For Bates.
it's going to be Ashton Bates, the runner that ran unattached. Time of 11:07 seconds.
Section of 6.
So now we're going to go ahead and move quickly on to lane 4. Section 4. In lane 1 will be Nazir Carter running for Prairie View. He's a sophomore. Jeff Jomas running unattached. Lane 4, Scott Peterson, unattached. Javon Johnson, a freshman, Sam Houston State. Lane 6, Charles O'Block, sophomore for Houston Baptist. Lane 7, Cole Braga, sophomore for Lamar University. And lane 8, Elijah Simpson, sophomore, running for Sam Houston State. Once again, it's section 4 of 6 here for the men's 100-meter dash.
seems as if they're wrapping up all the field events around the track.
Yeah, field events coming to a close here. So again, we've been here since about 12 a.m. Events really got kicked off at about 1:30, 3 o'clock. Was it 3 o'clock? Can't remember.
I haven't been here since 12 in the morning.
But yeah, we're basing on how long we've been here. But, I mean, I guess it goes by the broadcast.
12 p.m.
We've been here for a while. Well, the event started. We got set up and everything.
And we're off here in Sam Houston State. Looks like 10:55, 10.60.
10.60 by Jermaine
10.16. Jermaine Johnson.
Wow, that was
10.69, and Jeff Willis at
incredible. It just
10.86.
didn't look like he was going to come in first place to start the race, but again, just the acceleration he had in that back half.
Exactly.
Just,
It's definitely important. I mean, yeah, obviously the starts are great, but
Yeah.
hey, how do you accelerate and finish off and finish?
I noticed a couple times the ladies or the gentlemen that start off pretty quickly, they haven't yet to finish first. I've been noticing that. I don't know if that's a trend or it's just
Man,
today. How's it going? Or
That's a pretty good eye you got there, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm somewhat impressed. We'll get to section number 5 here. Lane 1, Jody Archer Harvey, senior for Sam Houston State. Marcus Wright, sophomore for the University of Houston. Glenn Bender, junior for Sam Houston. Jarvis Gotch, running unattached. Dylan Brown, sophomore for University of Houston. Kirk Barrow, running unattached. Sincere Holmes, a junior for Prairie View A&M. And lane 8, Jacob Thomas, a junior for Sam Houston State University.
Looking at this up.
There we go. Men's 100 meter.
Ooh.
Heat number 5 or 6. It's going to be close. See what they give it here.
Abrari Harvey? Archer Harvey, excuse me.
No, actually, it's going to be Wright.
Right.
It says Marcus Wright, sophomore out of University of Houston, 10:61 is his time. Yeah, you got to wait a little while, man.
Yeah.
They got to update. And once
then-
again, we're going by
Look at
the
that.
scoreboard
Yeah.
across from us here. Trey's jumping the gun, but that's all right, man. You're a man that wants to get the up-to-date news for the viewing public, and you can't be wrong about that, man. You got to respect it.
You got Bender here for Sam Houston State with a time of 10.62. A split second, man. That's just a
Now we will move on to the sixth and final section of the men's 100-meter dash, and it'll be lane 1, Kyle Fultz running unattached. Lane 2, Edward Sumler, the fourth, junior, from the University of Houston. Lane 3, Eric Calloway, junior for Sam Houston State. Lane 4, the star, Sean Maswani, sophomore for the University of Houston. Lane 5, Terrence Ware, running unattached. The All-American in lane 6, Nicholas Alexander for the University of Houston. Lane 7, Malik Moffitt, running unattached. And in lane 8, Warren Hazel. So now this will be the final heat here of the men's 100-meter dash.
Flag for the start, the gun is up.
There we go. Sixth and final heat here of the men's 100-meter dash. See if they can finish strong.
The University of Houston. 1-2.
1 and 2, there's 2 stars here.
And Edward Sumler.
Edward Sumler will get the heat.
That's a record.
10:22. Is that? Yeah, that's the meet record. Yeah, 10:22. That's going to make a new. That sets him now. Edward Sumler, the fourth. 10:22, new meet record.
Maswani would have set the record as well with a time of 10.27.
Exactly. Yeah, you're definitely right. Maswani was right there. But the new record holder of the meet for the men's 100-meter dash is Edward Sumler, the fourth. So congrats to him.
As we get ready for the ladies' 800-meter run.
Yes, sir.
And
We'll
I'll be able to see just a little bit more with the sun going down.
Yeah,
When they was going around the corner, I couldn't tell who was.
we were blind as bats. They could have just sat down and got a drink, and we wouldn't know. But here we are in lane 1. It'll be 3 heats. Lane 1 will be Natalie Bergeron, a freshman for Lamar. Lane 2, Javelin Alea. Lane 3, Destiny White, running for UNAT Houston. Lane 4, Samantha Hernandez, sophomore for St. Thomas. Lane 5, Martina Caradad, sophomore for St. Thomas University. Lane 6, Jordan Garnett, freshman for Prairie View A&M. Lane 7, Grace LeDuc, freshman for St. Thomas University. Lane 8, Candy Garay, freshman for UNT Dallas. And lane 9, Ali Angelo, senior for Sam Houston State University. Now, once again, it'll be 3 heats for the men's and the women's 800 meter. But it'll be both for the same. Men's and women's 800 meter run will have 3 sections, 3 heats.
And again, if you're enjoying the content you're seeing, be sure to download the Max Sports TV app wherever you may be. We are available on all devices and all networks, and we will keep you up to date on the latest news and sports, and have you be able to catch events like events like today only on Max Sports TV.
We here got the women's first section of the 800 meter run. So once again, there'll be 2 laps here. We had 400 meter not too long ago.
Apologize, everyone on the broadcast. I had to stay hydrated a little bit.
Yeah, you go ahead, man. You good. Like I said, man, I got to remember next time. I got to bring me one of those big jugs of water you got. That looks perfectly productive, and you got your hydration going, if nothing else.
We have a new meet record in the women's 100-meter dash. Candice McGrone with AW Elite with 11.44 seconds is a new meet record. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Here at 800 meters, 2 laps around the track.
Absolutely.
We're halfway done on this first event.
Third place is Alexander Slinton, sophomore from Rice. In second was Antonio Ruiz, the senior from Houston. And our winner today is Clayton Fritch, the senior from Sam Houston, with a clearance of 5.51 meters, which equates to 18 feet 1 inch.
Man.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is now the new meet record for the men's pole vault.
He cleared 18.1 feet when we was watching.
18.1 feet. Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
that is incredible, man. That is incredible. 18 feet in the air to be able to hold all your core strength.
It's amazing, man.
Next level athlete.
Absolutely, and we talked about it. I mean, we were guaranteed to get a record-breaking performance.
Right.
We just were.
Sean Maswani, 10:27. But hold on, Edward Sumner the fourth is now the new meet record at 10.22 seconds. Edward Sumner the fourth, ladies and gentlemen, your 100-meter dash new meet record holder. Outstanding. Come on, let's bring them in.
And here we go.
Here we go.
The final stretch here for the ladies. And able to turn on that jet.
It's passed up.
With a time of 2:31 out of St. Thomas.
St. Thomas's own Samantha Hernandez, the sophomore, for 2:31. 2:31.21 is the time that she got to win her heat. So congrats to Samantha Hernandez, the sophomore of St. Thomas. Dug it out of the last, 20 meters. So
that last 20, 30 meters, she hit a gear. Like, she had, like, a whole bunch of juice left.
Speaking of juice, does this sound like I just got – not like my ears just popped and I could hear more clearly, does it? That's just me?
Nah. I feel like I can hear a little bit clearer as well.
Okay, well, that's I'm glad I'm not going crazy. So
there we go for the second event.
And this will be Zara Richardson in lane 1, Houston Baptist, a junior. Lane 2, Haley Thomas, a junior for Sam Houston. Lane 3, Michaela Mims, sophomore for Lamar. Lane 4, Victoria Ruiz, freshman for University of Houston. Lane 5, Ashley Messinillo, a junior for Rice University. Lane 6, Abigail Heck, freshman for Tulane University. Lane 7, Maggie Forbes, running for UNAT Rice. Lane 8, Ellie Galan, freshman for Sam Houston State University. And in lane 9, Addison Saley, a freshman for Rice University. All right, now we're about 40 seconds here. Just getting 2 laps. Right now, looks like it's Abigail Heck right now as your leader, the freshman for Tulane University.
Coming through, we're at 106.
But hightailing on her pretty closely is Victoria Ruiz, also a freshman from the University of Houston.
All around the track.
University of Houston has a pretty young track team, and be interesting to see this track team continue to develop throughout the years. And man, this team will definitely be competing in the nationals here.
Absolutely, absolutely. There's
and
no
place
doubt about
very
it.
well.
Sam Houston.
So right now, like we said, Abigail Heck, she's your leader right in this heat. But it's kind of hard looking at the backstretch here.
Yeah, the sun right there.
We've got a runner coming up for the lead. I believe that might be Michaela Mims, sophomore for Lamar University. Can't tell 100%, but we're at 152 now as we get down closer and closer to that last 100 meters.
And let's bring him in.
Actually, that might be, no, I apologize. It's Zara Richardson. Zara Richardson. I couldn't tell it from the back straight, but it's Zara Richardson. He's your leader. We're at about 2:14.
It's going to be able to finish this one strong. Good run now from Miss Richardson out of HBU with a time of 2:17.36.
Yes, sir. Zara Richardson. Congrats to her. Oh, and I'll give another rundown for the world record. The records here, the records that's standing. The meet record is 2:12.55.
Wow.
Set April the 8th, 2017 by Nicole Choquette. And here's the thing. The stadium record, strangely enough, is 2:03.94. Was set last year. Well, 2 years. Excuse me. I still think 2018 is last year. April 7th, 2018 by Sammy Watson. So that is the stadium record. I don't know why I said strangely enough. I don't know what was strange about that.
I was curious.
I was trying to figure out what was strange. Sometimes I talk myself into a corner, and I don't know how to get out, so I just kind of stand there. You know.
We all do it. When you have a 9 to 10 hour broadcast, it's okay to have things like that happen.
Yeah, I'm prone to brain farts every now and then. Bear with me. But Lane, the third and final section here of the women's 800-meter run. And in the race right now, we have Miss Rebecca Gonzalez, a senior for Sam Houston State, Nia Clatworthy, freshman for Lamar University, Jessica Rabius, a senior for Houston Baptist University, Yasmin Ostrich, a junior for Lamar University, Caitlin Wasika, a junior for Rice University, Sasha Elizondo, a junior for Sam Houston, Therese Alshansky, a senior for Tulane University, Janae Dean, a freshman for Tulane University, and Lane 9, Michelle Mayer, sophomore for University of Houston. So once again, this is the third and final heat of the women's 800-meter run. And once that concludes, we will get to the 3 heats of the men's 800-meter run.
Still going strong on the auxiliary field with our throwing events. I see the women's discus.
And it looks like
Let's help them out.
in the lead right here is Houston Baptist's own Jessica Rabius, the senior. But not too far behind her is Janae Dean for Tulane. So right now we're looking at Rabius and Dean fighting for that top spot in the heat. We're at about 1:15 seconds.
Jessica running strong. HBU.
HBU has competed very well here today throughout all the events.
Absolutely.
Pretty much all the schools have. We've seen various schools from Prairie View, HBU, Dallas. All of them have been represented here very well at the University of Houston Alumni Invitational.
And that's what you want to see. You want to see good competitive events, good competitive races, some of the best of the best. This is where the record breaker performance is coming from because everybody's competitive juices are flowing. Everybody's up in their game,
right,
leveling up. And it just makes for a more entertaining broadcast for us.
We're now at 150.
Right now we're at about 152 here.
The record is 212. Will we see a new league record?
She's straightening the record. Right now, the record is 2:12.55.
What's she doing?
2:12.50. She's about 7 seconds off. Jessica Rabius.
9.
Can she get there? She got to finish strong. 2:11.
12. Oh.
No. Did she get it? I think she got it.
12:03.
That's it. She got it. That's the meet record.
Yep.
Jessica Rabius.
Yep, that's it.
Jessica Rabius. So congrats to her.
Another record breaking.
Another record broken.
That's gonna be the story of this broadcast: breaking records.
Breaking records, man. We talked about it, and look at it, coming to fruition. So maybe we're not jinx, man. Maybe we're just prophets.
Hey, I take
I
that.
don't mean that in a religious sense. I don't want anybody thinking
It's-
just whatever your beliefs are. I'm just saying we just could tell the future.
hey, we've been some decent sports profits. We haven't done too bad.
Yeah, but usually like football and stuff, man.
Yeah, track is.
Track is a little more harder. Ain't gonna lie to you. But we're gonna move on now to men's 800-meter run. It's gonna be 3 heats as well. Heat number 1 will the participants are as follows. We have James Urbina, the sophomore out of St. Thomas University. Sean Rivera, a junior for UNT Dallas. Tamor Archie, a freshman for UNT Dallas. Sydney Wynn, the sophomore running unattached. Jarrell Reynolds, a junior running for Prairie View A&M. Blake Raines, sophomore for San Houston State. Ismar Alvarez, freshman running for UNT Dallas. Caleb Clayton, a junior runner for Dallas. And Thomas Lagarde, junior runner for Dallas as well.
The meet record is 1 minute 52.6.
The meet record is 1 minute and 52.16 seconds, set on April 6, 2019 by Matthew Murray. The stadium record is a staggering 1 minute 47.83 seconds.
That is crazy.
Set on May 5th, 2017 by Marbek Edgar.
To run 2 laps under 1 minute and 50 seconds is
Under 2 minutes is just ridiculous.
yeah, that's
ridiculous.
crazy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're being way too quiet. Let's go.
I remember, I want to say during before spring camp, during football season, we used to have to run a couple laps, and we were just trying. Me personally, 2.5, 3 minutes was a goal.
Yeah.
And just see them.
Well, you were a lineman, so you got a little different parameters. That's collegiate track stars.
Like the hit under 150. That is
Yeah.
wow.
Incredible.
Was 59.06, followed by Rena, a minute flat.
Right now, we're looking at
Things get a little tight here on the backstretch.
the leader here. We still have a little. The sun's going down, but we still got a litll bit of a glare when they go out on the backstretch. So
Ladies and gentlemen, we're being too quiet.
still got to cover our eyes just a bit, but still having problems seeing. It's that very tricky time when the sun's way too low for even a visor or anything like that. So it's directly in your eyes. Just give us another 20, 30 minutes, and we'll be completely done with the sun.
700 mark here. That's it. Back from all. From now we can
And
Here
it
we
looks
go.
like St. Thomas
St. Thomas University.
finishing strong.
I believe that's excuse me. That's
give us the official time.
James Urbina. James Urbina. I apologize. James Urbina was your winner here. 158, 159.89.
That's
Blake Raines at 2:04.60.
still very impressive there.
Absolutely. Still under 2 minute, 800.
Next on the track is going to be our
And now we're going to get to section number 2 of 3. We have John Carlos Carpio, a freshman running for St. Thomas University. Benjamin Drew, a senior for Houston Baptist University. Simon Shai, a junior for Prairie View A&M. Roel Ayala Jr., running unattached. Carlos Castillo, a freshman running out of the University of Houston. Jamal Wolt, a senior for Prairie View A&M. Bryson Gully, a junior for Houston Baptist University. Ethan Phillips, a junior for Prairie View A&M. And Kyon Wallace, a freshman for Sam Houston State.
This is going to be so off topic, but is University of Houston sponsored by Jordan or Nike? Because I see some people walking around with Jordan symbols on the University of Houston shirts, and then I see some people with Nike.
I was always led to believe that was the same thing.
Oh. I'm just curious.
I mean, you're probably right. It pretty much is a difference between the two. But I always thought Jordan was just a subdivision of Nike.
That's true.
But you're probably right. They probably branched off into their own brand by now because you see them everywhere on NFL, college football jerseys and different sports as that.
So I was looking at a couple of people with University of Houston shirts. They had like a Jordan brand, and I see the track athletes with Nike brand. So I'm like,
You'd have to ask people in charge. We're at right now 38 seconds here for the second section of the men's 800-meter final. And right now we've got two Prairie View runners. It's Jamal Wolt and Ethan Phillips.
Houston Baptist is now our new meet record holder in the women's 800 meters. Her official time is 2 minutes 12 So congratulations to Jessica. Now, ladies and gentlemen, get ready to cheer. Here are the results from our women's triple jump. In third is Melena Hall from Dave Bethany Elites. In second was Michelle Folkham competing unattached today. And your winner with a new meet and a new school record. The school record has been in existence since 2006. Miss Destiny Lawrence, the sophomore from University of Houston, with a jump of 13.61 meters. Again, ladies and gentlemen, Destiny Lawrence, your new meet and school record holder.
And here we are coming down the final stretch. HBU out in front.
HBU, that's going to be Bryson Gully.
Bryson Gully he was so close to setting the stadium record.
Oh, I apologize. Man, I done led you astray, brother.
Oh,
That's actually Benjamin Drew. I apologize. Mr. Benjamin Drew. I was jumped a little ahead of the gun, man. I'm prone to mistakes, so.
it's all good. Well,
Benjamin Drew. We apologize to the family of Benjamin Drew.
He's
Taking away a special moment.
He finishes first in this heat too, but he was, wow, that moves him number 3 in the country.
Wow.
A new meet, new school record, number 3 in the nation.
All right, so now we will get on to section number 3 of 3 for the men's 800-meter run. And they'll be as follows. That's Brandon Lantow, junior for Lamar University, and Eli Pavetto, a sophomore for Lamar University.
And here we go for the final heat of the 800-meter dash.
Sarah, this see if anybody could challenge that record here. It's 1 minute 52:16 is the meet record.
I mean, we just seen a minute 53, so we could be very well on our way for another record here in the third and final heat.
It's attainable. It's absolutely attainable.
University of Houston. And let's keep our eye on the meet record 152.16. But once again, just want to reiterate Destiny Lawrence of the University of Houston setting the new meet and school record number 3 in the nation in the women's triple jump, 44 feet, 8 inches.
Man, 44 feet and 8 inches?
On the women's triple jump, yep. Women's triple jump record, meet record.
44 feet?
Yeah.
Come on, keep working. Look at this good Brad.
Well, it kind of starts from where you start the first triple jump.
Oh, okay.
And then it goes from there from when you.
I apologize.
It's not just one big.
I'm like.
Yeah, I could tell by looking in your eyes that you were absolutely bewildered, so I had to straighten that off. Still impressive nonetheless.
Yes, very impressive.
Yeah.
I was confused there for a second, like, how in the.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, man, you still got to learn, brother.
Yeah.
But so we finished the final heat for the men's 800-meter. We're at about minute 22 here, coming down to the last 200 meters. Here we go.
He's 20 seconds away from the record. He very well might obtain that.
It's going to be close.
12 seconds.
It's Adam Mason.
He's going to have to let everything out the tank right now. Whatever he has, he's going to have to empty. He can do it. Very close. 49 seconds. Oh, it is going to be like a nail biter.
Oh, he didn't get it. 152.9. He's 0.13 seconds off.
Man.
But this is a freshman, Adam Mason.
He's going to get that record.
Absolutely. Adam Mason, a freshman for the University of Houston. A great performance.
Very well, great performance by Adam Mason. He's going to, by next year or the year after that, he's going to get that record.
Yeah, got to think so. But, sometimes it may just be the way he started. Maybe he had a little bit of stutter step. All these things, all these factors go into, what could have made him for a faster time. So you never know. Maybe next time out we could see a record held by him. But just a great performance here by the men and women in the 800 meters. And now we're going to transition to the women's 400-meter hurdles. So we'll have 2 sections for both the men's and women.
So here, upcoming is the 400-meter hurdles. This is a complete lap.
Right. Yep.
This is why the good Lord just kept me away from track, because I would have been the first one to try a 400-meter hurdle.
Yeah, that was best for everybody. Just going to be honest with you. But, yeah, I mean, it's because you're going to be so tired because you're running the 400 meters and doing the one lap, and plus you got to have the energy. I think the hardest thing is how so many of sets of the Wait a minute. I just thought of it. You could have asked that question while we was on.
I didn't know if it
thought
was a
you
relay.
asking something personal.
No, I was asking if it's a relay.
No, it's not a relay.
Oh.
They're running by themselves.
That's a lot of hurdles.
Oh, my goodness. I don't think he's asking a serious personal question. Is it a relay? No, it's not a damn relay. As the sun sets here, and
Oh man, I've been waiting for that sun to set. I
was just waiting for you to say something.
I googled the Houston sunset time.
You were waiting patiently, man.
I couldn't see.
None of us could. The sun is setting on another beautiful day, and
I was really questioning why would they build the stadium on the opposite end of where the sun
hey man,
set.
listen, if you want to get into the architecture,
Like, but hey, it's still a great facility, beautiful facility. Pleasure to be here. You know, some room on the other side for some bleachers as well, though. Just saying.
well, I'm just you gonna raise some funds, Mr. Fundraiser?
Hey, I do my best.
Well, we'll see what you
I
do.
started GoFundMe for University of Houston stands on the opposite end of the
Just away from
Scott,
the sun.
Tom Tillis Field.
Well, I mean, we would have sat in the sun regardless, though, especially during high noon when it's just kind of just sitting in the air. This is beating everybody's head in when it was, playing peekaboo in the clouds.
Yeah, that's true.
Can't escape the sun, man. We in that type of city. Unless we had a retractable roof track field. We have to see if that's in the budget. Yeah.
Hey, wait, at the pace that University of Houston's going, it probably will.
You think, okay, well. You got them confused with having Middle Eastern oil money.
Once again, all competitors in the 400-meter hurdle should be checked in, ready to go.
This will actually be my very first time watching an event like this. I've never seen a 400-meter hurdle.
You've never seen a 400-meter hurdle?
The longest hurdle I ever seen was like 200.
Really?
Yeah. That's why I was curious if it was a relay or.
No relays. It's everybody for themselves.
Man, that's.
Yeah, it's grueling. It's definitely grueling because you have to, obviously, keep pace with, the rest of the pack and run your fastest time. But at the same time, you got to have enough juice to get those last hurdles over. So it kind of makes for a more difficult race, more grueling race.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, hurdle crew. Outstanding job.
Yeah, shout out to this hurdle crew, man. They've been getting these hurdles up and down pretty quick all around the track.
Absolutely. You got to be efficient. Efficiency is the key. And we've seen the hurdle crew do just that. So shout out to, everybody working.
Yeah, everybody working.
Everybody's been doing a great job here. Very hospitable staff, very nice people, very cooperative. That's been the theme since we started doing and broadcasting these events here at the University of Houston. So we want to extend our thanks and appreciation to the University of Houston staff and everybody who's made this broadcast possible for us.
University of Houston has been nothing but first class, man. It's been a blessing being a part of this. It's, every time I get to, come here to University of Houston, I just feel welcome and, part of a family. Just feel like a number of family here at the University of Houston.
What, did they give you a hug when you walked through the door?
Basically.
Oh, okay. Apparently you was getting preferential treatment that I didn't know about. Well, damn. I knew you were going to go there because you kept going and then you kept saying this, I was like, why'd she say something about it feels like his home and family? That's just sentimental sap. I got to take it extra. I'm just saying it was great professionalism here. You up here talking about how you want everybody to love it and just singing everybody's praises, and they gave you salvation. They're nice people. I think we can agree there. Everybody's been really nice.
It's been a nice crowd turnout here at the University of Houston Alumni Invitational.
Yeah.
Packed house.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. If you're watching from our JVC camera on the track, probably need to zoom in a little more on some races, but it's fine. Probably seen a shot at a couple of people in the crowd here, but yeah, it's a nice turnout here. I mean, great. University of Houston has a great turnout and great fan bases for all sports all over the spectrum. So, of course, track and its rich history, you would know it'd be no different. Fans come out and support. And it's been a nice night here. It's a great night to bring the family here Saturday night. It's a nice day. Like I said, the sun has finally showed us mercy. So, yeah, our producer just said, thank God. He's been praying as hard as we have.
All right, track and field fans, we've got a couple of birthdays in the house that we want to have you.
Yeah, he got a farmer's tan too, man.
Oh, man.
This is like that episode of King of the Hill. Hank Hill had to. It's bad, man. We've been going through it, but you know what? We've enjoyed our time here, and it's been fun.
It looks like we may have one section for the women 400-meter hurdles.
And we just got word here from the PA announcer. Apparently, we're only going to have one section. We were scheduled for 3 sections, but it's only going to be cut down to 1. So that's Trey. That's a hell of a paraphrasing they're doing.
Probably try to get the best of the bunch out. Not too sure.
Just trying to go home quickly. Yeah, let's go. Of course, we're not. We're having fun here, but
Yeah, this has been a great time, and
exactly. But it looks like we're only going to have one women's 400-meter hurdle heat. We'll see what happens with the men. Now, the men are scheduled for 3 heats as well. Excuse me, scheduled for 2. So wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility that the men might be downsized as well for whatever reason. But as of right now, the women have the women's 400-meter hurdle has been changed from 3 sections down to 1. Now it's getting set here.
Flag for the start. The gun is up.
We have Gray, Elrod,
Chapman and Sims.
and now
We're going to get a
looks like we got
false
a false
start.
start.
Again, that's why we needed quiet at the start. Gray in 1, Elroy in 2, Gilbert in 3, Jones in 4.
Now, what do you think the whole mental
Rodriguez in 8.
process is when you have a false start? 'Cause it's kind of like it's like a letdown. It's like, okay, I got another chance to get my start right. Got another chance because I might have did something a little faulty.
It's like a double-edged sword. You probably had that perfect start, and now you're
Exactly.
like, I got to start over
Yeah.
again. Or like you said, you like, hey, I get another chance to get things right. I know where I messed up at. So it's 2 sides to that equation, but it's a good restart, and now you just got to get back and try to get your mind right, prepared to compete.
There you go. Man, you dropped gems, man. I'm proud of you. It's been a masterclass by you.
Gun is up.
I won't go that far.
No, man, I feel like sometimes you kind of carry the broadcast.
No.
Why do you do that to yourself?
I'm just a part of it. Oh. But thank you though. And we are off here. Again, this will be the only event of the 400-meter hurdles. And again,
It's definitely tough. Those first ones are tough because now, the seconds are even tough because now you did a little bit of distance. It just seems like a little bit tougher each and every time. You're having more distance in between those hurdles. You still got to dig in a lot more than what you did before.
I apologize to everyone watching. This is my first time witnessing this type of event, but man, I can't imagine trying to run a full lap and trying to jump over hurdles.
Hey, man, that's why we're sitting here in the bleachers enjoying it and just watching these athletes go to work.
But come on, they need your help putting up
Here we go. We're at about 42 seconds. Now, the meet record is a minute. Oh, excuse me. It's 57.88 seconds by Melissa Gonzalez, completed on April 8th, 2017. We'll see what happens here. It's going to be close.
Oh, man, here come Lamar closing the gap. Finish.
Wait a minute.
Strong. Oh, man, that's going to be.
101.74 is the time. And wow, Chloe Rodriguez, the freshman for Lamar University. 101.78.
No, it's not a tie. I'm sorry.
No, it was close. No, it was should have just about, but
78,
no.
79. I couldn't.
78-79, exactly.
Wow.
So wow.
Just that last push by Rodriguez is what got her over the hump. And
again, man, it's like I said, it's difficult after you've had that last hurdle. You know, how much do you have left because you're digging so much out of yourself to get that last hurdle over. You know, and you're trying to on that final straight. It gets difficult, but Chloe Rodriguez, credit to her, she had just enough in the tank to burst it out in that last 20 meters. And she's the winner of the 800-meter, well, the 400-meter hurdle.
At the Houston Alumni Invitational. We are scheduled to have 2 sections for the men's 400-meter hurdle.
And
it'll be 2.
As we get to the men's 400-meter dash, 400-meter hurdle, we are scheduled for 2, as of right now, 2 sections. First section is scheduled for only 3 runners. It's going to be Davion Wilson, the sophomore for the University of Houston, Zakel Johnson, freshman for Lamar University, and Jace Lihadal. I apologize to the family. Running for UNAT, Sam Houston.
You do 10 times better than me at pronouncing.
They don't have to do 10 times, man. I mean,
okay, 15.
Wait, now you're making it more. You kind of going back for it from my point. I do the best I can.
You do way better than I can.
But 2 heats here. Heat number 1. The meet record for the men's 400-meter hurdle is 51.38 seconds. That was accomplished on April 8th, 2017 by Amir Latin. The stadium record is 49.17 seconds, accomplished on May 6, 2000 by Eric Thomas.
It's like the 3rd record that's been holding on since that meet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were doing something that day.
Yeah, this could be one of those days.
Yeah, we're seeing some type of performances.
And we're off here at the 400-meter hurdles. This is the first of the 2 events. It's like you try to gain your stride and everything, your technique, but then it's like you got to stop and jump over that hurdle. It just, to me, it looks like it messes up their rhythm, but I know they've been doing this for a while. But
absolutely. It's totally different from maybe the 100-meter hurdle because 100-meter hurdle is almost a rhythm. It's like a boom, 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 boom. But now instead you're going boom.
Run.
Boom. And like we talked about, you get more tired. You're losing more energy and more steam, but you got to dig something out of you, especially on those last hurdles, and then dig something out for those last 50 meters. Here we go. So right here, this is like Jace.
You know those legs are heavy over the, like you said, over that final hurdle. Finishing strong, all the competitors.
Oh, excuse me, that's Petaway. Apologize there. Petaway, he wasn't on our roster sheet. But he's the winner of the first heat of the men's 400-meter hurdle. And now we're going to move to section number 2. Lane 3, Arian Knight, a sophomore for Prairie View A&M. Lane 4, Denzel Hines, a freshman for Houston Baptist. Lane 5, Eric Cray, running from the nation of the Philippines. Lane 6, William Polly, running unattached. Lane 7, Dylan Leacock, freshman for University of Houston. And in lane 8 is Braxton Pitts, sophomore for UNT Dallas. In the second and final section of the men's 400-meter hurdles. And once that concludes, we'll move on to the women's 200-meter dash. we go.
And we are
Second and
off.
final
Section
section
2,
of the
running number
men's
9,
400-meter relay.
Eric Gray, the international sensation for the Philippines. He's in 5. William Polly, the all-conference hurdler.
So we
Competing
have
on the
Knight,
track number
Hines,
18 and
Cray,
6.
Polly, Leacock, and
John
Pitts.
of Houston, number 6 in the American Conference. And on the outside, in lane 8, Braxton Pitts
There you
of
go.
Dallas.
Oh. We're at 30 seconds right now.
As they come around, let's
Coming
go
around
down.
here. Last 2 hurdles here.
Oh, we can do better than that.
It's in the lead. We got a clear leader right now.
Trying to get on that world list.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful jump.
All the way through, we're at 49, right at
50
49,
seconds.
50.
That's actually going to be that would eclipse the meet record.
Another record.
That's Eric Cray, the runner from the Philippines.
That is a new meet record.
Wow.
Yeah, so congrats to Eric Cray there.
Again, Latin.
Beats the previous record holder of 51:38. So
So Eric Gray.
We have
Eric
seen
Cray.
several records fall here today.
Absolutely, man.
This has been a heck of a performance by all these schools and all these athletes involved. And, you know, it'd be interesting to see, you know, how we can clip this for Max Sports.
Sure, I'm sure somebody, you know.
I apologize. I was already thinking about production side of things.
Yeah, hey, man, it's okay to be a one step ahead, man. Nothing wrong with that at all.
In second, the freshman from Houston, Daisy Monet.
Having a, you know, have all the record-breaking events in one clip.
The junior from the University of Houston, Ryan Pickering, with a throw of 45.70 meters, which converts to 149 feet, 11 inches.
Remember when was that?
Outstanding job.
Oh,
Eric
yeah.
Gray of the Philippines already came in ranked number 19 on the world list. So he just broke the old record of 51.38 that was held by Amir Latin of the University of Houston. His time 50.28. Our next event on the track, the 200 meters. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's help out the hurdle crew. The hurdles may be what? Expurgated from the track. That is removed. 200 meters will be up next. We are scheduled to have 8 sections for the women. 9 sections. Looks like when it's all said and done, 8 sections for both the men and women, 200 meters. Then we move to the 3,000 meters, and then we cap it off with the 4x400 meter relay.
As we are a few moments away from the closing moments of this meet, just a couple more events to go. We have 8 sections of each of the 200 men's and the ladies dash coming up here very shortly.
Yeah, there'll be several. We have scheduled for the women and the men. 8 sections scheduled right now as it stands for the women, and 9 sections right now for the men. So there's going to be plenty of runners out here, plenty of racing. And like the announcer said just a few minutes ago, once we conclude 200-meter relays, we'll move on to the men's 3,000-meter run. Men's and women's, I believe. The men's and women's 3,000-meter run, and then we'll top it off with the 4x4 meter relays for both the men and the women.
Relay races are all relay races, they're always fun to watch, and just, you know, the team aspect of things. And as we've seen earlier in the 4x1 relays, the handoffs and the speed, there's so much that goes into those races.
Absolutely. It's precision, as we talked about it. Precision. You know, as opposed to what we talked about with track being individual, you know, it's the one event that's so team-based, and everything has to be based on effective cohesion amongst every runner that's involved in the relay team.
Right.
And as I said, the most important things about those relay races are your handoffs because they make the difference. Because it's absolutely important to catch your teammate in stride so that he could get that great start and keep your team either in the race or keep him in the lead or keep him from losing the lead.
Right. It's all about the handoff, and I love that analogy you had. It's like a quarterback perfectly dropping it in the pocket of a receiver,
Absolutely.
going full
He
speed.
he doesn't slow down. He doesn't pick his speed up and trip and fall. You know, everything moves perfectly. It's like it's seamless, and that's to me. I mean, I'm not a track aficionado, obviously,
Right.
but being around track, just the limited time I've been around track, the perfect handoff is so important and vital.
As they continue to warm up here for the 200-meter relay.
But I think it's just 200 meters.
I mean, 200 meters,
Yeah,
excuse me.
yeah. Hey, it's all right, man. It's a long day. Don't worry about it one bit, brother.
You've been with since, like you said, 12 or 11.
Yeah, exactly. It's a long day.
Yeah.
In lane 2, Kelly Johnson. In 3, Jemiah Coaster. In 4, Kia Todd. In 6, Deja Kinney. In lane 7, Alyssa Taylor. And in lane 8, Jessica Ariza.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting the first heat of the women's 200-meter run. Here we go. First section run. This is section 1 of 8. This is Johnson, Coaster, Todd, Kelly, Dane, Taylor, Areza.
Is that Jessica out in front?
Let's see what happens here. Time is 26:33. And it looks like it's going to be Kaylee Johnson for Lamar, 26:40. She's the winner of your first heat. Give a quick rundown. The meet record is 23:89. It was set April 6, 2019 by Hannah Jackson. The stadium record is 23:11, set May 5th, 2017 by Phyllis Francis. Now we're going to move on to section number 2. Kayla Sawyers, lane 2, freshman for St. Thomas. Nasira Hinton, freshman for St. Thomas. Malaysia Cartwright, junior for UNT Dallas. Chelsea Simmons, a freshman for Texas Southern. Christina Knowles, running unattached, Christina Stinson, a freshman for St. Thomas. And Macy Guy, a junior runner for Prairie View A&M.
And quickly in lane 3, Hinton St. Thomas, number 4 in the SCAC. And Stinson on the outside, St. Thomas in 7. Number 3 in the SCAC conference. That's Division 3.
Right here now. Close here with section number 2.
Stretching 200 meters.
It's going to be close. We'll see who they give it to.
Malaysia Cartwright, ladies and gentlemen.
And it looks like it's Malaysia Cartwright for UNT Dallas, the junior.
Chelsea Simmons.
Followed by Chelsea Simmons there for TSU. So Malaysia Cartwright is the winner of the second heat. And we'll move directly into section 3. And as follows, Rhea Wynn, a freshman for Texas Southern. Adebola Adenlami, freshman for Lamar University. Talia Davis, freshman for Texas Southern. Jolis Hubbard, senior for Houston Baptist. Margot Tamines, junior for Tulane. Louise Jones, a senior for Tulane. Rebecca Pecora, a freshman for Houston Baptist. And those are your competitors for section number 3 of 8.
7, Louise Jones. In lane 8, Rebecca Pecora.
Have a shot of. Oh. There we go. Section 3 of 8 for the women's 200 meter. There we go. They're off to the start here.
Davis, Cougars, Jimenez, Jones, and Pecora. Women's 200 meter dash. Look at the go, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go. It's going to be close here. Let's see right here. And on the inside, looks like there's going to be
Results here. Yes, it is.
Raya Wynn on the inside from Texas Southern, the freshman, with 26.63. So Raya Wynn wins the heat number 3 of 8 for the women's 200 meter dash. And we'll move to the next section here,
We're in section 4.
as we'll have Kashana Page in the inside, sophomore running for Sam Houston State. Jalen Smith, sophomore running for Prairie View A&M. Raven Nunnery, a freshman running for University of Houston. Avion Harris, a freshman running for North Texas, Dallas. Lily Burnett, senior running for Texas Southern University. Darnisha Likes, a junior for Prairie View A&M. Ashlyn Dobson, a senior for Houston Baptist University. Those are your runners for section 4 of 8 for the women's 200 meter dash.
All right, in this section, we have in lane 2, Kiana Page. In 4, Raven Nunnery. In 5, Avion Harris. In 6, Lily Burnett. In 7, Darnisha Likes. And in lane 8, Ashlyn Dobson. And we're on.
Here we go, section number 4.
In lane 6, Texas Southern comes in rank number 12 in this flag. Darnisha Prairie View number 17 in this flag.
There we go. It's going to be close. Ladies coming around the last 100 meters. It looks like on the inside as well. Sam Houston State. That's going to be Kashana Page is going to be the winner. 24:69 is the time that they give Kashana Page. She wins section number 4 of the women's 200 meter dash. And now we will jump straight to section number 5 of 8. In lane 2 will be Macy Morris, freshman for Houston Baptist University. Lane 3, Arena Mickles, freshman for Rice University. Ashlonia John, a senior for Texas Southern University. Oniki Guan, senior for Tulane University. Brianna Howard, a freshman for Lamar University. Shelby Brooks, sophomore for Texas Southern. And Ariel Williams, a freshman for Sam Houston State. Here we go.
And we are off. John, Vaughn, and Howard.
Section 5 here.
Lane comes in number 24 on the American Conference list. Howard,
Lane coming around.
24 on the way. Come on, they are running a
Let's see. As they run against the clock, see who comes in first.
That's it, talk to him all the way through.
Going to be close, but it looks like
You believe that was Howard?
on the outside lane, that's
And it is 24
Powell.
time. 24.99
Oh, excuse me, Howard.
John at 25.
Brianna Howard, the freshman for Lamar University,
Section 6 of 8.
for 24.50.
All right, section
And now
six, full hour.
move on to section number 6. Lane 2, Destiny Smith, freshman for University of Houston. Faith Outing, a sophomore for Lamar University. Paola Vasquez, running for Metro. Roger Giroud, a freshman for Sam Houston University. Adriana Dupree, a senior for Tulane University. Kaya Lloyd, a senior for Tulane. Iman Babino, a sophomore for Houston. Excuse me. Again, this is section number 6 of 8.
Minutes up.
Here we are. Coming around the curve here. The final 100 meters here is going to be close. We're going to see who takes it. They come through. Here it is. And it looks like we had an injury here. But it looks like the winner would be Aola Vasquez. 27.76 is the time they got for Vasquez, and she wins her heat. We had a runner down there. Might have been for Tulane. Looked like she got injured, so hopefully she's all right. As we'll move quickly on to section number 7 of 8. And lane 2, Asia Harris for Prairie View A&M. She's a sophomore. Lane 3, Nivea Gilbert, freshman for Sam Houston State University. Lane 4, Sydney Porter, sophomore for Lamar University. Lane 5, Naomi Taylor, a senior for University of Houston. Lane 6, Zara Dumas, a sophomore for the University of Houston. Lane 7, Caitlin Smith, a senior for Houston Baptist University. And lane 8, Morgan Mukes, a senior for Prairie View A&M.
The gun is up. Emerald Harris, number 4 in the swag. Porter, number 4 in the left. The All-American
And here we go.
Taylor, Houston in lane 5. Dumas, number 17 in the American Conference. Smith, number 13.
Now they're coming around here.
In the
We're going to see where they.
Come on, look at him.
Looks like out in lane 7.
Is it Taylor trying
It's going to be
hold
close.
on? The
Let's keep.
Porter coming on strong. Was it Naomi Taylor, the All-American?
And it looks like it's Naomi Taylor, the senior for the University of Houston.
Help us out. No, it was Sydney Porter.
No.
2391.
Sydney Porter, 2391, the sophomore for Lamar University.
2397.
She ends up taking the heat.
At 2439.
So congrats to her.
Just missing the record. 2389, but it may go down here. Our scheduled competitors, Jayla Fields, Houston.
And here we go. We got Deandra Colt running unattached. Jayla Fields, junior for University of Houston. Jerome Chambers running unattached.
Chambers, Houston 3.
Natasha Jackson, AW1 Elite.
And lane 4, Ben Bethel.
Lane 5, Brianne Bethel, senior running unattached. Candace McGrone running for All Elite.
And the Olympian.
Lane 7, Cecilia Tamayo Garza, junior running for Houston. Lane 8, Tiana Randall, running for UNAT Houston.
Lane 6. Cecilia. Number 5 in the nation in the 100 meters.
So now we will have the last heat here for the women's 200-meter dash.
The gun is up. And we are off the final section.
It's here, the final section here for the women's 200-meter dash.
The world's best, getting after it. Come on, look at her work.
Here we go.
The national champion, Candace McGrone. Atop the Legion,
Candace McGrone.
Cecilia of the University of Houston.
We'll see where she finishes.
Right at 23.
23:31.
All is well, 23:31. That is a new league record. Oh, we can do better than that.
23:31. Candace McGrone has now set the new record for the women's 200-meter dash. So congrats to her.
She lands now on that national list. Jackson.
And that will now conclude the the women's 200-meter dash.
And that concludes
And we'll move on to the men's,
next on the track will be the men.
as we have 9 scheduled sections for the men's. As we will start with an all-Dallas lineup here with Samuel McClard, Matt Holloway, Phil Ashton, Deshaun Merritt, Aaron Pizzana, Caton DeSaro, and Jonathan Coxon.
Again, next on the track will be the men's 200 meters. And then we're going to have some fun with the 3,000 meters. And we're going to cap it off with the 4x400 meter relay.
It didn't work. It used to be like a little flick. That was on the bigger JVC.
Yep. Now we're going to get to the men's section of the 200 meters. Trey, you're doing some production work here.
Yeah, man. Just doing the best I can. Trying to bring out come out of retirement, man. I miss it a little bit.
Well, we appreciate your veteran leadership, sir. It's always appreciated.
Oh man. Oh man, it's a beautiful Saturday night here in Houston, Texas. It's great to be a part of such a special event. So many records broken.
Absolutely.
And this has been one of the more memorable track events I will always remember.
Absolutely, man. It's words can't be said to describe what we've been watching today. I made a pretty bold statement that I felt that we were going to see some record-breaking performances with the type of athletes we had, and we've gotten that and then some.
All right.
So, and we're still not done. We still have plenty left, and we still have all the gentlemen who have to run the 200 meters race. So right now, speaking of records, the men's 200 meters, the meet record as it stands right now was set in April of 2019, April 6th of 2019 to be exact, by Mr. Webster Slaughter. He set meet time of 21:89 seconds. 21:89 seconds. The stadium record is 20.40 seconds. That was set in May the 12th in 2017 by Elijah Hall. So we're gonna get going here.
dark in Vegas. That leather I see.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the first heat.
As we have, what, 9 events here? Heats?
Yeah, 9 heats. There'll be 9 heats for the gentlemen. We had 8 for the ladies.
And, the 200 is like that perfect balance, between the sprint and, the 400. It's like it has that perfect balance to judge, just about the speed of an athlete.
Most definitely, I agree.
The men's 200 dash. Here they come.
As we get
All apologies. This is actually
These are going to be 6, 7, or 8.
22:83 is the time. See who gets it first. Looks like it was Brooks. Derek Brooks, junior out of Lamar University, will be the winner of the first heat at 22:88 is the time. Now we will transition off to the next heat, and that will be a section that will feature Rylan O'Gween, a junior for Sam Houston State University, Amari Sanders, a junior for Prairie View A&M, Warren Barber, a freshman for UNT Dallas, Tristan Jones, running for UNAT Sam Houston, Mark Nee, freshman for Houston Baptist, Jalen Smith, a junior for Prairie View A&M, Jordan Ellie, a freshman running unattached, Nazir Carter, a sophomore for Prairie View A&M.
as we get ready for the next event here. And we're off.
Hogan, Sanders, Barber,
They're
Nigels,
running through here.
and Ellie. Men's
Watch
200
it.
dash.
Man, the speed around a corner.
Absolutely.
I want to say it's
Absolutely.
HBU walking down to the first place finish line.
I believe that's Mark Nee.
Mark Nee able to gain that separation right around that 120, 130 meter mark. And
22.44 is the time right now. So that was,
man,
yeah, you're right. He after they got past that first curve, there was no stopping him. He got that lead and never relinquished it.
Swim at 22.87.
definitely showed his athleticism there. And that's another, good performance here from HBU who, again, I keep harping back on it, but HBU has held very well here today's University of Houston Alumni Invitational.
Yeah, one of the more smaller schools here in this meet. But yeah, you're right, man. They've brought their athletes, and the athletes have represented well. But we'll get to the next section here. It'll be featuring Kirk Barrow, running unattached. Also running unattached is Patrick Thomas. Chris Carter, running for Air Houston. Brian Raven, a junior for Lamar University. Jalen Roberts, a sophomore for Lamar University. Ibrahim Chekron Azaria, senior running unattached. And Destiny Nkonye, freshman for Houston Baptist University.
5, Brian Raven. In 6, Jalen Roberts. In 7, Abraham Azaria. Looks like we do have
Tough race here. It's going to be close. Last 100 meters here. So we got a U of H runner.
U of
coming
H,
up
he's
gaining.
gaining ground, but I don't know if he's going to be able to catch him in time. But again, running unattached.
As Jalen Roberts looks like he's going to be our winner. The sophomore out of Lamar University. And hey, you're right. He looked like he almost relinquished that lead, but held strong. So Jalen Roberts is the winner of this heat for the men's 200 meter. Now we're going to transition over to the next heat, and that's going to feature Antonio Munoz, freshman for Lamar University, Alec Williams, a sophomore for University of Houston, DJ Akindele, junior for the University of Houston, lane 5, Garrett Gibson, senior for Houston Baptist, lane 6, Christian Derrick, a sophomore for Prairie View, lane 7, Jalen LaCour for junior for Tulane, lane 8, Elijah Simpson, a sophomore for Sam Houston, and Jermaine Holt, so running unattended. He'll actually be in lane 1. So.
Jermaine Holt, one of the more pronounced runners across the country.
You got to assume so, you know. So I guess we got to keep our eyes on Jermaine Holt here. Once again, he's on the very inside in the lane 1. See if he can separate himself from the pack.
Great start.
Absolutely a great start. Oh, now as they're coming around the corner here.
Yep.
Happens. There it is.
You just seen him picking up the acceleration around that curve.
You've seen it.
Wow.
21-3. That's actually going to beat. That's a beat record. 21-37.
Wow.
Yeah, Jermaine Holt now has the meet record at the men's 200-meter dash.
He got off to a great start, and then once you got around the curve, he was able to control himself and just pick up to another gear. And
you've seen the acceleration right from the jump. So.
Right.
And now we're going to get up to the next section here. It's going to be Jacob Thomas, lane 2, junior for Sam Houston State. Charles O'Block, lane 3, sophomores out of Houston Baptist University. Glenn Bender, lane 4, junior for Sam Houston State. Denzel Downing, lane 5, senior for Sam Houston State. Scott Peterson, lane 6, running unattached. Lane 7, Tyrell Valentine, running for University of Houston. He's a senior. Kimson Tate, lane 8, freshman, running out of Lamar.
Now, an event like this, Darian, where there's like 9 heats, would you prefer to go in the beginning of the heat or in the latter of the heat?
Well, I mean, actually, there's nothing obvious about it. I guess you could say that you could probably want to go in the last heat because you kind of want to know what you got to do and know where's the threshold, you know, where's the barometer, you know, how far do you have to push yourself. But if you're a person who's confident in your abilities, you want to just get it over with and not have too many jitters to think about and go ahead and go first. So it all depends on the person.
That's true. That's true. It's kind of like the well, it's not really like that.
No, go ahead, man.
Now, I was going to say like the gas mask line in boot camp. Was it better first to go in first, or was it better to go last?
Okay, I think you need to explain that because I don't think people – we're talking about in boot camp, right?
Yeah, boot camp.
Yeah, in boot camp when they train you to deal with, biological – to
show you, they wanted to prove to you that the mask worked.
So we had to explain that. But 21-25, it looks like the winner is up. And this is Johnson, University of Houston, 21-27, followed by Jacob Thomas. Bender. I apologize. Glenn Bender was second. Sam Houston State. So 21-27 was their time. now we'll move on to the next section. We'll be having Mr. Devontae Jones, a junior for Prairie View A&M. Jody Archer-Harvard, a senior for Sam Houston State. Terrence Ware, running unattached. Trenton McDonald, a senior for the University of Houston. William Polly, running unattached. Nathaniel McCray, the sophomore for Sam Houston State. And Lateef Burks Jr., the junior for the University of Houston.
The gun is up.
As we get a little bit of rambunctious
I was wondering what was going on.
tomfoolery going on here.
I was like, man, am I tripping?
All right.
No, I know the sun ain't done me like that.
Yeah, we're not that fried. And here we go here.
Here we are, then. This is Heat 8.
8 of 9.
U of H is going to catch him.
It's going to be close. Definitely going to
Oh,
be close.
man, look at that. Unattached, picking up steam.
Wow.
You never know
Wow.
coming down that stretch.
Yeah, that's going to be William Polly.
That is just phenomenal. What a run by Polly.
Yeah, 21:51 is his time. 21:51.
Looked like he was out of it. He was like hovering around fourth or fifth for the longest.
Yeah.
But that
yeah.
last, 30 meters or so, he just, again, hit another gear.
Yeah, you've seen it. It's that last 100, last 50 so meters of separation from that acceleration. And that always seems to make the difference. So now we'll move on to our ninth and final heat. And they'll feature Kyle Folks, running unattached. Rennie Quao, running for All Elite. Edward Sumler IV, the junior running out of Houston. Jordan Booker, the junior running for the University of Houston. Nicholas Alexander, All-American, running for University of Houston, the senior. Warren Hazel, running unattached. And Jordan Landberg, running out of Nation of Haiti.
So many of the guys are all conference and all-American runners. This is
definitely the elite. This is the elite heat right here.
Yep.
Especially with a Mr. Edward Sumler.
Yep.
And Nicholas Alexander. Those are two great veterans. And these guys are top-notch here. We're going to see how they perform in this heat, competing against one another. See if they can challenge that record.
Guns in the air.
The gun is up.
And we're off right here.
Let's just say we've already shattered. Looking Victor.
Coming around the
Just
curve
by looking
here.
at the paces, that's when we're about to see a
Wow.
new record.
Wow.
We're about to see another record break.
There's no doubt about it.
Come on, keep working.
Whoa.
Wow.
19,
Wow.
20?
2079.
79. No.
That is amazing. Shattered the record.
Wow.
Edward Sumler IV. We talked about it. Edward's the All-American. We knew that he's going to put something together. And Edward Sumler delivered. So congrats to him. I mean, what can you say, man?
That was that. You just seen the speed and
Yeah.
man, I can say it's on blue and fast. I've never seen humans move this fast. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's something to see.
World-class athletes, man.
Right.
World-class athletes and a world-class performance. So that just blew everyone away. So congrats to Edward Sumler.
It looks like on the national list,
Listening to the PA notes.
anyone will fall in the top 20 in the nation.
That's a top 20 time in the nation. Edward
that-
Sumler IV, the University of Houston. incredible performance. So that concludes the men's and women's 200-meter dash. As we'll move on to the distance races for the men's and women's 3,000-meter races. Kind of an appetizer here. A little long distance running. One section only for the women.
Our competitors in the 3,000 should be checked in, ready to go. As a reminder, following the 3,000, we will
And it'll be one section each, for both the men and women in the 3,000. So we have two 3,000-meter races to complete here. Then we'll move on to the 4x4 relays.
That's like 7 laps.
I'm gonna bring my phone out.
7.5.
All right, Brainiac, I'm gonna.
I could be off. I just threw that one out there. I didn't even. I could. Yeah, 7.5.
7.5? No.
Here are the official results for the men's shot put.
It's not that I'm a math wizard or anything like that. To me, just numbers. They never change. So you just memorize them.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Hey, muscle memory works with math too, man.
Yeah.
2 + 2, 4.
Yeah. No, you got it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Kobe Graham, the sophomore from Sam Houston University. His throw is 15.35 meters, and that converts to 50 feet, 4.5 inches. That's the results of your men's shot put. Once again, thank you, Mr. T.C. Alexander, helping us out at the Houston Alumni Invitational.
As we have like we said, a 3,000-meter run coming up here shortly, and then followed by the 3,000-meter run, we will have the 4x4 relays.
Mm-hmm.
4x400.
4x400 relays for both the men's and the women's. So stick with us here. There's still plenty of racing action here on Max Sports TV's broadcast of the Houston Alumni Invitational.
Plenty of runners getting ready here for the 3,000-meter run, and as I said earlier in the broadcast, just finishing this race is an accomplishment.
Absolutely.
And just out of curiosity, what's the record for this one?
No problem, brother. I will give that to you just in a second. This is just hilarious. What it does not say. I guess there ain't no record. If you finish it, you completed the record.
Yeah.
You deserve recognition.
Exactly. That's 7.5 laps around a track that's an entire workout for me.
Yeah.
For the week.
For the week.
We was on that.
One lap a day.
Houston Alumni Invitational.
And once again, once the men and women complete their 3,000-meter runs, it will be off to the relays. Men's 4x4 meter relays and women's 4x4 meter relays. Both will have 2 heats each for the 4x4 relays. Once again, the 3,000-meter runs will be 1 heat each. So we'll have one 3,000-meter race for the women, one 3,000-meter race for the men.
Make the introductions once the gun has sounded.
Again, it's 7.5 laps around the track. You're gonna see a lot of pace, and you're not gonna see too much.
Right.
Top speed.
Now, that wouldn't be wise.
Nah.
I would not. And even though I'm not, once again, I have to keep on reiterating this. I'm not a track aficionado.
Right.
But I would not advise you to sprint the first 100 meters of this race.
Yes. I've seen it before.
At
high school level, not at the college level, but
see, well, that's just silliness.
I seen at the high school level, someone tried to sprint that first lap, and I'm like,
wow, congratulations. You were in the lead for about 50 feet.
yeah, they didn't even finish that joint.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
Oh, man. And we're off here in the 3,000 meter.
Martina St. Thomas. She's
Again.
wearing grip number 1, number 18 in the SCAC in the 1,500 meters. Macy Ellis of Houston. She's wearing grip number 2, number 14 in the American Conference in the 5,000 meters. Wearing grip number 3, Darby Gaunt of Houston. She's number 19 in the American Conference in the 1,500 meters. Just highlighting a few names. Kayla of Rice. Number 10 in Conference USA in the 3,000. Sophie of Houston. Number 12 in the American Conference in the 5,000. Santos, Houston, number 19 in the American Conference in the 5,000. Yasmin of Lamar. She's wearing grip number 9, number 1 in the WAC. Macy, Tulane, wearing grip number 12, number 12 in the American Conference in the 1,500 meters.
Yeah.
Elorati of Prairie View. She's wearing grip number 13.
Like I said, Trey, we talked about it. You know, you got to pace yourself.
Right.
I mean, we saw the 1,500 meter just not too long ago, and we knew this took a whole lot of pacing here. So this is twice as long. So it's going to take twice as much pacing, twice as much patience,
Right.
twice as much will. You know.
Yeah, it's gonna take everything that these athletes have in them, and I think this is just my personal opinion. This is probably the hardest race to prepare for. You know,
Didn't you say that about the 400 meter hurdles?
Yeah,
Is it?
I did.
They're all just breaking your threshold.
Yeah, they just broke my threshold.
Yeah,
That quick.
they all of them. They're all difficult. But yeah, I would say. I mean, just the distance. It's just
Right.
the distance itself, 3,000 meters, just so staggering.
Well,
But,
as far as like the preparation, because this is, if you know you're about to run 7.5 laps, you got to watch what you eat yesterday, today.
But do you though? Because I've heard a lot of people, you know, if you eat, because these athletes train so diligently, a lot of them kind of, you know, because you burn it off anyway.
That's true.
I mean, you use the food as energy.
Right.
You know what I mean? Now, I'm not saying go in there and just eat damn double-decker cheeseburger and fries right before you get on the track, but, you know, I would imagine that a lot of them have very healthy diets where they kind of burn the calories itself.
Right.
Once again, I'm not a dietitian, so please don't take this advice, but with a grain of salt. Thank you very much.
As they continue on to march along the track here, and we are on, I want to say, lap 2.
Coming through at 238, 239, 240.
I mean, you got to wonder when does the fatigue really start to set in? When does I mean, I know how it would set in on my end. You know, I'd be dead tired right now, but for someone who trains so diligently, you know, where is that ceiling? Where do they start filling that wall a bit, where they have to kind of keep pushing through and keep those legs moving and stay true to their technique and their preparation? That's one of the things I wonder about when you view these type of runners.
I'd like to take you back, Darian, to
Take me back. What, 2001?
I ain't gonna take you back that far. Ooh, that's revealing too much right. But
man.
I'll take you back to let's just say boot camp, right?
Please don't.
Well, to pass a physical test, you have to do the 1.5 miles,
Right.
Which I'm trying to do the math in my head. That's like what, 2,000 meters maybe?
Well, 1.5 miles, that's actually that would be 1.5 miles. That'd be because a mile is 1,600.
1,600.
So add 8, so 2,400.
2,400. So
that's this and another 600.
Right. So, man, they run an extra lap and a half, but
right.
Going back to that mentality of us kind of training. I would say around lap 5, I was gassed. Lap 4 or 5, I was gassed.
Well, here's the thing, I don't know if you remember the track at Great Lakes, the Navy Boot Camp Center. I mean, it was smaller. It was like the indoor track.
Indoor track, yeah,
so
it was.
You had to run a lot more laps, so it was kind of like a daunting task. I would have much rather have run a larger track like this because mentally, thinking I only have to go 7 laps rather than 14, 15 laps.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know, it kind of does help you, even though with the distance.
That's
but
a good point.
Even when I left boot camp, you know, we always had like one track where we only ran once around because it was, when I went to A school in San Antonio. Yeah, it only had like once around. It was a mile and a half. At least that's what they said it was. I wasn't gonna complain. So not like I wasn't gonna be out there with a Fitbit or a measuring tape.
Sure.
If y'all say it's a mile and a half, then all right, it's a mile and a half.
When I got to Norfolk, they had us running one. It was a track like this outdoors. I want to say it was 6 laps though. I want to say it's probably 6 laps we ran. And
Yeah, it's 6 laps. It's 6 laps on this.
I want to say after you get past that mile, then this is at the peak of my athleticism in boot camp. I want to say around that 4th or 5th lap, I'm about done.
3, I'm just reevaluating my life choices. I'm just gonna
3, I'm rethinking like, why did I sign up for this?
What the hell is wrong with me? But it's kind of interesting to get into that because even when someone like these athletes when they prep so much, how many laps do they do to prep? How many laps are you running? Because I would think you'd have to run a little more to kind of get your body acclimated to run so much.
Definitely.
So you're probably running maybe 10 laps.
Would you to prepare for something like this? Would you try to train with the cross country runners or the long distance runners?
Yeah, I can see cross country because cross country makes you more adapt to the steady smoothness of the track.
Right.
You've already hardened your body, and because when you're running through terrain and stuff like that, it kind of takes a little more of a toll on you. But sometimes it could be a little harder because when you're running like cross country, that's why I said I like running that one big track that they had us in A school because you kind of enjoying the terrain and kind of creating your own checkpoints in your head. Let's say, hey, let me get to this point, and then let me breeze past to this point, then I'm going to get to here, and then I'm going to get to there. But when you're running on the track, everything's a little more monotonous. Everything's kind of the same. You're like, oh, it's the same damn score clock I ran past. Oh, it's the same damn fence I was moved past. Oh, there's that damn dog that's still peeing from when I had that before. So, it's like a different dynamic.
Right. That's a good point.
I mean, once again, it all depends on, the person.
Definitely depends on the person. And
Right.
we are right now right around 7 minutes. Just hit the 7-minute mark.
Yep.
And they are continuing to march along. This is not an easy one to complete.
No, not at all. And even the events that we've seen here, we've seen a couple of athletes have to bow gracefully because, and it's not necessarily, it might not be fatigue, it might just be for injuries and stuff like that. Because the longer you're running, the more you're prone to hurting yourself. You might pull a muscle, stuff like that. I mean, it happens.
And not to mention, this is, for some of these runners that are competing here in the 3,000 meter, this isn't their first race. This isn't their first event.
No.
They've run multiple events prior to this.
Exactly.
So, man, that is just phenomenal training, being in great shape. And my hat is tipped off to all these athletes competing.
Yeah, you got to, man. It's just truly out of the realm of comprehension for a lot of us. You know? I think I'm gonna take the initiative to get myself in shape, man. I really want to. I just can't find time for myself. Well, let me not say that. I'm just too lazy. Let's just be honest. I could have came up and concocted some ridiculous reasonings like, my family life and I don't have time. I'm just lazy.
I'm trying to get back in shape, but it's hard, man.
It is. Well, at least you got kids, so you got to chase them little buggers around. Mm-hmm. But I don't have that. I got to chase my woman around. All right, let me not get too explicit. I apologize. Once again, these thoughts are my own. It does not reflect the views of this company.
Oh, man. Yeah, sometimes I chase the kids around, and they be wearing me out, though.
I would assume so.
I play tag with them for 5 minutes, and they still want to play. I'm sitting there like, hold up.
They'll do the same. They want to play the same game.
Yeah.
Every time. Trust me. I mean, I've got little cousins and stuff like that. Now we're on the final lap here, as we have been absolutely assaulting you guys' eardrums with our ridiculous damn stories. Once again, we apologize. Feel free to utilize that mute button. It's there. It's available. And once again, stick with us here. Once this concludes, we're going to jump over now. We'll jump over to the boys, the men's 3,000-meter relay. Oh, what is wrong with me?
You're good, man.
Men's. What is? That's long day. Men's 3,000-meter run.
A 9-hour broadcast, you were allowed to make.
Make a couple of mistakes here and there.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's human nature.
Yeah, look, I just didn't start laying down, just saying a whole bunch of cuss words on it. It's not like we got the FCC on our ass.
Yeah.
10:06, made it under 10:10.
And just completed right here. That is
So Claire at 10:06.96, outstanding job.
Wow, she lapped a few people.
yeah, she lapped him.
That is, I couldn't even tell. Wow.
At 10:21, let's make it official. It's going to be 10:23.47.
Yeah, that's Claire Meyer.
Look at this finish. Don't you give up. Keep working.
10:06. So Claire Meyer, congrats to her. University of Houston zone, Claire Meyer.
See the rest of the athletes filing in here, finishing strong.
Absolutely. Finishing definitely strong. I mean, you say what you want about their times or where they plays, but look at them.
Yeah,
They're running, got the leg movement, got the arm movement, all that.
Macy at 2:46.96.
I'm dead on that track right now. I'm
looking-
sprawled out.
I'm looking at their times, like 10:06.
It's still amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to boot camp, running that mile and a half, and they just said try to get it done under 12 minutes.
12 minutes.
And they doing a
10.
3,000 in 10. Wow.
That's it. Keep working. Again, for your convenience, the results are being scrolled.
That is amazing.
You are the royal score.
That is amazing.
Absolutely.
That's it. Finish strong. Naomi, you see her at 11:20.99. We still have a competitor on the track. And come on, let's bring her in. All conference, we see you, Helen. Running, coming in strong, all the way through. That's how you finish.
And that's how you finish right there. Finishing
Absolutely.
strong. Hats off to all the ladies competing in that event.
Most definitely.
That was phenomenal.
Most definitely.
Let's get ready now for the men.
We've got the men. I believe they're on the track over there on the far side by the Jumbotron.
Mm-hmm.
And the men's 3,000 meter, the participants are as follows. We have Javier Gallegos, the freshman for Prairie View A&M. We have Iker Utaralde, sophomore for Tulane. Timur Arshi, freshman for UNT Dallas. Bethwell Tom, a sophomore for Tulane. Brandon Seagreaves, a sophomore for Houston. Lucas Wolf, the sophomore for St. Thomas. Stephen Aguilar, senior for Houston Baptist. Jackson Boyd, the freshman for St. Thomas. Declan Neary, the senior for Lamar. Ian Valdez, the senior for Tulane. Evans Kipchumba, junior for Tulane. Eli Pavetto, the sophomore for Lamar. Adam Alderhier, freshman for Tulane. And Devin Fahey, the senior for University of Houston.
Plenty of All-American, All-Conference runners here on display, getting ready to tackle the 3,000-meter run. And we're off.
All right, we are off.
We're off here. And
This is going to be like way, way off topic, but we're out here in the University of Houston, and I just seen the plane fly over. Did I tell you about I want to say a week ago? I ain't gonna sit here and call it no UFO, but I seen a plane move like I never seen a plane move before.
you're right, bro. This is off topic.
I mean, well, I just want to give people a feel like
There was no segue there. There was I'm just gonna talk about these planes as soon as they start the race. Well, I mean, it had to. Maybe it was a jet.
well, because it went left, then it went right.
It went left and right.
Like you know how like most planes they keep straight or do you do like a little
Yeah,
circle?
sure.
This one it went, stopped, came back.
Like it was going hyperspeed.
Yeah, and then just dipped off.
So you're basically saying you
I don't. It could be something.
I mean, that's a UFO claim, a UFO signing claim.
I mean, I won't go that far. I know we got new planes and stuff that they're testing, so
Sure.
it could have been like a drone or something. But it moved like weird.
I'm not gonna say there's no credence to what you saw, man.
Yeah.
I was just like, I didn't. There's no segue to this. No trend. You just went cold turkey. I'm just gonna talk about this damn plane.
Well, these athletes are performing at an out of world rate with these times.
So it's like that jet plane.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, all right. Glad we could get it back on down to the.
I was just watching the planes go over us, and it just made me think of that time I seen that one plane that moved real weird.
So we get it.
Or a drone, whatever.
Yeah, that too. It could be that. Yeah. As we continue here with the men's 3,000-meter race, once again, we'd like to remind everybody, once this race concludes, we'll move on to the 2 heats each of the men's and women's 4x400-meter relay. And that will cap off our night. As if we have been here for our continuing coverage of the University of Houston Alumni Invitational at the Tom Tillis track, the Carl Lewis International Sports Complex here at the University of Houston campus in Houston, Texas.
This is a nice facility, like at nighttime. It just has like an ambiance to it.
Oh yeah, this is a beautiful campus all around. It's
Right.
still making some improvements, some construction going on here. It's only going to make it better as the University of Houston is expanding and growing as a program,
Right.
and as a university itself. So.
As they continue to make their way around the track, and just watching a couple of these guys, I done seen a couple of these guys compete in other races. So, man, it's
Yeah, you talked about it, man. It's amazing. It's like these guys use those other events they were in.
just a warm-up.
Warm-ups, because I would think if I'm going to run 3,000 miles, I'm not doing much else. I'm going to do that right out of bed and then give me 5 minutes to stretch.
If you run 3,000 miles, brother, you will set all types of records. You'll be in the Guinness Book of World Records.
Who, me?
Yeah, 3,000 miles?
Okay, get to the punchline. I know there's a punchline.
There's no punchline.
Oh, wait a minute. I said 3,000 miles, didn't I?
Yeah.
Okay, I just caught myself when I said it.
I was like, 3,000 miles, you do that.
What's that? Is that like New York to L.A.? 3,000
Probably.
miles?
I don't want to be.
I mean, hell,
I mean, from here to what? Cali is like 1,800, so yeah.
Yeah, it'd be around that.
Yeah.
No, I'm not running that far. I'm not
I
even running
like
3,000 feet. Well, hell, just do me a favor. Convert
That's
inches.
100.
Yeah, 3,000 inches. How far is that? Because I don't think I had that in me either.
Man, that's.
Wait a minute. Never mind.
I can't do that top. It's like 200.
200 feet?
Yeah, about 240 something.
Yeah, I could walk that far.
It's like half a football field, bro.
Yeah, I could do that.
Well, 75% football field.
Well, sure. Yeah, I mean, hey. This is pretty much what we did to go get those cameras.
Yeah.
But that's about as 3,000 feet. No, it's probably not. No.
Nah. These athletes running 3,000 meters. After competing all day. That's, like I said, phenomenal, man. That's and if you compete in something like this is kind of going to become like a lifestyle almost.
Yeah, I mean, I think I talked about it in one of our earlier broadcasts. You talked about it. It might have been a lifestyle for a lot of these runners because you've seen, and I know I've seen that when I was in school with a lot of them in school, the long distance runners that participated.
Yeah.
A lot of them have families, have parents who participate in long distance runs, families that ran in marathons and stuff like that. So it's kind of something that they've kind of gotten used to in their households. So once they do that, they've kind of learned that, and it helps to have people in your family, particularly your parents, who kind of know because they have an idea about the training regimens, how to take care of your body. Good workouts, good sleep habits, all that stuff. They give you the basis and kind of a blueprint to be successful in terms of long-distance running. So it wouldn't shock me. A lot of these kids have their parents are long-distance and marathon runners.
And I like what you said there, sleep habits.
Yeah,
especially in the college, ranks
Right,
with
right.
studying and everything else that goes into college life. You have to get enough rest for an event like this.
Exactly. I mean, sleep is absolutely important for all things we do in life, studying, athletic competition and stuff like that. It's always important to get your sleep because, I mean, your body will thank you for it. Your body helps, thanks you in return for the amount of sleep that you get. And, sleep is a good way to stave off sickness, stave off bad, obesity, all that, all those negative things. It's good for your brain health. So you got to make sure you get ample enough sleep, especially if you're an athlete that, puts your body through such strenuous things, such as 3,000-meter races.
As we're coming down to the final moments of this race.
Yep. It's about 7:13 right now.
As over the PA just said the leader is on an 8:40 pace.
Wow. I didn't even have the records for that one either.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened there, but here we go. And we are in the final lap here.
As you can hear
Like
the
Tulane and U of H.
ringing the
Battling out.
bell.
I can only imagine the pain of those last 400 meters, It's like you're so close, but yet you're so far, man. It's crazy.
And like you said, I think you made a really good point about seeing the same thing over and over again.
Right.
How that could get very monotonous and tiresome in itself.
Yeah, exactly. 'Cause
That was a really good point.
you don't feel like you're making real headway.
Yes.
So right now it's at about 8:08. Around the curve. Look like Tulane is going to take the lead, but they're battling for it. We're going to see that last 100 meters. It's going to decide it for them. See if they get it. Here it is. Wow.
Uh-oh.
Look at this.
Look, he's picking up speed.
Picking up in a big way.
Taking it to another level. Finishing strong. Big stepping.
Wow.
What a finish. 8:36.
Brandon Seagreaves. 8:35.
That he finished strong.
Wow. Hey, man, listen. This is why we say what we say about different type of athletes.
Right.
Because to take all that after running all those miles, but the first 2,900, what was that?
Probably like, yeah. 2,900.
2,900. Yeah. Then that last 100 to have that left. Come on, man. That's incredible. Brandon Seagreaves, University of Houston. He's the winner of the men's 3,000-meter race, a sophomore. So another 2 years of competition left for this young man. So I'll see a lot more of that.
Now, like we said, I'm not a track aficionado, but do track athletes get picked up early by sponsors?
You say you're a track? I'm not a track aficionado. What are you asking me for?
I'm
the one who said that first today. I'm no more track guy than you. Track food. I don't know. You know what? These questions seem like something we should probably pick up on next time. I just realized that once again, this is irresponsible journalism on our part. We should probably really know these damn questions. But I know they get sponsorship.
Yeah,
they get sponsorships picking up on. And when they compete in
with the new NIL rules, so it shouldn't matter. They should still be able to compete with the university. So
sure, yeah, I agree. I agree.
It shouldn't matter if they have a sponsor or not.
But this concludes now the men's and women's 3,000-meter run. Oh well, I believe we still have a runner left.
Yeah, he's competed in a couple of races from North Dallas.
Right.
Finishing up here. The way I remember is because, every time he runs, he has that fluffy hair going.
Right. That's one way to remember.
This is like his 4th or 5th event here.
Yeah. This is, I believe, this is Timur Arshi.
Yeah. Way to finish, man. Way to finish.
Okay, absolutely. So now we will get on to our grand finales as the men's and women's 4x400-meter relay about to get it going. Obviously, we'll start with the women. It's been that's been the custom. So right now we have on the track for section 1 of 2 for the women's 4x400. We have Prairie View A&M, Houston Baptist, Texas and Texas Southern. From inside to outside.
That's all good.
And now women's 4x400 meter relay. The meet record is 3 minutes, 49.79 seconds. That was set by the University of Houston on April 6, 2019. And the stadium record is 3 minutes, 36.59 seconds. That was set way back in March 30th of 2002 by the University of Baylor. Or Baylor University, whichever they call it.
And for those of you that was watching that's been paying attention to the broadcast all day, little update. Kansas takes down Villanova 81-65.
Oh, that was my pick. I picked them to beat
You pick Kansas?
Did I pick Kansas? No, I think I picked Villanova.
It was a Kansas. Looked like it was a Kansas route. And right now, Duke and North Carolina are at halftime. Duke up by 3, 37-34.
Oh wow, I did pick Duke. I said Duke and Villanova in the final. Yeah, I can't do the predictions.
It's good, like you said. It's good to see the Blue Bloods back in the Final Four.
Yeah. I mean,
it's been a lot of Cinderella stories, and it's good to see different programs, but you still need to see your big dogs.
Yeah, they got to rise to the top. Then it makes those Cinderella stories seem more special because you have a Cinderella every single year.
Yeah,
it just come off as fluky to me.
Yeah,
like it makes the tournament feel fluky. Now I understand people say, well, you have senior leadership and stuff like that, and I get it. Age does matter, but come on.
I think with the transfer portal, you're gonna see a lot more of the Blue Bloods in the Final Four.
I think so too. Yeah, yeah. I think it's gonna be like more player movement means more guys coming in.
You're not gonna see that senior over on William and Mary.
All right.
He's gonna
move to Duke.
Yeah.
He's gonna move to North Carolina.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. We actually have. Okay, I don't know if this is one heat or two, but it's actually a switch here. It's going to be Prairie View A&M, Sam Houston State, Texas Southern, Tulane, Prairie View, Lamar, and Houston. So I don't know if we're going to be doing one heat or two.
My bad.
No, I was trying to put my foot over the cord. All right, there we go.
I always get Prairie View mixed up with LSU, like just their jersey colors and everything.
Don't they have like more of a more traditional gold, like along with the purple and the yellow they have?
Mm-hmm. Like as far as like the track, when I first got here, I was like, oh, LSU's here, and I had to get up closer, and I'm like, oh no, it's Prairie View.
No, it's just Prairie View. I'm kidding.
Oh man,
Prairie View's a great institution.
That's coming from an LSU alum, so getting ready to start here.
I don't punch down, man.
There you
I don't
go.
want to do that. I don't punch down on anybody.
1,600 meters to 1,200 meters to go.
Exactly.
Who knows how things can finish out?
Yes, sir. Now the PA announced just now. This is we were led to believe that it was two heats. This is only going to be the first and only heat for the women in the 4x400 meter relay. So winner take all. And right now we're looking like Lamar is pretty sternly in the lead. U of H is behind. They're losing ground as they speak. There it is, Lamar, the second leg. Here's the handoff. And Lamar with a sizable lead right now, very sizable lead. Everybody else is kind of playing catch-up.
It's going to come down to that final leg.
Yeah, but the way Lamar's running, it might not.
Yeah, they are out in front of the pack.
Yes.
They have about a 25-meter of separation.
Yeah, just about. Hey, man, that was good, man. That was good on the fly. I could never guess that. But I'm looking. I'm trying to like. I'm trying to put the relation to the track. But yeah, Lamar still holding serve that lead. Tulane and Prairie View kind of duking it out for second place, but Tulane's on the inside, gaining a little more ground. Lamar still your leader as it stands. Move on to leg number 3. Right now it's Lamar, Tulane, TSU, Prairie View, Houston, Prairie View B. Lamar is still not giving that lead up.
Yeah, they are out in front with a very comfortable lead.
Yeah.
But looking like picking up a head of steam here is TSU's third leg. But that corner changes everything. Right now, Prairie View trying to close the gap. It's going to come.
Yeah.
Coming around next curve.
On that last curve, but Prairie View might just take it. But look out. Well, yeah, it's maybe TSU here.
Here we go.
All right.
Man, this is going to come down to this stretch right here.
Right, yeah.
They have closed the gap here in the third leg. It was about, like I said, 25-meter lead. We're down about a 10-meter lead.
Exactly. And listen, Lamar has got to make sure that it's a clean handoff because they can lose that lead. That's good.
That was a good handoff there.
But look out, Prairie View, right there. This is it right now. This is the anchor leg.
The anchor. Whoa! Wow! Here we go.
Wow!
And that Prairie View
got it
for now is going to take the lead. But look out, TSU is also gaining head of steam.
Yeah, we got a race now. PV.
Right now, it's going to come down to PV, Lamar, and TSU.
You got it.
Coming around the corner.
All right, we're going to see it here.
Everybody's on their feet, cheering them on.
Yeah, it look like it's Prairie View and Lamar right now.
And Lamar takes it back.
Oh, wow. How about that?
Just like that. Finishing strong.
Wow.
Lamar. And look at this. TSU might come in. No.
Oh, wow.
That was a fantastic race
great.
there.
Yeah, Lamar. Hey, listen, Lamar looked like they lost that lead after that first stretch of the 100.
Yeah.
But, man, talk about kicking it to second gear on that last 50 meters.
A whole nother level there.
Most definitely.
It was back and forth for the last 150 meters. That was a tremendous race, tremendous competition by all ladies involved.
Most definitely, most definitely. This is why you love the relay races, because the drama and the suspense, and then like you said, the cohesiveness of the teams.
Right.
As opposed to the usual individuality of the track events. But wow, so it's a great race, and congrats to. Congrats to Lamar. Why did for a second I forgot who won the race?
Hey, it's all good.
I was stricken with the suspense, man. It just it left me dazed.
It was a heck of a race.
It left. Yeah, that's all it was. So now we're gonna move on to the men's 4x4. That will be 2 sections, 2 men, two sections of races, not 2 men. It's gonna be more than that. Hey, man. Hey. Man,
hey, you doing great.
Our producer up here has got his mind in the gutter. He's right there too. I hate it. He's right next to me, so I was easy target. I try to catch myself. He pounced on me like a damn lion, man. Ain't that?
Oh damn. Man. And we're going to see who's going to pounce here in the next. For the men's 4x4 relay. This is heat 1 of 2.
Right. And we're looking at right now as it stands, Houston Baptist, Dallas, Sam Houston State with 2 teams, St. Thomas, And wait. It's like we got 3 teams for that. Well, folks, if you know whose uniforms on the track, then just go with the flows. There's all information on the sheet.
Yeah, the information is awful.
A little wishy-washy.
I think there might be a change here, last-minute change.
Yeah, there was some. I mean, because we've had a couple of situations where we have it down for 2 heats and we end up only with 1. But as of right now, it looks like I think Sam Houston State seems to have a couple. Once again, as it stands right now, we're at 2 teams, well, 2 heats, excuse me. It's the last event of the evening. So this is a great way to end what's been a great day of competition here at the University of Houston Alumni Invitational.
This is, like you said, Darren, this has been probably one of the more record-breaking events we've been a part of.
Mm-hmm.
And like, if you guys want to go back and watch this one back, download the Max Sports TV app on all devices that you may have, Xbox, PlayStation, Android, iPhone, anything. You'll be able to rewatch this event and witness history as many times as you want. Download the Max Sports TV app, available now in all app stores.
That was a wonderful plug, man. That was top notch, bro.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir, man. Max Sports TV. We're proud to bring you University of Houston track action. And once again, we're almost capping the night off, and
it's been a wonderful day of events, man.
it's been hey, man, I'm just glad it's not raining on my head right now. First and foremost, that I could be thankful for.
Right.
For anything else, I'm just glad the weather has agreed with us.
For the most part.
But yeah, I'll say something. Watch thunder starts. My type of luck.
As we're a few moments here from the first heat.
First heat. Like I said, it's scheduled for two sections. Stands, we have a couple of Dallas. So two Sam Houston teams, St. Thomas teams, U of H relay team, a couple of Dallas relays teams.
Let's give the athletes an opportunity to get ready and set here. But Darren, what's your so far before we start this final event? What has been the most memorable moment for you today?
Oh man, I think this race here with the ladies in the 4x4. I mean, that was something special, man. I mean, the way Lamar had gained a huge lead, kind of relinquished it near that last leg, and then the last 50 meters kind of just took it and never gave it up. So yeah, I would say that's kind of. I know that's recency bias, but
right.
You know, it is what it is.
That was a great event. I had to go with the final heat of that 200-meter dash, where can't pronounce his name, but you know, both of the guys broke the record, and just watching them at their top speed.
Sure.
I wish somebody was out there clocking. I could swear there was at least 21, 22 miles per hour. Those guys were flying. That's the fastest I've ever seen a human move. I'm
gonna go ahead and say that was a pretty good pick. You're talking about Mr. Edward Sumler the fourth and Nicholas Alexander.
Yes.
Those two All-Americans. I mean, it's what you get. I mean, those guys are world-class, top-notch, elite runners.
Oh.
Here we go.
That was going to get a false start there, but they're going to allow him to continue on. And
yeah, I didn't know there was like a stutter still. I don't know if it was just an echo or what happened, but yeah, we're off, man. We're going to keep it rolling.
And out in front.
It's a big lead right now.
They got out to a great start, but look at University of Houston coming up the rear. Able to get third. They're going to take second.
Yeah, U of H is gaining right now. Here we go. St. Thomas, right as it stands, is in the lead.
Lane 1, they are running well. For St. Thomas,
St. Thomas is your leader as it stands here as they can move into the second leg.
Division 3.
That was a great
Yeah,
handoff for
good
all
handoff there.
parties.
Oh, wow.
Uh-oh.
Bad handoff there.
Come on, keep working.
I believe that was Sam Houston, one of the Sam Houston teams, Sam Houston A team, kind of fumbled and kind of hurt themselves, the handoffs. That's what we talk about all the time. Those could be the difference between taking the lead or losing the lead.
Exactly. As U of H is starting to gain some separation here
Yeah.
in this second lap. And we've seen this in the previous relay with the ladies where Lamar gained an edge in the second lap, but it always going to come down to that final leg.
Exactly. It's so important. The final leg, and then, like I said, handoffs. Be precise, be cohesive, stay in rhythm.
It's going to
As
come
we
down to
hear,
that good handoff there.
Great
University.
handoff.
St. Thomas, another great handoff for St. Thomas.
St. Thomas is right there for it, but at University of Houston, they are taking the lead and they are
Extending.
extending it. Exactly.
Wow.
Wow, this is exactly. I thought it was twin minds, man. Right now we're at 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
On the team getting a workout in. So
Right now, what it stands at 3:09:45 is the meet record set on April 6, 2019 by the University of Houston. So
You said
Scoop-
309?
3:09:45. 3:09:45 is the meet record.
Wow.
Yeah. Stadium record is 3:01:73 set on March 31st, way back in 2001 by LSU.
Makes you that's a proud feeling.
Yeah, it makes me proud, man. I'm beaming with joy. Beaming with prideful joy. Here we go.
the ankle leg, that's it, you got one.
And here's the anchor leg.
Here we go.
Against St.
U of H is.
Currently number 4 in their conference, the SCAC.
Wait a minute.
One of the top programs, Division 3.
Have we lost U of H?
Come on, keep working. Sam Houston getting some speed work in. 200 meters to go.
Oh, they wow.
You gotta want it.
Yeah, I guess they didn't.
Let's bring them in. Determination.
Wow, we were looking at the records and
Yeah.
apparently
Holding on.
U of H exit out of the race
Wow.
Keep pushing.
after holding a sizable lead, and it looks like St. Thomas will take
St.
the
Thomas is going to take the victory.
victory. Wow,
Houston P.
I was looking down and looking.
I was looking for University.
Yeah, I was looking for them in the front. I was like, oh, they had a heck of a lead now. I don't even see them, but apparently issues arose, and University of Houston couldn't get the victory. It looked like it was almost assured. But St. Thomas, congrats to them. St. Thomas boys take the victory. Now we'll move on to the second and final section, final event, final thing. Here after this all-day event, we have finally reached the closing, the finale of the University of Houston Alumni Invitational. Looking now, in terms of the participants that will be here, the participating relay teams, we have out on the track. It's 2 Prairie View teams, well, 3 Prairie View teams, Lamar, U of H with 2 teams. And Sam Houston and what looks like a 3rd U of H team. So we've got 3 U of H teams seemingly up.
That was intriguing turn of events there for University of Houston. I thought they all but had the matchup won.
Yeah.
And we apologize. I wasn't able to get what happened there, but
But yeah, if you saw, because we were idiots, we decided to look down at the record books. If you were able to view, and I'm sure you know exactly what happened at the University of Houston that left them out. We got a word from the producer that that's exactly what happened. Somehow they bowed out of the race. So they've got another chance. They got another couple of more relay teams in this heat. So University of Houston could at least come up with another victory, or another chance to get another one. As now, once again, we will end this here. This night of end our day of activities of events. This is it.
4x4 alphabet. 4x4 alphabet, yes, sir. So again, we've got Prairie View C in 1, Prairie View B in 2, Lamar.
There we go. This is it, the final event for the Houston Alumni Invitational. Men's 4x4. Heat number 2 of 2. And we're off. I mean, we've got several Lamar teams, well, several PV teams, several U of H teams. So a couple of schools here have better shot of winning than others right now. They're playing the odds.
Yeah, they definitely increased their chances. Yeah.
Most definitely.
And
Go.
here we are, lap 1.
Right now we've got U of H sitting first, second, and third right now. Well, no, it looks like PV.
Yeah, Preview is still in the mix there, with Lamar not too far behind.
And yeah, we'll see right here with the handoffs. U of H got all their handoffs well, PVU as well. Looks like Lamar as well. Here we go. Leg number 2. Prairie View in the lead right now, but here's U of H. Gaining ground, passing ground.
Man.
But it's a dogfight. PVU still holding on. He hasn't gained enough ground yet.
Wouldn't it be a cat fight? Prairie View. Sorry.
Oh, really?
My bad.
A mascot joke?
My bad.
All right. But here comes U of H coming up for the third leg right now. They've got the lead. Prairie View right behind. It's going to come down to the handoff here. It's a good start. Here we go.
There's
U of H and PV right now.
Slow down there from Lamar. They had a little struggle on that handoff.
Little struggle, but they're still holding the serve with that third. Stuff. U of H, sizable lead right now. PV a distant second. Or a second, but they have distance between them. Distance between second and third. But look right now, right around the curve, looks like U of H is getting more ground. U of H here. Last 100 meters before they get to the final leg. Here we go. This is it, the final 400 meter of the Houston Alumni Invitational.
And another
great handoff.
Terrific handoff there from U of H. And Prairie View, also another good one. Nearly got held up a little bit.
And right now it's just about all but academic for the University of Houston.
He is
plenty,
on
yes.
it.
Plenty of room.
They might come in second as well.
Yeah. You see it? I was about to say it's a battle for second. But it looks like U of H is going to take that alongside. So I guess it's only right the host take first and second. Here we go.
Finishing strong, galloping to
Most
the
definitely.
finish line. Great stride, great pace.
Here it goes.
And Prairie View
Wait a minute.
coming in second.
Wait, that might challenge the
308.
Is that 308? Yes, 308. That means the University of Houston has just broke its own meet record.
Another record.
Another record broken, of course.
It couldn't end no other way.
Yeah, exactly. What better way to finish? Another record has fallen here as the University of Houston has broken their own record that stood for about 3 years, the 2019 team, as they now have the meet record for the men's 4x400 meters. And that is how we're going to come to the end of the Houston Alumni Invitational. And Trey, man, I've been saying words for hours on end, so I don't know how you can blame me for being speechless. But you got any closing thoughts as to what we've seen here today, man?
Just record-breaking event.
Exactly.
event, even from the field events we seen, what was it, 18? It was just phenomenal performances all around.
Fans and just admiring and respect for us because we were entertained to be May 6th.
Broadcast enjoyed it as well. We're signing off. I'm Jen Trey Williams, joined by Darian Valls.